chance to do it for real. The world needs our help. 2 million hype. And speaking of hype, this is going to be a run that has too much hype for just one host. I'm YoBGS, and I'm also going to introduce Nichole Goodnight. Nichole, you're going to be hosting the run as well.
I absolutely am. I am Nichole Goodnight, and I am super, super excited to be here alongside YoBGS. We are going to bring so much hype to this run. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
And it is time. It's been an unbelievable week, and we are ready for the finale. Eddaket, Pokemon Shield. Here we go. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Yo. Welcome everybody to the finale of SGDQ 2020. My name's Eddaket. We're going to be doing a Pokemon Shield speedrun. On commentary here, I've got Keizaron and Etchy, if you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Hi, you've seen me all week.
Hi, you've seen me yesterday for the Fire Leaf Green race. I speedrun Pokemon games as well. I played Sword Shield for like 4 months straight. Yeah.
I speedrun sometimes.
Do you, though?
I don't know anymore.
Yachts is a speedrun.
So I'm going to go ahead and set my clock here. We'll explain why I set my clock before I started up the game. But first, we are actually going to need the trainer name incentive right before time starts. So as I load this up, we can get that. That'd be awesome.
Absolutely. The trainer name is going to be MSF.
Very nice. All right, so we've got our trainer name, we've got the clock set, and I think we are ready to start. So start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go.
Insert clapping. Clap.
Yay.
Woo.
Woo.
Yes, everybody in chat better clap.
Woo.
They're going to clap in the game.
All right, so like we said, this is Pokemon Shield. Pokemon Sword and Shield, like I mentioned in the interview, are going to be separate categories. Pokemon Sword was actually run by Etchy at the Corona Relief Done Quick Marathon. So if you guys want to check that out after this, you can sort of see the best of both worlds. But this is going to be the Shield route, where we're going to use different Pokemon for absolutely every fight. So to start things off, typical questions we get in Pokemon runs. If we're the boy or girl, doesn't matter. So it's completely up to player preference what you pick. Normally you pick one character nickname just because it's a little bit faster, but text moves so quickly in these games that it really doesn't matter. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. We just sort of have to mash through this intro cutscene.
Yeah, so the Pokemon series decided, hey, what better thing to add to our video games to, please speedrunners, because that's definitely what they focus on, than unskippable cutscenes starting from like Generation 6 onwards. And it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. If you're playing it casually, yeah, this is neat. This is a neat cutscene, but man, nothing like sitting at the beginning for like 2.5, 3 minutes just to be able to change your settings.
And it's not even just like unskippable cutscenes. It's cutscenes where you actually have to put effort into mashing quickly. Otherwise, you're just losing time for no reason. It's wonderful.
Like you have to actually put effort into it. It's so lame.
Yeah, so we do have quite a bit of time before we get to our starter. So I guess I can talk a little bit about the differences between the games. So ever since Generation 1, there have been 2 versions of games, Red, Blue, Gold, Silver, all that stuff. So we have Sword and Shield here. Traditionally, the differences have been fairly minor. Your games are going to have different wild encounters. So, for example, you can get like an Oddish in red, but you can get a Bellsprout in blue. And that went a little step further in Generation 3 when they introduced, Team Aqua versus Team Magma. And in this game, they went even further than that, and 2 of the gym leaders are actually version exclusives. So the 4th gym that we face and the 6th gym that we face are going to be different between the 2 games, and that's the primary reason why there's 2 different routes. Another one of the reasons there's 2 different routes for the 2 different games are actually those wild encounters. So Shield has a Pokemon that's available quite early on that is very powerful for us, but that same Pokemon isn't available until a little bit later in Sword, so it's just not really a viable route. But gonna go ahead and do the traditional Pokemon start of changing our options. That option down at the bottom there, you see is skip movies. That's going to allow us to skip some cutscenes. It's not going to be able to skip everything. As Etchy mentioned, a lot of things in this game require you to actually mash through them, and those are not considered movies. Movies are considered things that you can just sort of sit down, put the controller down, and the game will progress. So all of those get skipped, which there's not a ton of them, but it's still nice that they're skipped.
Yeah, it's good for saving time. It's bad if you wanted a break during this 4-hour-long speed run. There's basically no breaks the entire time.
At least it's more movies to skip than Let's Go. Let's Go in its whole, like, what, 3 or 4?
They're good movies, though.
Yeah, I think there's 5 total, and one of them is like the boat leaving, so it's not even like long. But one of the differences between Let's Go skipping movies and this game skipping movies is you don't have to actually press any buttons. The game will just literally automatically skip them for you. So that is a nice thing. We don't have to memorize where the 12 or however many movies there are. There's actually a movie when you enter each town for the first time, which I didn't realize until like last week. So, but yeah, so there's about 7 minutes till we get to our starter. So talking a little bit about the differences between the two routes. Pokemon Sword is currently the fastest route, and you use a Sobble, which you evolve up into Inteleon for the entire run. There's another route that is popular on Sword that's a little bit more beginner friendly. That's called the Candy Floss route. Candy Floss is not the name of a Pokemon, but it is the name of an in-game traded Cottony that you would get in the 3rd or 4th town. And you use that Cottony evolved into a Whimsicott for the entire game alongside a Ninetales. This route in Shield is the Arcanine Excadrill route. So we'll actually be picking Scorbunny as our starter. So if you guys want to get nicknames in for Scorbunny, you've got probably like, 2 or so minutes left to get that in. So it doesn't have to get cut off yet, but definitely if you want to snipe it, now's your chance. We're going to be using the Scorbunny, but not for all that long. Sobble is by far the best starter in this game in terms of playing fast. I know anybody who does competitive Pokemon knows that Cinderace and Rillaboom are absolute monsters, and Inteleon's just sort of there. But for speedrunning, it's just amazing. It's got great stats. Water is a great typing, especially for Galar. And yeah, there's the other starters just don't match up to it.
And if you're wondering too why Scorbunny, it's actually really only one reason is for a held item you get later. Each starter gets a different held item by the time they get to Motostoke. Yes, Motostoke. In like 30 minutes or so, and each of those held items correspond to the starter you get. So if you pick the water type starter, you get what's called a Mystic Water, which boosts your water type damage by 20%. So by doing Scorbunny, he gets to get the Charcoal, which will be used for his next Pokemon later and just boost his fire type moves even more.
All right, so now we're going to get brought back to Postwick, and we're going to pick our Scorbunny. So now is a perfect time to get that Scorbunny name.
Absolutely, the Scorbunny name is Happy Feets.
Very nice. Very, very aptly named.
Very accurate.
So if I remember right, it is capital H, capital F, and a Z at the end. All right. HAPPY F333 TZ. If I got it wrong, I can fix it later. One of the nice things is there are actually there's a lot of quality of life improvements that were added in this game, and we're going to be abusing one of those absolutely with our first Pokemon Arcanine, or I guess second Pokemon Arcanine. And one of those things is a lot of the people that traditionally are only in one place in a region, things like the Name Raider or the Move Relearner, they're actually in every Pokemon Center now. So if I happen to forget to nickname something or spell something wrong, we can easily just run to the next Pokemon Center, fix the name, and then continue on with our journey. Yeah, so after we do our first little barbecue here, we're going to be challenging our rival, Hop. And Hop is an interesting character.
Hey, Hop isn't How, so, you know, I'm not going to say
Hop is
worst.
not, yeah.
Hop has
Definitely
a character
not the
arc, so
worst.
he's pretty good in that regard.
Yeah, Hop, we'll touch on this as we go throughout the game.
He's a
but
character of contention, that's for sure.
Yeah, does have a character arc. You do have some actual character development with him, which is really cool. Starting in like generation, I think 7 was the first time you had one rival, but in 5 you had multiple rivals, and so one of them would obviously have the type that's weak to you. He actually picks the Grookey being the grass starter. Fire is super effective against grass, which we're going to learn in about 10 seconds if we didn't already know that. And that's one of the big reasons why, especially speedrunners, aren't a big fan of Hop. Every time we land a critical hit, and every time that he lands a critical hit, and every time we hit him with a super effective move, he is gonna let us know with about a 5-second interjection.
I can't believe you know about type matchups already.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow. And then he's surprised every other time you do it in every other battle.
Absolutely.
So
and another thing you'll probably notice, I didn't check Scorbunny's stats. Scorbunny's stats don't really matter. The only stat that matters is special attack. And if you have bad special attack, you don't two-shot the Grookey, which if you look at Grookey's health bar...
You gotta be like adamant or something, right?
I had 8 special attack at level 5, which I'm pretty sure has to be minus.
That is
Nice.
That is misery what I'm watching right now.
Yeah, so it doesn't affect a whole lot in the run, because we only use the Scorbunny for the first 4 fights. But it does cause us to waste a turn on 3 of those 4 fights, so yeah.
And this is really one of the big benefits over running this route over the normal Sobble route with Sword is you can take pretty much any starter and still play the game and do the route just fine. With Sword, it's pretty common to just be resetting these first 10 minutes for over an hour just to get a really good starter, because you have to really pay attention to having really good special attack, decent speed, all that kind of stuff.
I'm kind of sad that you get an item depending on the starter that you pick, and I'll touch up on that when we get to the second rival fight, but it involves using the not mentioned starter yet, Grookey, which I know there's a bunch of Grookey fans out there. I missed that route. That route was so fun.
It really
Grookey's a
was.
fun Pokemon, it's sad.
So going through Slumbering Weald here, we're going to be introduced to wild encounters. There are 2 forms of wild encounters in this game. There are your traditional random encounters, which are going to present themselves by being a little exclamation point in the grass. The way that you generate those encounters is you have to be like in the vicinity of the exclamation point about a second or 2 after it appears. These first 3 encounters are forced, so they don't really count. And then there are overworld encounters coming back from Pokemon Let's Go, one of my favorite features in Pokemon Let's Go. And those are going to be, as you'd expect, just Pokemon roaming around in the overworld. In order to get those encounters, you have to run into them. What that means is every encounter in this game, aside from these 2, are skippable. So I know that this is the final run of the marathon, but I am going to put a challenge in for myself. Every unintentional encounter I get is going to be $10 donated. And the main reason for that is there are a few routes in this game that, even though you can avoid every encounter, they're going to troll you, and they're just going to spawn, and their hitboxes are going to be horrible. And yeah, so I'm going to see if I can avoid everything.
Yeah, and unlike Pokemon Let's Go, you can't just repel away the overworld Pokemon, which really sucks. And it means we buy 0 repels in this run in like every other Pokemon game.
Oh, repels, I miss you.
Yeah, repels are only good for the random encounter exclamation points, which you should pretty much never hit anyway, so there's no point in buying them.
Yeah, it's like, well, like a second and a half of buffer to avoid them.
Yeah.
So here we've got some plot going on. We stumbled into the Slumbering Weald because a Wooloo broke down a gate, and we had to go save the Wooloo, and now we have this mysterious dog thing in front of us.
You should try to run away from this. It's kind of Looks pretty high
That's
level.
scary.
I'm gonna try to beat it. Oh, my moves don't do anything.
You missed, idiot.
Ooh.
What are you doing?
Tackle's only 95%, so makes sense. You can try again.
It's true. Gen 1 tackle.
Try Ember. Maybe that'll hit.
Try Ember? Okay,
Yeah,
Ember
try
is 100% accurate, so
Yeah.
I'll do that this time.
gotta
Although
work.
with all this fog, I mean, I'm probably not going to be able to hit him
fog
anyways.
reduces your accuracy to 60%, so I don't know if it's going to
Well,
work.
I used tackle by accident
Ah,
anyways.
dang
so
it. Well, that's
instant
why
miss.
you didn't hit him.
You saved though,
Darn.
right?
Ah,
Oh, totally.
dang it.
Yeah.
Just get better, forehead.
Yeah, so we get introduced to the legendary here, and then everything goes foggy. Then we wake up, and we tell Leon, who is Hop's brother, we met him a little bit earlier, that we saw this crazy dog Pokemon. And he's like, there's no crazy dog Pokemon, you're crazy. And then we are told to forget about him, so that's what we're gonna do.
Can we talk about how, like, essentially an adult figure in Leon runs up? Oh, hey, these two children have been knocked out. Oh, they saw a dog. You know, whatever. I mean, I'm not going to check on your health, but yeah, no, you didn't see that dog. What are you talking about?
We're gonna see some interesting plot decisions during this game, guys. Don't
That family
worry.
is dysfunctional, man. I'm telling you.
All right, so gonna continue on here. While I'm doing some of this more tutorial-y stuff, I do want to again plug. We do have the Isle of Armor incentive, so you guys can keep donating towards that, as well as a few other nicknames. To explain the Isle of Armor incentive, there is sort of like two parts to the Isle of Armor story, and we're going to be doing the first part of it, assuming the incentive gets met, and that will involve getting the legendary Pokemon Urshifu. So if you guys want to see that, definitely make sure you keep donating for that.
And I just want to point out too that last night when I was commentating the Fire Red Leaf Moon race, that's when we hit $1 million, and in like 24 hours we raised another 800,000, which is absolutely insane. So definitely keep it up.
I just threw a Pokeball at the Wooloo by accident.
You didn't weaken it?
I don't need a Wooloo. I need a Rookity.
Dude, that's great for
Well-
Sobble, right? You picked Sobble.
I fat fingered and hit the X button instead of the A button. All right, so technically this is an unnecessary encounter. I do want to actually catch this Rookity that's right here.
Extra XP to make up for the bad special attack, so it's fine.
Actually, that's a real thing.
Yeah,
so
what level was the Wooloo?
I think it was 5.
That's a lot, wow.
It got me to level 8, yeah. So if you're playing on the Sobble route, you actually would want to catch a Wooloo there. Wooloo is very good experience.
Yep.
It's like actually insanely high experience. However, I want to catch a Rookity here on my route, specifically because Rookity is a flying Pokemon. And one little quirk about flying Pokemon is they don't get hit by ground moves. Remember that in 2 hours, please. But the second reason that we wanted to catch a Pokemon on that route is for like the first time ever, Pokemon realized that if you've already caught a Pokemon, you don't need to be told how to catch a Pokemon. So there's a catching tutorial coming up on the next route, but we can skip that by just having another Pokemon with us. So like the time difference is like 4 seconds, so it doesn't like save or lose that much time at all to just catch it. But because the experience is nice for the sword route, and on this route we want the flyer, it just totally makes sense to do.
Now, with that in mind, they realized that if you caught something, you don't need a tutorial, but they didn't realize that if you learned about super effective typing, that you don't need a reminder every freaking time you fight your rival.
All right. So while we're doing this, we're going to have a couple more tutorial-y things before we get into our first battle. So if there's any donations, this is a perfect time.
You got it. We have $10,000 from Fangamer. They say, hey, everybody, Fangamer here. Are we really here at the final game of SGDQ 2020? Wow, what a week it has been. We've seen some amazing runs, and we're ready to see one more before this event draws to a close. Keep sending in those donations. We know you want to see the total hit $2 million. You can find our SGDQ 2020 merch lineup until the end of the event at fangamer.com/GDQ. Be sure to reserve an official SGDQ 2020 virtual attendee badge while you still can. We have 3 awesome designs by LLK available. Don't miss our limited edition finale game pin and arcade floor face mask. And the best part, 100% of profits from sales of our SGDQ merch goes to support MSF. Thank you so much, Fangamer, for the $10,000.
All right, so Hop is going to try to teach us about Pokemon Centers. Again, Pokemon gave us a choice here as to if we wanted to learn this tutorial, which we can just say no. We know all about Pokemon Centers. And then I'm going to go ahead and deposit my Rookidee and Wooloo in the PC. Normally, I wouldn't be doing this, but because I caught 2 of them, I think it's worth it.
Yeah.
One thing that was kind of contentious when the game first came out was, for the more casual audience, was that experience share is always on. There's no way to turn off experience share. So every time one of our Pokemon gains experience, our entire party will gain experience. And that means that if we have something that we're not planning on using in battle, it will continue to gain levels and just waste a lot of time. The game did add, again, another nice quality of life thing is when you gain more than 1 level at a time, it only like dings once. But even still, gaining levels, you're going to start learning moves, and it's just slow. So we're going to go ahead and deposit it for now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it adds kind of a risky trade-off where you basically, especially for like the early part of this run, where you just don't have an extra Pokemon with you a lot of the time. So if you do get knocked out, you're just going to wipe out and go to the Pokemon Center because you can't just like switch and revive or anything like that. And it's so bad that in the sword route, we actually go out of our way to catch an extra Pokemon like halfway through the run just to skip some level up text for a double battle partner later.
All right, so first Pokemon battle here using our Happy Feets. So one of the things to talk about in terms of the Score Bunny here is if you look at the stats of all 3 of the starters, one thing that you'll notice is Score Bunny and Inteleon actually have very similar stats, with Score Bunny being more on the physical side and Inteleon being more on the special side. And that physical special difference is honestly why Sobble is just so much better. Score Bunny is a very strong physical attacker, and it doesn't actually get moves to help complement its physical attack until much later. The first move we learned is Ember. Ember is a special move, and as you heard, my special is not very good. And even if my special was good enough for me to like 2-shot the Grookey, that's still not very good to like actually deal a lot of damage to things. So it's just an unfortunate thing when it comes to movesets, and that's honestly the story with a lot of Pokemon. One thing that's really popular in these games, sort of blew up over the last year or so, is the concept of alternate main Pokemon, where you purposely route and use a Pokemon that's less than optimal just to see if it's, see how well you can do with it. And a lot of Pokemon in this game struggle from having just a less than stellar moveset. So it doesn't make it impossible to run with them. It just makes it a little bit harder. But in some ways, that's better because it adds more of a challenge to things. But you'll notice my special attack was so bad, I didn't even one-shot a bug with Ember.
And a lot of people who play this game maybe thinking, I didn't see a problem with movesets. I taught my Sobble like Ice Beam and Surf before I even got to like the first gym town. Unfortunately for kind of the way they did TMs in this game compared to like old generations of Pokemon, a lot of the really good moves are locked behind what's called Watts, which is a currency we'll talk about a little bit more later. But basically it means that for a speed run, we can't acquire enough Watts to get the really overpowered moves for our Pokemon for quite a while. It would be such a big detour that we just lose too much time for it to even be worth it.
All right, so story-wise, what we're doing here is this is the professor of the region. We're meeting her, and she's going to introduce us to the gym challenge. And in order to enter the gym challenge, which is your standard defeat 8 gyms kind of thing from other Pokemon games other than Gen 7, you need an endorsement from somebody who's already in the gym challenge. And Hop's brother Leon is the champion, currently undefeated. I say currently. And he is going to give us a letter of endorsement, but we do have to fight Hop one more time. This will be the last fight that we use Scorbunny for. However, we're going to see if he can do a stellar job here.
You got the extra XP. It's gonna work out, I believe.
Hopefully. Keys, you want to talk about Grookey's time with this fight?
Oh, absolutely. I loved this. So, the fun fact about the first and second rival fights in this game, the first one is like basically impossible to pull this off, but you can lose both of them and still advance. Whereas, as mentioned before, if you lose other fights, you'll just wipe and go back to the Pokemon Center. So, Grookey actually learns Taunt at level 7 or whatever it is. So, you would actually just faint to the Rookity that he sends out, and you actually save like what it was like some actually egregious amount of time, like 20 plus seconds, at least when the idea was first out. So I really wanted Grookey to work out just because of that alone, and because of the second gym advantage, but so much lined up better for grabbing Scorbunny, especially since Arcanine is a thing.
All right, so hitting level 10 there for Grookey. This, I think, will make this a 2-shot. Watch it not be, and I look like an idiot. All right, it's a 2-shot. Nice. Cool. So the reason that's a 2-shot, going a little bit deep into Pokemon mechanics, when the damage calculation is done, your level is used. I just got crit, so... Oh, he didn't say anything about the crit. Nice.
Yeah, I think that's only like the third fight onward that he talks about himself.
Yeah, some fights situationally react differently to crits back and forth. It's kind of weird, but yeah.
But yeah, so when you're doing the damage calculation, your level is used in that damage calculation. And if you have a level that ends in a 0, 3, 5, or 8, because of the way the rounding works, you end up getting a little bit of a boost. So because I'm level 10, I'm actually doing a significant amount more damage than if I was at level 9. That's actually, we use a lot of rare candies in a lot of Pokemon speedruns. Most of the time, I would say, those rare candies are being used strategically to hit one of those like level thresholds. If it's not for like evolving or something like that. But yeah, so we're gonna get introduced to another one of the mechanics in this game, Dynamax. We're not gonna actually see any Dynamax yet, but we're going to be told about it and all that kind of stuff. So now is a perfect time for probably 2 or 3 donations.
Absolutely. I have $94 from Crowburb. They say, under a full moon, this Pokemon likes to mimic the shadows of people and laugh at their fright. If the host can guess the Pokemon from its text entry, I'll donate 25 more. Let's get to 2 million and grab a ticket to the Isle of Armor. And I just painted a very cursed photo of this, and that is absolutely Gengar. So thank you so much for that donation. Very, very cool. We have $7.10 from Ashley. Cute small pumpkaboo, crying alone in the forest. Find a friend in me? Pokemon haiku donation tree? Thank you so much. And one more we have from Anonymous for $1,195. Many thank yous to everyone involved in this amazing show. Here's my money for 2 tickets on the Pokedex donation train. I hope I'm not too late to catch it. $835 for Yamper, the official goodest boy ever, and an additional $360 for Why Not, because why not? P.S. This donation goes to naming Arcanine Clifford in honor of the big friendly dog. Thank you so much for that donation, Anonymous.
So somehow we already have Pokedex donation numbers. We've got the haikus. We've got puns. This is going to be a good Pokemon run, I can tell.
Pokemon cries will come soon, I guess.
I don't know any.
We'll teach you, don't worry.
I can do... I'm not going to say anything I can do.
I know which
ones
you can do it. I've heard them before. I'll bring it out when we need to.
All right. So we're going to make our way back down to Wedgehurst. Now that we have the endorsement from Leon, we can enter the gym challenge, and the registration for the gym challenge is in a town called Motostoke. Motostoke is not connected to Wedgehurst via like your traditional route. Like here we're on Route 2, you might be on Route 1, Route 10, stuff like that. They're connected by the wild area. So the wild area was Pokemon's attempt at sort of an open world, and I think it's actually a pretty cool area casually. You're gonna see how laughable it is in speedruns, but for casually, it's a really cool thing. There's a bunch of different regions with different weather patterns and different secrets to unfold and stuff like that. It's really cool. They expanded on it with the Isle of Armor, so if you guys want to see an expanded wild area, you know what to do. But yeah, there's also the raid dens there, which we're not going to be doing any max raids in this run. However, you can do those raid dens. You get slightly higher leveled Pokemon than you might find in the wild. You get a lot of really good rewards from it, but unfortunately they just take too long to be able to do. And once you're able to like significantly do damage to those raid Pokemon, like if you're a little bit higher leveled, their rewards just aren't very good anymore. So we will be interacting with raid dens to pick up a few watts, because watts are the currency of the raid den, or the wild area. And Etchy, you want to explain why we're picking up some watts?
Yeah, we're actually going to pick up some watts specifically for an item called a quick ball. Quick balls are, they've been introduced, how long they've been in Pokemon games? Since like Gen, I don't even know, actually.
3 or
4?
4.
Something like that. And basically how they work is on the first turn of the battle, if you use the quick ball, the catch rate goes up substantially. And actually on the Pokemon that Eddaket's going to catch later, it makes it a guaranteed catch. So by getting some watts, you can pick up those quick balls right now and not have to come back here later. And actually, when he changed the date at the start of the run, it was specifically to manip the quick balls. Well, the time was to manip the quick balls. Basically, the second day of playing the game, the Watt Trader at the end of the wild area on your Motostoke will have the quick balls in stock for you to buy. So Eddaket specifically set his time to like right before midnight and then started the game. That way, by the time he actually started the run and got to this point in the game, it's technically rolled over and it's past midnight and it's day 2 of him playing the game.
Yeah, this was...
Can I sneak in? Oh,
yeah, no,
so
go for it.
We have hit $1.8 million raised.
Oh.
Thank you all so much.
Very nice. I was actually just going to say, I am going to attempt to catch a Growlithe here. Once I catch the Growlithe, we will need an Arcanine nickname. The Growlithe is a little bit finicky to catch, and the main reason for that is we're not going to have those quick balls yet. The quick balls are, see that staircase directly ahead of me? Over there. But I'm catching a Growlithe over here, so we're not going to have quick balls for it. However, the main reason the Growlithe catch is finicky is we need our Growlithe to not have the ability Intimidate. We haven't talked about abilities too much yet, but basically every Pokemon has an ability. Growlithe has potential to have one of 2 abilities, one being Intimidate, which you can see there. So I'm going to run away from this one. And the other one being Flash Fire. The fact that the other one is Flash Fire doesn't matter too much. The important thing is that we don't have Intimidate. As you notice, whenever Growlithe goes out in battle, you see Growlithe is Intimidate, and
It begins.
And it begins. So
50%, by the way.
50% supposedly. Luckily, Growlithe is fairly common, so we can just keep running around and grab one. The Growlithes here are between level 7 and level 10. The level we get doesn't matter. Obviously, higher is better, but it doesn't matter too much. There's another failed one. All right, remember, guys, 50%.
50%.
Chad, energy, please.
This isn't even the worst catch of the run. Don't worry.
This kind of a...
No, my wow.
This kind of shows why shield runs are so hectic and so unpredictable, because since there's significantly more catching that you have to worry about than sword, at least in a way where it's not as nice. Times can be really volatile, and this is a common reset point, and then when we get our Excadrill eventually, that's also a potential reset point.
All right, so finally found one that's not Intimidate. It is level 7, which is the worst. Of course. But again, that doesn't matter too much. It mostly changes some things in the very early part of the game, but we should be fine. So.
And that's actually one of the cooler things about this route, and you're going to see it with both this catch and the later catch. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say Growlithe nickname, please. Arcanine, sorry.
All right, it looks like the Arcanine is going to be nicknamed Shadow, capital S.
No funky spelling?
Nope, SHADOW.
Perfect. Thank you guys for nicknaming that. And the first thing we're actually going to do with Shadow here is take on this nice Diggersby. Should be a pretty easy fight.
Get some early EXP. We actually do something similar in Sword where we fight an Onyx sometimes, and if you kill it, you get a ton of extra EXP, you get like 2 extra levels, so Eddie's going to go do that here.
Yeah, I'm going to lower his defense a little bit. Oh.
Ooh, unlucky.
Oh. Shadow was not strong enough, apparently. I guess we should probably catch a second one. Yeah, Oh, hey, we're over at Motostoke. Nice.
So Death
We're just
Warping.
gonna put it over here. Yeah, so Death Warping is a thing.
Yeah,
we don't have
traditionally
Embree to
games,
ruin the Death Warp, but
yeah. Traditionally you see Death Warps to like go to an older Pokemon Center you've been to. Here, if you just die in the wild area at certain points in the story, you can just progress to the next area for free. So it's a lot faster to just do that instead of walking all the way over to the other side, especially because he doesn't have a bike yet.
Yeah, so I'm also taking this detour here. This probably seems like it's very far out of the way, and it is. But I'm going to grab a few more watts here. I need 3 quick balls for my route, but 4 if I'm going to the Isle of Armor. So I'm just going to prepare myself, assuming it's going to be met. Chat, we have a deal. You guys have to meet it.
I bet you can't do it, chat. I challenge you. I bet you can.
Yeah. Oh, there's no way they can do it.
Cowards!
But more importantly, we take this detour to grab ourselves a Firestone. So anyone who knows Pokemon, Growlithe will evolve via a Firestone. So we're going to have an Arcanine very early. And one of those little quality of life improvements I mentioned earlier is that stone evolutions, like Arcanine, for example, will learn the moves of its lower evolution. So Arcanine will learn every move that Growlithe learns at level 1. Now, I'm already level 7, which is over level 1. And the reason that's important is the move relearner will let you teach any move that was learned at a previous level. So Arcanine learning every move Growlithe can learn at level 1 means that I'm going to be able to learn a ton of really good moves immediately. So I'm going to quickly buy those quick balls, haha, and then make my way into Motostoke.
And one of the nice things too of being able to just learn every move here, it makes it more so that like it doesn't matter what level Growlithe he catches, his moves are always going to be in the same slot, and that's not going to be that is going to be an issue for his later catch in the run.
Yeah, so I did get a quick glance at my stats. One thing you're going to see me doing, if I like glance over here a lot, it's because that's where my notes are. But also, I am going to be plugging the stats of my Arcanine into this program that's going to let me know my IVs. We don't have to go into too much detail as to what IVs are, but basically they're numbers between 0 and 32 that tell me how good each stat is. There's also the concept of natures, which are characteristic given to a Pokemon to let you know is a stat better than normal or if a stat's worse than normal. My particular Arcanine has plus attack and minus speed. I was able to see that earlier when I went into the box to deposit Scorbunny. And that is okay. Attack is probably one of the most important stats, so having that be a plus nature is really good. Minus speed kind of hurts, but there are ways to mitigate all the things you get outsped by, so it's not a huge deal. And then I'm going to do my first big shopping trip here and buy a bunch of X items. Or cross items, as the cool kids say.
Yeah.
Who would say that? No one.
The 4th gen gamer would say that.
And then go ahead and do that move relearner stuff. So here I'm going to be able to see all of my stats, the actual stat numbers. while I'm teaching moves, so I'll probably be quiet for a second. You guys can keep talking if you want.
X items are really good.
While he's doing all that, yeah, those stats are actually pretty solid.
Yeah.
While he's doing that, I just want to point out that since he's plus attack and minus speed, if anyone wants to actually like quantify what that is, that's brave nature, which honestly I find kind of fitting because the first thing we did with this Growlithe was charge into a Diggersby and immediately die.
Immediately got rocked.
I feel like that's a very fitting nature for what we're doing right now.
Yeah. So if you guys remember earlier, it was on our quiz earlier. Because I'm level 7, it means I don't even have the little damage boost from having like a level 8 or level 10 with a 0 at the end. So because I'm level 7, I'm actually gonna have to equip this item that's coming up here immediately. It just wastes like 1 menu, so it's not a big deal. But it does make these fights, it basically makes the fights coming up as if I'm level 8 just by equipping that item. And that is the charcoal item that's going to be given to us by Leon here.
Yeah, and to kind of emphasize how important that charcoal is, I remember at one point in time, Eddaket and I were trying to route a much later Growlithe and Arcanine catch. So I did a lot of damage calculations, and if you picked like Grookey, we were talking about Grookey before, it involved picking Grookey as your starter just to kind of get through the beginning relatively fast and then catch a later Growlithe. And because we didn't have the charcoal, because we would get a Miracle Seed instead, it severely hampered the Arcanine in the mid-game. Like, it's that important of an item compared to Generations 2 and 3, where it's only a 10% boost to the typing. It's 20% boost from Gen 4 onward, and 20% is really significant. It's basically like getting another level and a half a lot of times.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crucial.
I think the only other way to get those items is like a RNG shop in Stow Inside, where you just like have a 2% chance of getting it or something like that. It's pretty bad.
Oh, wait. Oh, I had a good meme. Wait, 1 second.
Memes, you say?
Well, no, it's not a meme, but all right, I'm gonna, so this wasn't an actual incentive or anything, but you get to choose your gym number. Normally it's faster to just pick a first number, or like just to pick a single number, but I'm gonna pick a specific number, and if anybody can guess what it is, they win. I think Etchy already knows because he was in chat when I mentioned it, so don't say it.
Oh boy, I'm not ready for this. I want to be surprised.
I'm scared.
All right. Whoops, there we go. All right, so we are number 437. I'll give you like a minute.
Well, like I think I know what that's for, but I also don't want to say it.
Okay.
I think.
What's it for?
Is it Dex related?
Nope.
No? Then yep, I don't know then.
It should have been I should have done a Dex number.
I was like Bronzong. Why are we putting Bronzong in? I'm so good. What does Bronzong have to do with anything?
You have to do a Bronzong cry now.
Bronzong's one of the dumbest Pokemon in this route, actually. Not gonna lie. No, it's anybody remembers how to text on T9? That's how you spell GDQ on a phone.
Oh.
See?
Yeah, well, way to age yourself.
I was gonna say.
You old fart.
I'm glad you said that because I did not remember at all. So
yeah,
it's good.
I told my chat that on what day did I stream? Like Wednesday, and half of them were like, "You texted without a keyboard." I was like, "Oh man." I've aged myself.
Yeah, I remember in high school and middle school when I had the Nokia Tank as my cell phone.
Oh my gosh.
You would know I'd be calling my dad because my 5 key would get stuck all the time, and if I threw it against the locker, it would work again. So you'd hear the locker get hit 3 times, like, oh, Keys is calling his dad.
All right, so this here is the evil team of the game. Why did that do so little? Oh, I was supposed to burn up. Whoops. So yeah, this is the evil team of the game. They're not really an evil team in that they don't really care about taking over the world or anything. One thing I didn't really mention, the story of this game really revolves around the gym challenge. Like a lot of times in Pokemon games, it starts out like do go on your journey and start doing gyms and stuff, and then it's like, oh no, somebody's trying to take over the world. Let me go stop them from taking over the world, but also do gyms on the side. This game doesn't really do that. The game's focus is almost exclusively on the gym challenge. So what these people are they are essentially a toxic fan base. They are crazed fans for one of the other gym challengers. And so their purpose in life is to prevent you from progressing in your gym challenge. They don't do a very good job. They all go down fairly easily, and I have this fire dog that's stupidly overpowered because it's an Arcanine at level 7, but yeah, so that's really what they are. We don't have like true antagonists until much later in the game, which I know is another, sort of knock on this game from a lot of people. But yeah,
I think the knock mainly is just because the actual bad team isn't really like developed.
Yeah, they're just sort of there for like 4 fights and then that's it. So our Arcanine, as we said, extremely powerful right now. It has the moves Flamethrower, 90 base power, very strong move. You guys saw how strong it was for Pulse in the Fire Red Leaf Green race last night. We have Burn Up, which is a move that is even more powerful. It's like 140 base power. But the side effect of Burn Up is that once you use it, you burn up, and are no longer a fire type. Not only are you no longer a fire type, you can no longer use Burn Up in battles, or in that battle. So if we ever use Burn Up, it's usually like the last turn of the fight or for like a very specific Pokemon. Because we'll lose our same type attack bonus, also called Stab, which gives us a 50% boost to moves that match our type. Once we burn up, we are typeless, not normal type, we are typeless, and no longer have Stab for fire moves. We also have the move Reversal, which is going to come into play a little bit later on. We'll explain when we get there. And Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed is a +2 priority 80 power normal move, which is very, very important for us. It's basically the way that we hit fire types or anything that resists fire. And it's going to actually, because it's a priority move, it helps us outspeed things that we normally wouldn't outspeed. So very, very strong moveset at this point. Like Sobble didn't have to go through all of the detours we did, like getting the Firestone, catching the Growlithe, getting a 19th Growlithe encounter. But it only has like Water Pulse at this point, which is a 60 power move, and that's about it.
Yeah, and that's basically our strongest move for the next like hour of the run until we get to Hammerlock later, which is like an hour and a half into the run. So there's a pretty substantial advantage that Arcanine and the later catch has over Sobble, but the catches alone just taking the time that they do, and some fights going better for Sobble and some fights going better for Arcanine. Drillbur kind of even out the routes quite a bit.
I do want to just point out real quick. Remember a minute ago when you saw Hop practicing his Pokeball throws? I want you to remember that about 3 hours from now. Thanks. Very important. Very, very, very significant to the run.
It is, actually. All right, so more plot stuff. Just getting introduced to that gym challenge. We just skipped a cutscene. Actually, one of the coolest cutscenes, I think, in the game. It introduces all the gym leaders. Sort of shows the gym challenge on a grand scale. This game is based on England, Britain. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, but either way, based on the UK in some regard. And so there's a heavy emphasis on football, not the American football, but like soccer football. And so all the gym stadiums are going to be modeled off of like soccer pitches. And it's actually a really cool touch. It makes the gym challenge just feel so much more important. And we're not going to be fighting a gym for like another 20 minutes, but it is, when we get there, it's a really cool thing if you haven't seen it. Also going to go out of the way here and grab the Silk Scarf. Like the Charcoal item, Silk Scarf is a held item that boosts normal type moves by 20%. So that's going to be important for us in a little bit. But first, we have another hop fight. Get used to this. There are 8 of them.
Yeah, there's 8 of them, and you do like what 4 or 5 of them within the first like hour and a half of the game. So there's a lot of people that aren't too thrilled with Hop just because he's around all the time. But the reality is, compared to other Pokemon runs, you actually fight him about the same amount of times, like as like an average run. It's just he's so front loaded, and even if you're not fighting him, you're gonna see him all over the place. He's gonna be talking a lot. He's gonna be responsible for half the cutscenes. But he's not How. That's the important thing.
And you saw Eddaket here. He opened the fight by using an X special attack. You probably saw a lot of X items if you watched the Pokemon Run race last night as well. X items are twice as good in this game. They cost more money, but we get a lot more money anyway. But instead of raising our stats by 1 stage, they actually go up by 2 stages here. So using an X special attack lets him just steamroll this fight. And because Hop will lead with a Wooloo or a Double for almost every fight except for like 3 of them, it makes most sense to just set up really quickly on that Double or Wooloo and just steamroll from there.
And I kind of emphasize how the X items work. So since they're going up by 2 stages per usage, his stats are essentially going from 1 times effective to 2 times to 3 times all the way to 4 times, which is really, really, really powerful. So that 1 X special literally doubled his special attack.
All right, so Hop goes down. That is one of the only fights where you can actually like save a turn by having a higher level one. I used an X special to start off the fight. If I had like a level 10 or a level 9 Growlithe, I would have been able to skip the X special on some stats, but yeah, so now we're gonna have our first instance of a spinner. Here she is. We avoided her. And I ran into a Zigzagoon because why not? Because Zigzagoon is everywhere.
I'll keep track of how many you hit.
$10.
I think that's 2.
$20.
Yeah. If I didn't hit the Zigzagoon, I would have hit the random exclamation point encounter, so it's fine.
Yeah, Zigzagoons are the worst thing in the entire world in this game. They basically will run in one direction and then on a dime flip to another direction without like any sort of turning. And there's a lot on this route. It's pretty scary.
They're the literal definition of breaking your ankles.
Yeah. At least they have a hitbox that makes sense, which may or may not come up later on with a different Pokemon.
It's gonna come up. It's gonna come up. I already know it. Prepare to shell out another $50, friend.
Yeah, no kidding. So as I progress here through this little section of the route, I want to point out the grass, or like the little area that we were just at with Sonia. If we come back there at a later time, there's going to be a Corvisquire there. Corvisquire being the evolution of Grookey. Not Grookey. Wow, Rookity. And very early on, one of the big questions in the run was how the heck do we beat the first gym leader? Because a lot of the routes weren't using Arcanine. We were using Grookey, we were using Sobble. I think Scorbunny was used for a half a second.
Then we realized it was terrible.
And then we realized it was awful. But basically, the first gym leader is Milo. Milo is a grass-type specialist. So obviously, Sobble is going to struggle with it. And we can explain the Sobble fight when we get there, because there's nothing to explain for the Arcanine fight, because we just steamroll. But one of the very early routes was to catch a Rookity early on and use that as our Pokemon that beats Milo. Rookity being a flying type, flying being super effective against grass. Perfect combination. Keys and I were like, why don't we catch this Corvisquire? It's more powerful. We don't have to waste our early rare candies on it. And so we tried it, and like the first 2 or 3 times we did it, we caught it no problem. And then we realized that there is a mechanic in this game that is very unadvertised. That
very
is
much so.
Pokemon that are a higher level than you are insanely hard to catch. So in the wild area, you have access to all of the late game areas, basically. You have access to Pokemon that are level 60 right now. And obviously that's not very balanced. So what they did is they made it so Pokemon that are too high level, you can't catch at all. And what that specifically means is based on the number of badges you have, you're going to be able to catch more Pokemon. So right now I can catch Pokemon up to level 20. When I get the first badge, it's level 25. Second badge is level 30, etc., etc. However, in addition, they also made it so Pokemon that are a higher level than you at all are just stupidly hard to catch. And that's going to come into play later on, specifically with the Drillbur catch that we're going to evolve into Excadrill. But that Corvisquire was like one of the first places that we realized that that was the case. Because that Corvisquire, I think, was level 18. And by the time you get out of the cave here and into the next town, you're like level 16 or 17. So not with Arcanine. Arcanine is like level 12. But yeah, it was definitely a thing in the early routing. The early routing for this game was really cool. We could honestly talk for 4 hours about that, but I know no one cares about that. So we're going to go back into the game. So this is Bede. Bede is a person.
A jerk.
Yeah.
Truly evil, especially in this fight. Actually, this is probably the worst fight. Mostly just because he uses Confusion turn 1, and you're going to use that turn to set up. And if you get confused, then it goes really badly. Usually.
Yeah, so I did save before it. This fight is a lot less horrible than it is for Sobble, but it's still pretty bad. All right, didn't get confused, so I'm fine. Like, that's literally the only hard part about it, is just don't get confused. But
It's fine, you're in Blaze.
you'd be surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit scarier for Sobble because most of the time you also need to be in Torrent, which is the starter ability. Basically, if I'm less than 1/3 HP, I get a 50% damage boost to water type moves. And that just means that I'm dead to crits as well, whereas you can be at full health for this fight on Arcanine if you want, and be safe from crits.
Yeah, I missed a range on that, the Drillbur, so I took some extra damage. I also think I have enough attack to have extreme speeded the Diglett, but I wasn't prepared for it, so I just did the normal strat. Earlier Pokemon games have RNG manipulation, and as you might have guessed, there is no RNG manipulation for speedruns in this game. That's really the case for like Generation 6 onward. And what that means for routing is we have to account for a wide variety of stats. For this run in particular, I not only have to account for having like awful attack to really good attack, awful speed, bad defenses, good defenses, like I have to account for all that stuff. I also have to account for that for every level of Growlithe, because they're all going to have different experience curves or experience routes. So sometimes I go into that fight at level 13, sometimes I'm only level 12. And I personally really like that about these games, that little bit of extra routing challenge, but it does make the games a lot more complicated to run and a lot more complicated to learn, which is why the Candy Floss route that I mentioned earlier is so appealing, because the in-game trade you get for Whimsicott has fixed stats. You always have the same stats every run, as if it was Manipped, but again, there's no Manip.
And that sort of variance too makes it really exciting run to run, because you're always on your toes. You might get a combination of sets or stats or levels that you've just never seen before. So you got to make sure your notes are adequately prepared and you're on your toes for any quick math you got to do.
I consistently had the worst Arcanines on the planet. Never saw a good one in my life.
Well, this is looking awfully reminiscent of, I did a marathon run a couple weeks ago, and so my Arcanine and my Excadrill combined had 7 IVs in speed, and were both minus speed.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm already better than that. I've got at least 20 IV speed minus nature, but it's still 20, so it's like, okay.
Let's see if we can get another minus speed Excadrill then.
No. Excadrill's speed is like one of the most important stats in the entire run. It comes like 2.5 hours, or not 2.5, like 2 hours and 15 minutes into the run. So it's not worth resetting over. But there are some really cool things you can do depending on your speed, but we'll talk about all that stuff later.
And one thing too to point out here that we didn't really talk about earlier is Eddaket got Fly, the ability to fly, back in Lotustoke. Normally in a lot of Pokemon games, it's a HM move that you get way later into the game, and you can teach it to a Pokemon and fly all over the place. We actually just can do it from our menu right away after that little cutscene right before we leave Motostoke. And a lot of time you're going to see him flying to like the same town he's in, just because it's so fast in this game. He can save like there he just saved like 10 seconds while walking back to the main pass just by flying to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, I think because of the way the game is, like, the game is fairly linear. You can do side stuff, like go to the wild area between each badge, and you have more Pokemon to catch, but in like the story progression is fairly linear. I think you actually fly to the same town you're in more often than you fly to different towns in this run. But yeah, so here's the first gym. This is the grass type gym here in Turfield. Milo is the gym leader. And with our Arcanine, there's really not much to talk about with the fights. But what there is to talk about is the gym challenge. So this game sort of... Go ahead.
No, that was just a scoff. Because there's always the one. We'll see in a sec.
This one's great.
Oh, yeah.
This is my favorite one.
I kind of want to like purposely make one of them go haywire. No. So every gym has a challenge. Some are more inventive than others. This one is Herd the Wooloo. If you guys have any sheep-related emotes, make sure you spam them. And it's a fairly straightforward, you know, if you like half of every video game out there has some sort of like herding thing, but basically just make sure you stay behind them and they'll go ahead. There are these yampers that are in the way that are trying to scare them. And that comes into play mainly on the fourth room. Third room is free. And yeah, especially in that fourth room, there is always the chance that even though you are directly behind the Wooloo, there's no Yamper in sight, all of a sudden, the Wooloo just spawn a revolution and try to take over the world.
Yeah,
just go nuts.
Funky pathfinding AI implemented. It's usually fine, but sometimes if you take the slightly safer route on the sides, you'll just see that 180 turnaround, and it's quite the sight.
Now, something to bring up about the gyms too that we haven't brought up yet is Wartab found this out the hard way when he was routing Sobble. So when you enter and exit the gyms, you get healed. Yeah. So you could enter the gym severely injured and you'll just be healed to full. And Wartab found it out the hard way because he wanted to bring Torrent into one of the gyms, and then he gets in the first fight, he has max health.
Yeah, it's a pretty stark contrast from the Fire Red Leaf Green race last night, where they try to keep Torrent or Blaze for over an hour at a time. Oh, unlucky.
We're fine.
Yeah, okay. All
right. We're not fine. They're going everywhere, guys. I tried to take... I always take the safe path, and I was trying to take the risky path, and I didn't time it right.
Classic.
It's fine. I did that on purpose. Don't worry, guys. I just wanted you to see it.
And it's really scary there because there's that spinner that you saw just turning back and forth, and she has quite the large vision radius, so you got to be careful there.
All right. So now we're going to make our way into the gym here, or into the actual gym leader battle. Like I said, the gyms are basically based off of like football stadiums, so we get this like really cool grand entrance and everything. One little thing that is kind of annoying, not really so much for speedrunning, but for I think for casual play, is that you can't like access your Pokemon box. So traditionally, Pokemon box was only available in Pokemon centers. But starting in Let's Go and transitioned into this game, you can actually access your PC from anywhere. Anywhere that is, except for inside the gym stadiums. So while you're in here, you're sort of stuck with the party that you have unless you want to die and leave. But yeah, so this fight here is going to be fairly free, so I guess I could talk about two different things. The first being Dynamax. So Dynamax is the sort of gimmick of the Galar region. Think something like Z moves from Generation 7 or Mega Evolution from Generation 6. When a Pokemon Dynamaxes, he has 3 turns of being at anywhere from 1.5 times to 2 times health. and all of its moves turn into max moves. And what max moves are basically each type of move gets turned into a specific max move. So all of my fire moves will be max flare, and they'll all have the same side effect. So max flare, for example, has the side effect of always putting up sunlight, which boosts the power of fire type moves. Ideally, and the reason I'm bringing this up now is Milo and every gym leader is going to Dynamax its final Pokemon, and that means all of their final Pokemon have like way more health than they're supposed to have. This actually is the reason like I had to set up so much. I had to use 2x specials, which means I'm doing 3 times the amount of damage as normal, plus the fact that it's super effective. So I'm really doing 6 times the damage with a 140 base power move against this Eldegoss, and that's necessary. So but yeah, Etchy, you want to talk about Sobble's fight here?
Yeah, so it's basically the complete opposite of this. It's a complete nightmare. You're going to see just how fast this was right now, just one-shotting this with the burn-up. With Sobble, we literally have to take advantage of every single damage boost we can get at this point in the game. So we'll have like the Mystic Water, which is the charcoal equivalent that I was mentioning earlier for 20% damage boost. We're going to be Dynamaxing on the last turn, or we're going to be Dynamaxing on the first Pokemon and then using a max move that gives us Rain, which is another 50% boost. And then the Dynamax move has another damage boost on top of that. And then on top of all that, we want to be at +6, so using 3x special attacks and also be in Torrent. So we need literally all of that just for the Eldegoss to have a chance of dying. And it's a chance unless you have a really good Sobble. This is by far one of the worst fights in Sobble, and with all that being said and all that kept in mind, Sobble is still faster up to this point in the game than this route. So that just kind of shows how Sobble still can keep up in early game and kind of how Shield is going to start taking over in certain parts later.
Yeah, like the Shield route slowly starts taking over and then, you know, falls a bit behind and stuff like that. It really starts to take over around a split, like after the 3rd gym, there's like a specific route where Arcanine is just really good, and the Drizzile or Sobble's evolution is just really not good.
It's the worst part. It's the worst route in for Sobble, for sure.
But yeah, so you'll notice I just passed those 2 trainers. That is a double fight because I only have 1 Pokemon in my party. I can't trigger double fights, so there are 3 double fights we're going to be skipping in the run. There are some double fights that are mandatory, so for those fights I will have to have 2 Pokemon in my party, but those aren't until much later. So this here is just some more Team Yell stuff. We're going to get the bike afterwards, so now's probably a good time for maybe like 3 or 4 donations.
Absolutely. We have $5 from Happy Feets himself, saying, I was told by my community that the starter Pokemon was named after me through an incentive, sending in a donation to give a big thank you to everyone involved with making Games Done Quick possible. You're all awesome. Mods, staff, volunteers, everyone. Also, $201 donation from Panpsych, saying, my family and I have been watching all week. Thanks for putting on a great event. Here's my haiku. In my Pokedex, Bulbasaur is number 1. This is no mistake. Here's $200 plus 1 for my favorite Bulbasaur. And a $200 donation from Zaf, saying Shield is the best Pokemon game that has come out ever. If you disagree, donate to tell me which one you think is better.
It's Sword. It's Sword.
Sneaky, sneaky. Also, it's not Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
This is where I get on my soapbox and say that Heart Gold, Soul Silver are the worst remakes. And again, donate if you disagree with me.
Why are you in here?
Can we have someone from staff just remove Etchy, please?
Can we server mute him, please?
No, I will say that. Wait, they actually removed him from the call.
It actually happened. Dude, I just saw like the stream disappear, and I was like, "Wait, did I mess up? Did my internet die?"
Good old behind the scenes stuff.
Dude, Heart Gold, Soul Silver fanboys are the worst. They're basically Team Yell in real life. So.
Excuse me?
Wow.
Oh, don't even drag him back this time. It's gonna be gone forever.
All right. I will say Sword and Shield probably isn't as bad as a lot of people made it out to be like within the first couple weeks of the game being out. There were some high expectations that were sort of thwarted before the game even came out, which I think left a bad taste in people's mouths. But I personally think this game was fairly good. So, and I really like the speedrun, as you guys can tell. So
it's a really cool speedrun just because of the new dynamics, kind of making things, making all these kind of different routes viable. Like the fact that Sword can have multiple routes that are really good and also still competitive with Shield makes it really, really cool.
I think what I like the most about this game is, in terms of speedrun challenges, there's so much more you could do with this compared to some other ones, because there's so many Pokemon that are equally as viable or not as viable. So it's like you're going to put the same amount of work in for the same amount of reward for a lot of things. And then, I mean, they're called surprise trades in this and not wonder trades like they used to be. But I feel like any sort of race where you do a surprise trade race, it's a lot more open-ended than before. Whereas with Gen 6 and Gen 7, for example, it's really pigeonholed as to what's viable and what isn't when you do a challenge like that.
And one thing too that we haven't really talked about that you saw eddaket do at the start of this fight, is a trick for menuing in this game called double inputting. It's one of the cooler things you can do in this run that kind of makes battle to battle a little bit more interesting. Basically, this game lets you do menu inputs with either the left analog stick, the right analog stick, or the D-pad. And it turns out it's really fast if you do multiple at the same time. So if I want to do 2 inputs down really fast, I can do down on the left D-pad and down on the right analog stick simultaneously or staggered really quick, just depending on your timing. And it'll do the inputs super fast, like way faster than you can do just by double tapping one of them. So you're going to see that a lot every time eddaket menus, especially because like going to X items from the first item in the bag is like 2 inputs to the right, so he's always going to double input to go to the right. And it makes battles a lot more interesting as a result for like keeping you on your toes so you can't really fall asleep during them.
Yeah, and one of the things that's kind of scary about them though is a lot of people have probably experienced this in the past. When you're like flicking a joystick on a controller, there's the chance that it like flicks back. So if I flick down, there's a chance that it registers an up immediately afterward just because the momentum of the stick is still going up. And there's not a lot of like dead zone on these controllers. So,
yeah. Fun fact is that's only a Switch problem. Xbox and PS4 don't have that problem. Dead zones are a software side thing. So the reason why it doesn't happen is the Switches just haven't implemented that for some reason. So if you want to talk to Nintendo about that, please do on our behalf for all the speedrunners so we stop accidentally going to the wrong move in battle.
It's okay, my uncle is Mr. Nintendo himself.
Yes. I was gonna make that joke. I was gonna say my uncle Mr. Pokemon is
Mr. Pokemon.
Yes. But yeah, so the main reason I was mentioning that is I will make menu mistakes. I'm just gonna flat out say that now. But the important thing with those menu mistakes is I'm going to try really hard not to make them when I'm selecting my move. When I'm selecting like, you know, going from fight down to bag or going over to X items, even scrolling down like in my bag, there's almost always a confirmation text box. When you select a move, there is no confirmation. So if I, you know, go down, down, up and select the wrong move, it could mean I just die. So, yes, I'll just die. So,
weren't you the one that had the weird Pokeball like X item thing happen?
I don't know what. Yeah, there's sometimes the game shows you that you're on a specific menu, so you're like, yeah, sure, use my X attack. Oh, I just threw a Pokeball at this trainer's Pokemon. Cool. Because it actually flicked back, but the screen didn't like register that I had.
It's super rare, but it happens. And when we get to the second trainer in this gym, I want to point out something, but I'll wait till we get there.
Oh yeah. You can kind of see it on the first one.
Oh really? It's really prominent on the second one, but yeah.
Before we start talking about that, I'm gonna say we're going into the water gym here against Nessa. Nessa has probably 2 of the hardest fights for different reasons. Spoiler, you fight her twice. But basically, her first fight here is hard because it's math. There is an entire math course dedicated to this fight. And so as I'm going into the fight, I'm going to be really particular about what my HP is, what my defense is, and all that kind of stuff. So I'll probably be muttering a lot of gibberish. But the second Nessa fight is probably the hardest fight in terms of just straight up RNG. You need a lot of things to go your way in order for it to go right. So hopefully we can get through both without too much effort, but I just wanted to mention it now because it is kind of scary.
Yeah, I talk a lot about how, especially to other people, about how Solvo is a pretty tricky route. There's a lot of like interesting fights and a lot of quick math you have to do. This first Nessa fight is probably the hardest fight to learn in all of Sword and Shield, at least for like the main routes. It's really a lot of quick math, and if you want to do it as fast as possible, it's a little dangerous as well. So we're coming up here on the second trainer. I need everyone to look at the waterfall behind her, especially during this part. You can see that Game Freak does not know how reflections work, but it's still okay.
The reflection's behind her, don't worry, it's fine.
Yeah, the waterfall behind her can see her front, and it can also see the front of the switch if you look carefully to the little yellow switch. It's wonderful.
I just used an X attack there, whoops. Alright, whatever, it's fine. This fight's not very... I just almost used it again. I should be banned from playing this. Okay, it hardened again. That's actually interesting. So it's going to seem counterintuitive being in a water gym, but we actually want to take some damage. It's not super critical that we take it here. It's just in general we want to start taking some damage. So yeah, I'm going to start explaining this fight now because if I don't, I'm not going to have time to do it before I have to start thinking. So we have a move called Reversal. Reversal is a move, it's a fighting type move that does more damage the lower health you are. There's different like brackets of health. So if you're at, I think it's 10% of your health or lower, it's 150 base power move. If you're at 20% of your health or lower, it's 100 base power move. If you're at 5% or lower, it's 200 base power. Our goal is to have a 150 base power move at +4 attack and be at +2 speed. So I'm gonna need to use an X speed, 2 X attacks, and get myself down to below wait, hold on. 6 HP. 6 HP or below. So based on my exact like defense and everything, I need to figure out how much damage everything is going to be doing to me. And sort of like start stalling during the fight, maybe use an X defense to boost my defense if I start taking too much damage. So there's a lot going on here. You guys are feel free to talk over me if you want to explain stuff, but I probably won't be talking. The one thing I will say is because I got a level 7 Growlithe, I didn't hit level 19 yet, and I hit it after the Goldeen, which is the first Pokemon. So because of that, I'm going to be setting up my HP on the second Pokemon, because when I level up, I'm going to gain HP points. So if I set up my HP on the first Pokemon and then level up and gain more health, it'll completely mess up my strat. So I'm going to focus now. Feel free to talk.
Well, I'm lousy at math, so Etchy, I defer to you.
Oh gosh.
I guess I can explain real quick. I'm going to be taking from Arrokuda. Arrokuda has Bite and Aqua Jet. With my defense, I'm going to be taking anywhere from 10 to 12 damage per turn, excluding like max rolls and critical hits. And if I get into a point where I'm at like, let's say 9 HP, I can use an X defend and it will only do 6. So, yeah.
It's pretty interesting too because now we have actually intelligent AI from the gym leaders here. Milo actually just kind of uses moves at random, but Nessa has finally learned how to be a gym leader unlike Milo has. So she's always going to be going for the strongest move and some other AI perks which we can go over later. But that basically means he can't pop that X defend any earlier because as soon as he pops that X defend on the Arrokuda is going to realize like, oh, this move doesn't do that much damage, so I'm going to do a Whirlpool instead or some other move, and that can cause some issues. As a result, that's why he's going to pop it on as late as possible to not get any curveballs thrown at him.
Another thing I did is I used Burn Up on turn 1, and that was because that removes my fire typing, which means that Goldeen isn't dealing as much damage as it was before. And that's important because Water Pulse can confuse you, so if we can avoid confusion, that's best, and I got critical hit. Cool.
Yeah, this is the struggle with these types of fights where you have to get into Tauren or just really low HP. You're giving the opportunity to the opponent to have more chances to crit you, so... And he has to play it really close. Even just like a revive would make this fight so much worse because he'd have to spend a lot of time resetting up, and it's not viable. He just has to go for saving and hoping for the best here.
Yeah, something else that's pretty rare is the Goldeen actually naturally outspeeds me because my speed is kind of low. And that means that she has a chance of confusing me before I even get my burn up off, which is an extra level of scariness.
Yeah, it makes this fight much scarier if that does happen. And Water Pulse is 20% chance to confuse as well, so it's not even that unlikely for it to happen.
Yeah, one thing that the AI is fairly smart, but one thing that she'll do is she will use agility, which boosts her speed, even though she's faster than me. So there is a chance I don't actually take any damage on turn 1. Pretty unlikely, but it can happen. Water Pulse again. My HP is actually set up perfectly to where once I'm done with my setup, assuming she agilities here, actually, now that I think about it, I should be able to just not have to stall at all. She did Horn Attack. So I'm at 20 HP. I'll gain 3 on the level up, so I'll be at 23. I'll take 12. That's 24, so I will die. But if she low rolls, then I can successfully go with it, so. We'll see how that happens. If she does 10 here, I have to heal. Oh, that's annoying. No, I don't want to use an Oranberry. Crap.
Yeah, fortunately, he still does have that Oranberry if he does need it. You actually just get that for free. You're just given that in the Cherry Berry that you saw there.
I would have lived on 1. Awesome.
Come on, Arikuda. Be nice.
At 9, I can use the X Defend here. Now I should live on 3 health.
Perfect.
And then, even though she has Aqua Jet, I have Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed is faster than Aqua Jet, so.
Yeah, because he's in kill range with Aqua Jet, even if it's not the strongest move she has, she's going to usually go for Aqua Jet. Sometimes she just doesn't, but 9 times out of 10 she's going to go for it.
Yep, and then one last thing to point out is, even though I'm all set up, Reversal sometimes is a range to kill. Range meaning there are a bunch of different damage rolls that a move can do. There's 16 total, and some of them would kill, but some of them wouldn't. Luckily, I'm at attack value that this is not a range. I'm guaranteed to KO the Dreadnought here, so no problems here.
Oh, if it hasn't been made abundantly clear yet, Pokemon is a game of math.
Yeah. I hope everyone remembers how this fight went. It's going to be on the exam later. All right, so second gym leader down. We have one more gym leader on the first section of Galar. But first we have to go through the Galar mine. This mine doesn't have a whole lot going on in it. There is probably the hardest fight, or one of the hardest fights for the Sobble route in it. That's a fairly easy fight for us. Yeah. Preceded by a kind of difficult fight for us that's incredibly easy for Sobble. So sort of some interesting things there. But it does take us a little bit to get there. We have to do some plot and a little bit of shopping. So if we want to get maybe 3 or 4 donations, this would be a perfect time.
Absolutely. I have $25 from Crowburger again, and it says, absolutely was that big purple boy Gengar, and 94 plus 25 gets Z-King at 119. Let's go, everyone. Less than 200K to Isle of Armor and even more SGDQ, and actually now we are only about 175,000 away from hitting $2 million raised. So let's go, chat. We've got this. I have $151 from JC, $151 for my absolute favorite Pokemon, Mew. Shoutouts to my girlfriend Hope. Mew is actually also my favorite Pokemon. And we have $200 from the Paradox Turtle that says 2 million. Let's go.
Absolutely. We can definitely hit 2 million, guys. Not that I want it to sweat it out until the very end, but we can actually access the Isle of Armor at any point right now, so up until the very last fight. So you guys have plenty of time, but we should try to hit it earlier.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Also, I've been told there's a really cool fight that is routed for you guys to see, and I really want to see it too. So definitely hit that earlier rather than later.
Yeah, it's got one of the fights that I'm the most proud of when it comes to like how it got routed and everything. It's a very cool fight, so you guys don't want to miss that. So we stopped by there at the herb shop. Pokemon herbs introduced in Gen 2, I think it is, and they are basically healing items that are a lot cheaper. But the negative side effect is it reduces the friendship of your Pokemon when you use them because they're pretty bitter. Luckily, friendship doesn't matter for us in this game, so we can just use those in lieu of things like hyper potions because they're just so much less expensive.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. A lot of the good friendship benefits require you to waste a bunch of time by going into Pokemon Camp. That you can get like extra EXP on every fight. You can get like a chance to live at 1 HP when you're about to die, stuff like that. But by using the routes, we obviously have no chance to get in the first place, and they actually save us time too, because if your Pokemon is too happy, then you get like extra techs in battles sometimes. So by not having extra friendship there, by using these herbs, it prevents that.
All right, so because I am slow, I'm gonna get outsped by the Ponyta here. This section's a little bit awkward because like to play it optimally, you actually want to take a bunch of damage on this fight and get down to like 5 HP for the next fight. However, that's kind of scary, so I'm basically gonna take whatever damage Ponyta deals to me and then go into the next fight and hope for the best. The next fight is the only other fight in the run where we have to use reversal. We're going to be going up against a Carkol. Carkol is one of the newer Pokemon introduced in Generation 8, and it is a rock-fire type Pokemon that has the ability Steam Engine, which means it doesn't take damage from fire type moves. So the only move, and being a rock type Pokemon, normal isn't very good, so the only move we really have to damage it is reversal.
You can't just water pulse it because it's 4 times effective.
You can do this.
This fight's very easy for Sobble, which makes up for the really bad fight that's coming after this for Sobble.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and just use a normal potion here. There's a chance I would have been fine at that HP, but I don't want to risk it. Yeah, so if you're lucky, what can happen is the Carkol here can use either Ancient Power or Smackdown, both of them being rock-type moves, super effective against our Arcanine, in order to knock us down into a range where Reversal at +2 attack will KO. Normally, he doesn't cooperate. This time he did, and so this should KO. Easy. If you come in at very low health, you don't even need the X attack. You can just use Reversal, but we weren't quite so lucky. And then, yeah, so this is coming up here. One of the hardest fights for Sobble. This is a double fight, much like the previous time we fought Team Yell, or I guess I should say the first time we fought Team Yell, they threw in a double fight where we have Hop as a partner. This is a similar situation. Hop is not good at battling. He never does what he should do.
What?
And
No.
It's actually really interesting because Hop has intelligent AI when he fights you one-on-one, but in this fight he just does random moves, which really sucks, especially for the Sobble side. I wrote up like a 4-page document with notes and a gigantic flowchart on how you should approach this fight with Sobble because it's just that bad. And the fight can go so many different ways that are all really bad, depending on how Hop cooperates or how the Stevel here cooperates. The Stevel spams special attack decreasing move, which makes it really hard for Sobble. But Eddaket here is just going to spam extreme speed.
yeah, if I remembered to heal and equip the Silk Scarf, it would have been smart.
Oh.
Okay, so I can heal. That's easy enough. I can't equip the Silk Scarf in the middle of the battle. Hopefully Wooloo survives. It didn't. Poor Wooloo. F in chat for Wooloo. Snarl here is one of the main reasons why this fight is awful for Sobble. It's a move that is, I think it's 95% accurate or 90% accurate, but it will always lower your special attack. So Sobble being mainly a special attacker has to deal with that. We're all purely physical, so we don't have to worry about it. The Linoone here does have Sand Attack, but it doesn't seem to like to use it specifically against Arcanine. I realize now that I've said it, it's about to this turn, but but normally it's fine. So, and not equipping the Silk Scarf yet to boost the power of my extreme speed probably isn't going to be an issue because Corvisquire did damage the Linoone here. Linoone and Thievul are the two Pokemon that you need the extra power for. And both of them were damaged by Hop before I was able to attack them, so I was able to not have to worry about it.
I was fully expecting you to get paralyzed there from the lick. I was very surprised it didn't
100%.
happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the game's broken. I don't know why I didn't get paralyzed. Oh, apparently Pancham also doesn't die, but then gets bodied by the Corvisquire. All right, very cool, very cool. So
let this be a lesson on important item management.
Yeah.
And just showing again how important these 20% boosts really are for the run.
Speaking of 20% boosts, we're going to pick up another 20% boost item because 2 isn't enough.
You mad lad.
So this is the Soft Sand. That's going to boost ground type moves. No reason we need to get that. Don't worry about it. And then now we've made it our way out of Galar Mine 2. Creative name, second Galar Mine, so it's Galar Mine number 2. And we're going to be able to take on the third gym, which is Kabu, the Fire Gym Leader. This gym has one of my favorite challenges in the game just because of how creative it is. It's not like particularly fun. Like the fourth gym has a way more fun challenge, but I think this one's a little bit more interesting and creative.
You have different definitions of fun.
But yeah, those. All right, what am I trying to say? That gym challenge, the third gym challenge, is the main reason for our specific candy route. You'll notice I'm level 23 right now, I believe, and I'm gonna go ahead and equip that Silk Scarf. There we go. I'm level 23, and we talked about earlier how Pokemon that are a higher level than you are harder to catch. So the gym challenge for the third gym is that you're given wild Pokemon that you can either defeat or catch. If you defeat them, you get 1 point. If you catch them, you get 2 points. And the objective is to get to 5 total points. So any math wizards out there would know that if you catch 2 Pokemon, defeat 1, that's 5 points. Perfect. That's why we got the Quick Balls earlier. Vulpix, there's 3 wild Pokemon. There's Vulpix, Sizzlipede, and Litwick. Vulpix is level 24. Litwick and Sizzlipede are level 25. We're not even level 24 yet, so we're actually going to use 2 rare candies after this fight to hit level 25, and that's going to allow us to catch the Vulpix and the Sizzlipedes without issue with Quick Balls. And if I wasn't doing that, if I, let's say, candied only once, which is, like, honestly what you probably should do for the fastest route is just candy once, get to 24, catch the Vulpixes, and defeat the Sizzlipede. It takes about the same amount of time. The difference is we don't have a candy that we can save for later. However, the Sizzlipede isn't always guaranteed to go down in 1 hit, and our move usage is very tight for this section. We only have 5 extreme speeds to deal with, and we need to use 5 of them with that route. And the Sizzlipede is a range, and the Arcanine is a range on Kabu. So, you know, there's a chance that you just don't have enough extreme speeds and have to do some really slow stuff to make it up. So for marathon safety, I'm just going to go ahead and candy twice here. It does actually give me some really good level ups later on. Specifically, I'm going to have 25 for Arcanine, 28 for Sudowoodo, which is very important, which we'll see later. And some other stuff, but
Oh, Sudo.
you guys will forget about that by the time we get there.
Sudo.
That Sudowoodo is
The worst.
Yeah.
It's like the wall for every every alt main Pokemon.
Oh, does Candy Floss struggle with it? I feel like it doesn't. It's probably like the only one that has an advantage.
I feel like it struggles with the coughing.
Maybe.
Wouldn't it?
The coughing.
Either way, we'll talk about that fight.
It's great. It's a great fight.
All right. Let's go ahead and bike over to the gym. I guess they didn't even talk about it. We just beat down on Marnie. Marnie's not... I don't want to upset anybody. I'm going to stop my sentence there.
Marnie isn't too challenging. She just is more annoying later.
There you go. Fight me, chat. She's lame. I'll take on the battle.
I would say she's about as lame as Heart Gold Soul Silver.
Okay, you know what?
Wow. We're doing this again.
I haven't heard any dissenting donations, so I think everyone in chat agrees with me.
Did that game hurt you as a child or something?
I did.
All right,
I'm just gonna stop myself. I'm just gonna...
All right. I was gonna say, because I've already explained how this gym challenge is gonna work. We have time for donations, but only if they're people telling Etchy that Heart Gold Soul Silver is amazing.
What if I don't have a donation like that, but I do have a $1,000 donation? Is that cool?
I guess that's okay.
We have $1,000 from Uranium Anchor saying, Uranium Anchor here, keeping an eye on the mixer for the final hours of this marathon. While it was nice to not be at SGDQ during my birthday for once, this was not at all what I had in mind. But I think we've shown that we can make the most of things and still put together an amazing event. The tracker gave me far fewer surprises this time, which means I clearly didn't add enough new features to it. Guess it's time to see what I can get ready for AGDQ, thinking of all the speed friends that I couldn't see in person this time around. Stay comfy and game on.
So if you were involved in tech at all, is there any way you could permanently mute Etchy? I'll donate $100.
Yeah. My silence is not cheap.
You're the worst date, I swear.
And one thing too with these quick balls is he can't possibly get trolled by his quote-unquote partner in these fights, which is really, really nice, because these partners try to either like KO the Pokemon for you, which doesn't help you at all, or just attack you or slow you down in any way they can. So
yeah, like I think that fight there, the Salandit will like use Fake Out on turn 1. There's another fight where like you just get bombarded with Smoke Screen. Like it's just not. They're trying to be rude to you. But if we just catch it, first ball, doesn't matter. All right, so going into the Kabu fight here, not really a whole lot to talk about. This one is actually kind of a fun fight though, because we're actually going to get to see a Gigantamax Pokemon for the first time. There is an actual difference between Dynamax and Gigantamax Pokemon. It's not important at all for the speedrun. Basically, certain Pokemon can be Gigantamax, and those certain Pokemon have special Gigantamax moves instead of Dynamax moves. So, for example, on this fight, Centiskorch has a specific Centiskorch G-Max form. And because of that, he's going to have a special Centiskorch only move called G-Max Centiferno. That's what it is. And I actually hope we see that for a specific reason, but we'll see. We're actually going to get to, this is the one case where Centiskorch is actually going to get a move off. Normally we don't allow the Gigantamax Pokemon to get a move off, but this time we are, because his moves just don't do a lot of damage to us.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why it doesn't really matter that the Gigantamax versus Dynamax is kind of what Edgar was saying, was that we typically don't let them attack anyway, and that's the only time that makes a difference. But it did affect the routing for some fights for sure, because like Melanie, for example, which is a 6 gym leader, her final Pokemon can Gigantamax, and the signature move of that gives like free Aurora Veil, which just halves the damage of everything. So you really want to make sure you one-shot that, but you're not going to see that in the run because we make sure we don't deal with that.
All
If you're enjoying the banging gym music, everyone, by the way.
Yeah, so we have to set up to +6 here because we need to use extreme speed. Extreme speed is really our best move, obviously. Specifically for the Centiskorch, Centiskorch has an ability called Flash Fire, which prevents it from taking any damage from fire-type moves. So we'd either have to use Reversal, which is not only low power because we're at high health, but is also a fighting-type move, which is not very effective against bugs, which is what Centiskorch is. Or Extreme Speed, which Extreme Speed obviously is what we're using here. This also means we don't have to worry about our speed for this fight. I think both Ninetales and Arcanine technically outspeed us, but it doesn't matter. You don't get to see that because Extreme Speed is priority. So, like I said, he is going to get a move off. If he uses Max Flutterby, which is the bug type move, it's going to do a maximum of like 35 damage. So we are in the clear. But yeah, let's see if he decides to use Max Flutterby or the G-Max Centinferno.
Yeah, that's one of the other things too. Is even though the gym leaders now have intelligent AI, most of the time the Gigantamax moves are random. Got it.
What?
Right.
Why?
So you know how Centiskorch has Flash Fire? So do we. We take no damage. Haha.
Oh, lame.
It's amazing because he has this great thing. He's like, yeah, and then does nothing.
That's how he sounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
I mean, your dad is Mr. Pokemon after all, so...
True.
That was my uncle.
Oh, what? Which?
No, it's Keys' uncle.
Like, he's his uncle is Mr. Nintendo.
Oh,
Different
yeah.
people.
Sorry.
Completely different people.
I'm just related to the ball guy, so.
My uncle is Ball Guy. All right, so that's 3 badges down. Now that we have 3 badges, we gain access to the other end of, like, we've had access to the entire wild area, but the game sort of didn't expect you to go further. So now we have access to, like, the rest of the wild area. And specifically the other town at the end of the wild area, which is Hammerlock. Hammerlock is going to be sort of like the main hub for the rest of the region. It's in the middle of everything. There's 2 towns to the left, 2 towns to the right, or west and east. But so we're gonna have to venture our way across the wild area yet again. But before I do that, I'm gonna go ahead and remove or re-equip the charcoal. Because we don't need the silk scarf anymore. We will need it actually later on, but not right now. And then deposit a bunch of Pokemon.
Yeah, but we're gonna make a quick main switch here. Really important fight coming up, and Vulpix is actually the best Pokemon for it in our team. So
Yeah, that's Confuse Ray and Spite, which will be both very effective for stalling out, so I can get the win here.
Yeah, we want to deposit everything else because we have a double battle coming up that if we had anything else in our party, you know, we wouldn't be able to deal with. Like we'd have to fight the double battle, but because we only have 1 Pokemon, we don't have to worry about it.
And one thing to note too is he actually could go to the area where he can catch his second Pokemon, the Drillbur that we talked about later, but he can't actually catch it yet. It's too high level still, like we were talking about with the gym badge stuff, so he has to wait quite a while till he can get there.
I could catch an Excadrill right now.
don't do that. That's what we tried before. It was horrible.
That was, yeah, so when the game first came out, Keys and I were insanely tunnel visioned on this stupid Excadrill route. And you can actually catch an Excadrill right now, level 31 to 34. We're level 26 or 27, so that's like insanely better. No, it's not, for a lot of reasons.
It was horrible.
Yeah, it's just horrible, but yeah, we're just gonna make our way through the wild area here. Hopefully I don't run into any wild encounters on the way. All right.
Just take it nice and slow and you'll
Air's
be
gonna
fine.
be really nice too because he has a bike now. So
Yeah.
yo, okay.
Dude, that hitbox is huge, I don't blame you.
I thought he was gonna turn the other way.
It happens.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, Vulpix has this.
It's in
Sunlight's
intense
harsh,
sunlight. Yeah, I was gonna say it's in intense sunlight right now. So okay, we use counter. Counter doesn't even do anything
It's
to
good,
me,
and you
so I don't
reduce
know
the
why he
PP
decided
of
to
it
use
too,
it.
so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh no.
All right, so the main switch didn't work. Maybe we should go back to Arcanine.
No,
think,
this is.
yeah,
I think we should use a level 33 drill or Excadrill backup now, just to be safe.
There's no.
All right, well, at least we're in Hammerlock now. Haha.
Wow,
Okay,
wow,
that's-
wow,
you
how
all-
convenient. Oh my goodness. Why
That
it
is
snowing?
actually the hardest part of the speedrun there. Not picking Motostoke. If you do that, bad things happen. You have to
I
go
think
through
all of us
another
have
death
done
warp
that
and it's
once.
a nightmare.
Yeah. Like, I realized we were memeing up to that point, but that statement right there, that being like the hardest part of the run, is not a meme. That's legitimate.
Yeah, it's really easy to
Because
just mash through there and then end up in Motostoke and have to redo everything.
But yeah, anybody in chat who got fooled, which is obviously all of you, you guys all have to donate $5 now. It's the rules. We signed a contract.
It's illegal not to.
This is a super plot
Donate
heavy section
$5
too.
now, or you'll never see my dog on stream again.
Or my dog on stream.
All right, so we have a bit of plot here. I'm gonna let some donations get read, but before I do, I want to just quickly explain what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna go to the shop here. We bought a bunch of X attacks and X special attacks, but you'll notice we didn't buy any X speeds, even though our Arcanine is slower than, I don't know, keys at a GDQ run. But
Excuse me?
I'm so sorry. I couldn't think of anything. I was on the spot. Anyways,
So that
we
was
didn't.
your default? Forget your commentary. What the hell, man?
All right. I feel bad now. Anyways, we didn't buy any X speeds. They weren't available yet. They're not available until we're here in Hammerlock. So I'm gonna buy some X speeds. I'm also gonna go to the move relearner again. We don't need reversal anymore, so we're gonna teach Flare Blitz instead. Flare Blitz is a extremely powerful fire type physical move. However, it does give us recoil. So 1/3 of the damage we deal is going to be dealt back to us in recoil. So it's a move we're going to want to use sparingly, but when we do use it, it's going to be very powerful. But yeah, so now should be a good time for some donations.
Absolutely, we have a ton. I have $200 from Gauss Mark II, 94 for Gengar. The other 106 is for a few platoons of Bulbasaur. Let's see that 2 million. I also have a $200 donation from Shawsheen, Healing with Potions, Eddaket and NSF, Flowers on a Lamp. With that being said, we are only $162,000 away from hitting 2 million. You all are absolutely amazing. Let's make that happen. We have $50 from Dragonfire. It's been so much fun watching SGDQ with my nephews over Discord. Let's hit 2 million. We have $75 from Silvermoon 9000. Here's a Pokemon haiku. Tranquil summertime. A woolly wooloo revolts at the perfect gym. We have $555.55 from Mom's Lamp. Thank you for the interest, but I am not for sale. We have a $50 donation from Magic Bunny, a haiku for my favorite electric Pokemon. Soft and fluffy rule, donation for a good cause. 4-foot-tall Mareep.
I love that for Mareep. It's so good.
It's so large.
It's so good. It's so big.
Oh man. So yeah, we're sort of learning like the history of Galar. If you guys remember back to the very beginning of the game, when we ran into the dog Pokemon that Leon said didn't exist.
It exists.
It does exist, and we're starting to learn about this thing called the Darkest Day. So this was a time a while ago, many thousands of years ago or something like that, where there was this big power crisis, this legendary Pokemon Eternatus trying to end the world or something, and somehow, some way, a figure with a sword and a figure with a shield were able to stop the evil Pokemon from ruining everything. So starting to piece things together. We don't quite have all of the pieces yet, but maybe we'll find out more as things go on. So going into this next route here, this is Route 6, and this is the part where Arcanine really shines and sort of a rainy day for Sobble.
Yeah.
In a
Well,
way.
opposite of the rainy day, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we force a lot of rain. This route, there's two interesting things to talk about with this route. First is the fact that every fight has harsh sunlight, which is great for Arcanine because every fire type move will do 50% more damage, but that means every water type move does 50% less damage. So we end up having to do a lot more setup with Sobble. We typically use Rain Dance on a lot of these fights just to kind of counteract that and also give ourselves the damage boost. And then there's also this next trainer after these two trainers, and Eddaket's going to try something after that, but we'll talk about that when we get a little bit closer there. But this part sucks for Sobble. But at least we get like Water Pledge at this point of the run, which is like an 80 damage move compared to the Water Pulse, which is 60. But this is before we even get to Inteleon, and every fight on this route is completely awful and a run killer, pretty much.
Yeah, and instead we just go Flamethrower, dead. We do have to use Burn Up sometimes, so like it's not a completely free route, but
It might as well be.
yeah. But yeah, so after this fight, or after this fight is another fight, and then after that fight is a fight against every Pokemon speedrun has some sort of fight with a Clefairy that has Metronome, which means any move can get used against you. It's just like a requirement to be a Pokemon run. So that is this fight, this game's fight. That fight can be very scary. Sometimes you get moves that like only legendaries can learn, Etchy. However, there's something that was found like pretty early on in the game's history, but was never able to be recreated until like a couple weeks ago. It's first found by Etienne, and it wasn't recorded, so it was like, did he imagine it kind of thing. And then Mizzlesticks, another runner in the community, got it on video, got it again like later that day. Jim Freak got it a couple times. I've never done it. I've only attempted it once, to be quite honest. And that is just bike through this trainer's vision. So everybody knows when you walk in front of a trainer, you have to battle them. For some reason, if you like boost your bike in just the right way, you can actually get through this trainer's vision and not have to fight her. So I'm gonna give that a try. If I get it, I'll donate $50, I guess.
Same. It's really hard. Even the people who have done it more than once don't know how they did it. I imagine if it was made consistent, well, the problem with even making it consistent is a lot of routes depend on the EXP. So you can see even if Eddakit skips the fight, he's going to go back and fight her because he needs the EXP.
Yeah, that seems ridiculous, but it's true. All right, so
let's see him.
There's no strategy here. It's just boost. Get seen by her. All right, cool.
That looked like you were like halfway past her vision.
I did get further, I think, than I normally do.
But to kind of elaborate too on what Eddakit was saying earlier, or alluding to earlier, I had a pretty decent run here that was on PB pace one time. And this was after the first set of patches that brought in a few extra Pokemon. But it turns out a lot of people in the community were curious, like, oh, dude, like the difference between 1.0 and 1.1 matter for anything, for like the 90% run? And for the longest time, people were like, no, it doesn't really make any difference. Nothing changes in the run outside of maybe some, there's like a Slowpoke cutscene that's optional, but we just skip it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But it turns out that whenever they add new Pokemon, so in this case, they added like Reshiram, which is like the Gen 5 Legendary, or Kyurem. It also adds those moves, their signature moves, to the Metronome move pool. And I got the Gen 5 Legendary signature move, Fusion Bolt, which just one-shots me as a Sobble. And it just killed my run immediately. So 1.0 is a pretty good version for this game.
I ran right into that.
Oof.
All right, that's 3.
Fortunately, not too bad. There's a lot of Doug Trios on this route that are very scary to hit because they can arena trap you, but this one you can just run away from.
Yeah. And coming up, I disagree, game. Okay. That's 4.
If you hit 2 more encounter, or if you hit 1 more encounter, I'll match you on your encounter.
Don't worry, I still have to get through Slumbering Wheel later.
No, Covenant.
All right. So this fight here still is, in some regards, extremely hard fight. There's a Doug Trio. I didn't hit it, but I hit the other encounter.
Yeah, this is how you end up hitting the random encounters, is like you're trying to dodge other Pokemon, and then you just get trapped into a random encounter.
All right. So anyways, what was I saying?
Something
This fight
hard
coming
fight.
up here. Yeah, so
Hard
this is
as Duncan.
Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo is annoying. The coughing here isn't really an issue. It actually is an issue in the Sabo route. But the more important thing is the Sudowoodo. So Sudowoodo has a move called Rock Slide. Rock Slide does almost our entire health if it hits us, and he's guaranteed to get at least one move off. In order to take less damage, I'm actually going to use Burn Up on turn 1. The problem with using Burn Up on turn 1 is I lose my fire typing. And because I lose my fire typing, Flamethrower on the next turn doesn't deal as much damage. I'm going to do this anyways. This is a favorable damage range for me to do. And the reason I'm doing this is you're going to see how much less damage I take from Rock Slide here. Instead of taking all damage, I take less than half. So hopefully this KOs. If it doesn't, I should still live. All right. I should still live, and then we're good. Cool.
Yeah, the Sudowoodo also has Sucker Punch, but it doesn't really go for it that often, even if you're in kill range. So not too scary, even in that situation.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and duck into this town real quick and then actually backtrack. That registers the fly point. I'm going to grab an item that is kind of out of the way. I mentioned earlier, normally we use 1 rare candy on Arcanine. I used 2, and because of that, I need an extra rare candy for Excadrill later on. So I'm going to go on my way here. I register the fly point because I can just now fly to that town when I'm done with this. And then I'm also going to be re-equipping the heal. I'm going to re-equip the Silk Scarf as well because my special attack is very bad. Or not my special attack, my speed is very bad. So.
And we're coming up on the first interesting hop fight here. If you weren't paying attention to the very rapidly mashed text, Hop lost to Bead while we were doing our fancy death warp. He lost very fast in like 20 seconds. So he got beat pretty badly. And as a result, he starts mixing up his team to try to be a more competitive team. So he drops Double or Wooloo completely for the next few fights, just to have a more competitive team. And as a result, it makes this fight and the next one a little bit trickier. He's leading with a Cramorant here. Cramorant has a really interesting ability where if it dives, it's going to have like an extra like fish or Pokemon that it brings out of its mouth. And depending on what it brings out of its mouth, it all different effects. If the Cramorant is at less than 50% HP and it dives, it's actually going to pull up a Pikachu. And that Pikachu is going to paralyze you no matter what, whenever you hit the Cramorant again with an attack. Whereas with this fish, the one that I just showed right there, if that hits, it's going to just drop his defense. So he's going to get a defense drop here and just has to make sure he does not die as a result. But it makes this fight really annoying with the diving because if you just get unlucky with the timing, you just waste turns.
Yeah, I did get a defense drop, but in order to take less damage from dive, I actually used an X defend as well. And then, so I'm actually at +1 defense instead of being at -1, which is really nice, because I'm going to be taking damage from the Thwacky as well, what group he evolves into. And I'm also using Flare Blitz for this fight in some places, so I'm also taking recoil damage. So I have to heal here. Thwacky would get to hit me anyways. There's a chance he uses Knockoff, which is his most powerful move, but that doesn't really matter. Like, it's not like it's dangerous. It's not like I need the Silk Scarf anymore. Of course, he uses Grass move. Because he's using a Grass move, I'm going to get this extra text.
And actually, that brings up an interesting point. One of the cooler strats in the Sol run here actually involves you doing a ton of extra setup just so that you skip using a water move on Hop, which means you skip super effective text. So you save a bunch of time just by not triggering that text that he just saw right there.
Yeah, I was supposed to extreme speed that, but... What was that, Keys?
Can't believe you've mastered type matchups.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to avoid that by using extreme speed, but it ate my input, so... Extreme speed that, there we go.
Okay,
Oh no.
Did extreme speed used to be one word? I feel like it was one word when
Yes.
I saw the Gente run. Okay, not
It
crazy.
used to be one word. Yep. And then high jump kick was spelled H-I instead of H-I-G-H.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're going to the fourth gym. Fourth gym is the first gym that is different between the two games. So in this game, it's a ghost gym with Alistair as its gym leader. In Sword, it is a fighting gym with B as its gym leader. And it's a lot better with this route to have Alistair. B is kind of scary. Specifically, we're going to do some gym leader rematches later on. And the second B fight with this route would be atrocious. So having Alistair as our gym leader is quite all right. But the first battle in this gym is actually one of the reasons why Sobble is better on Sword than on Shield.
Yeah, so the two gym leader differences matter for Sobble being worse. It's really just this first fight that you lose time on compared to Shield or to Sword. This first fight has 3 Ghost/Grass type Pokemon, and they're all pretty bulky. So for Sobble, which you're a Drizzile at this point, or Drizzile, you have to do a bunch of setup, and you end up getting Bullet Seed spam, so it's kind of random how much damage you take. If you end up in Torrent, you actually save quite a bit of time. If you don't, you might just get crit and die. It's a little scary, but it's not too bad. So you can, for those who are wondering, you can actually do Sobble route on Shield. I've routed it. It's not too bad. It loses a little under 2 minutes compared to the Sword route, and most of that time loss is from the 6th gym leader. It's a much slower fight, but this first trainer in this gym is quite annoying and can be really scary as Sobble. But Alistair himself has really bad special defense compared to B and lower HP because the big Gigantamax Pokemon is a Gengar instead of a Machamp. So it ends up actually being easier to KO. So you get a little bit of time save there.
All right, so gym challenge here is just like a teacups spinning puzzle thing. The first room, honestly, is the hardest of the 3. And I did all right. I actually did really well in the first corner, but messed up the final one there. The rest of them there's like one path through them, so it's usually pretty easy to get through. But yeah, now's probably a good time for some more donations. How are we doing coming to 2 million?
We are at 1.85 million right now, give or take a little bit. So we need about 150,000.
So close.
We also have a $200 donation from Annihilate saying, have to donate one last time for Pokemon Shield. GDQ is such an incredible event that brings so much joy and does so much good, and I'm glad I'm able to contribute. Good luck to Eddaket. And by the way, the best Pokemon games are Black and Omega Ruby. Don't at me.
Good choices.
No,
Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
All right. We're fine.
Oh, yes. Bad opinions, I see.
This is also the best gym puzzle because if you mess up, then it goes really, really badly. You just like go back and forth between 2 things for 20 seconds, and it's wonderful.
I almost fell down into the depths of.
Yeah, fortunately, it's weird. The first one's the hardest. The second one's a little bit hard sometimes, and then the last one's pretty free. So we're past the worst already. We could do some more donations here too.
Absolutely. $10 from Shadow that says, oh, Eddaket, I know I'm slow, but why did you have to insult me by calling me as slow as Keizaron's GDQ run?
Oh, come on.
I actually feel bad about saying that now.
I get enough of it on my own, man.
We have $15.70 from Keizaron saying, I don't know if it's the best Pokemon game, but Soul Silver is my favorite. Here's 157 dimes for my favorite Fire Badger Typhlosion. We're on the home stretch. Bye!
An excellent choice.
Yes.
You can be my new best friend because Eddaket has removed himself from that list.
What?
Look at the fire you started.
Wow. I'm really bad at these puzzles today. All right, we're fine.
Good.
You actually can skip that last little hand there, but it's actually slower to skip it, so you may as well just get hit by it. Another thing that's worth pointing out is the puzzles are identical between the 2 games, even though the gyms are different. The puzzles are the same, they're just themed differently. So instead of these like monster hands, you've got like boxing gloves. Okay. If I was even slower, then I would have to XP on this fight because the Drifloon would also outspeed me, but luckily it's just the Haunter here, so... and that's not too scary.
Yeah, it's just a little bulky, but not too bad.
Alright. Yeah, probably time for some more donations before we get into the gym leader.
Absolutely. We have $1,000 from Benjamin.
Wow.
Saying, for my favorite Pokemon, Keizaron, I think this was his dex number.
Good, good, good. Other people match that.
What is the Keizaron cry?
Oh, yeah, you have to pay more for that. I know people want to hear something come from me, but what are we at right now? 1.85? Get to 1.9 and I'll do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is it going to be Cricketune?
Nope. I'm gonna add.
If we do hit 1.9, I'll do
Kevin's,
Cricketune.
Compilation video.
I can do the Gigantamax Pikachu cry.
It's pretty good.
It's a good one. But not now. You guys have to get to 1.9.
1.9, and we'll all do something.
1.9.
All right. So this fight here is a perfect example of how good some trainers' AIs are. This Yamask, especially when you're at high health, likes to just spam Disable. I haven't used the move, so Disable's not doing anything. But it's still gonna use it. So we can set up pretty much for free here. The only really bad thing about this fight is if you go in at low health, you get hit by Hex a lot, so you have to worry about that. But also, there is a Mimikyu in this fight, and Mimikyu is a Pokemon that has the ability Disguise. So Disguise is an ability that will prevent it from taking damage on turn. If it's at full health, its Disguise is intact, it will take one hit and deal no damage to it, and then the next hit is susceptible to be fainted. So we do have to hit the Mimikyu twice. There's one of my favorite sound effects in Pokemon is when poor little neck breaks.
It's so like the action itself is so brutal, but they make it so adorable sounding. It's just a punk.
All right, everyone listen. Everyone listen. It's just like perfect. Yeah, like the Mimikyu is really the only scary part about the fight. It can use Hone Claws, which will boost its attack, and then it has a move called Shadow Sneak, which is priority. So, you might have to worry about that sometimes if you're at low health, but we are not. So,
yeah. And
this fight is easy.
Gengar, again, really powerful Pokemon, but we're gonna outspeed it, and it's very swishy. So, Flamethrower here is gonna obliterate it.
Best part is how its Gigantamax form is basically just the beginning scene of Aladdin. it's literally the Cave of Wonders.
It's the Cave of Wonders, yeah.
My slumber. Fun fact, Arcanine is the diamond in the rough. All right. Yeah, so that is the 4th gym leader down. We're halfway through our gym challenge. We're gonna go fight Bede again. That fight is honestly not very special. The only thing with it is the lead Pokemon, the Duosion, has both Light Screen and Reflect. So however you want to face this fight, you might get screwed over because Reflect will basically boost the defense on their side for 5 turns. And Light Screen will do the same, but for special defense. So we don't have to worry about, or we don't have to worry about that with the Arcanine route because it actually will go down to a single Flare Blitz as long as we have like not trash attack. It's only a range if you have incredibly bad minus attack. So we can get rid of Duosion and set up on the second Pokemon there. and then the fight's not too bad. I think I'm gonna get outsped with this speed by the Ponyta, but it's not very dangerous. And this is one of those cases where we leave a gym, we do a single fight, and then we enter a gym. So because you get a free heal every time you leave and enter a gym, we don't even have to worry about how much damage we take on this fight, because we can just get healed by the game automatically. Yeah, this is probably a good time for some more of those donations.
Absolutely. I have a $100 donation from Prolix that says, "Happy birthday, Keizaron." And I have a $100 donation from Ivanosaurus Rex that says, "From all of us here on our last tech staff of the marathon, we would like to wish Keizaron the happiest of birthdays. Your 437 years of wisdom are certainly coming in handy for this commentary. Everybody in Twitch chat, we have a mission for you to help Keys celebrate his birthday. Use your Prime Gaming subscription now."
How old am I now?
You are 437 years old. Happy birthday.
Probably not false at this point in time.
And for your birthday, we'll make you cry at 100 or 1.9 million. So it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I also have a $50 donation from Daedric donating for Keizaron's dog. Is this enough? Hello?
Here, Eddaket, I'm gonna send my dog your way so she can be on cam real quick.
Oh boy.
I'll send one of my private jets.
Oh man. If my cat liked me at all, she could be on camera, but all right. Yeah, so Bede, I guess we kind of should talk about the story a little bit. Bede is trying to break down this wall to find wishing pieces, I believe. Because the chairman actually has told him to find, you know, these wishing pieces, and so sort of takes it upon himself to go break down this wall. As you can see, the chairman is not too thrilled. Neither is Oleana, the best character in the game. And he's actually going to, for his behavior, expel him from the gym challenge. So this is the last we're going to see of Bede. Using Chairman Rose's Kaparaja here to destroy this monument. Fun fact, if you went up here before fighting the gym, none of this would be going on, but the wall would still be broken. So I don't really think Bede was the only one doing something here.
Good old development.
Yeah. All right. I think this is where we get our first glimpse of maybe that sword and shield figure that was saved the world earlier was actual Pokemon, because look at this. There's a sword dog from Dark Souls and a shield dog.
Not Dark Souls. I'm so bad at it.
But it's good because it turns out we're not crazy after all. You did actually see a Pokemon that looks like this.
We did see something.
Yeah, but now that we've learned all that information, we're going to forget it and continue with our gym challenge. That's actually a theme of this game. We're going to be in the middle of talking about something else because something else important happens right before it. Wow, get out of the way. But there is literally a part of the game where there's an explosion in the background, and the characters say, "Don't worry about it. Continue on your gym challenge. Let the adults handle it." That is almost word for word what the script says.
Which is always works out well in Pokemon games, right?
Yeah.
That's such a stark contrast, because usually it's like, hello, 11-year-old boy or girl, defeat this evil crime syndicate.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's one of the things that make the plot of this game kind of not feel great, because a lot of the stuff that you're used to seeing, you don't get to see because the game is like intentionally shielding it from you because you're meant to be a kid just going through the gym challenge. So when, spoiler, you have to actually do stuff at the end of the game, it sort of feels a little bit out of place. But yeah, we'll be able to see that part when we get there. This gym challenge here is not even a challenge. This is basically fight 3 trainers, and then you get to fight the gym leader. Like, and it's more or less presented as Opal, the fairy type gym leader, is retiring, and so these are sort of like the auditions to see who can take over as the gym leader. She is going to be giving us questions as we go, trying to test our knowledge of either Pokemon or like the gym in general, stuff like that. We will most of the time try to get those questions right, but there are some times when it just doesn't matter if we get the question wrong or right, so we're not going to worry about it. If you get the questions wrong, your stats get lowered, and if you get it correct, then your stats go up. Which stats go up or down is always the same from run to run, so you don't have to worry about that. And yeah, some of those stat increases are very strategically placed. Specifically the first one on the actual Opal fight. If we didn't get a speed boost there, it would be a lot harder. Like, it's already an extremely hard fight, but it would be a lot harder. So
yeah, and you're gonna see too, especially in some other routes where it doesn't matter. Like, we just say the wrong answer on purpose just because it's one input faster to say the wrong answer, and we don't care about the stat that gets dropped. But you'll see it on and off here.
Yeah, the specific one that matters, or that might matter, is this next fight. If we get the question wrong on this next fight, it will lower our speed. And that's only an issue if the move, so the first Pokemon's going to get a move off on us. That move, if it's Cotton Spore, which is a move that'll lower our speed, we can't have 2 speed drops and still outspeed stuff. So we would, in fact, try to get that question right. But if we get anything other than Cotton Spore, we can just continue to mash A. All right.
Did you know that I'm so old that I went to elementary school with Opal?
She's only 16 though, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
All right.
I'm
So I got
spoiling,
damaged. So there we go. We're not even gonna see that question. Well, all right. I shouldn't say that now. We most likely won't see that question.
Well, you challenged the game, so you dug your own grave, friend.
I also, for my CRDQ run for Opal, I was like, yeah, we're not going to worry about this or that. And then I mess up the fight completely. And then we saw it.
Yeah, so this gym here is one of the reasons why having good attack is really nice. It's also really scary because we have good attack, a lot of things die to Flare Blitz. Specifically 4 of the 6 Pokemon, or 3 of the 6 Pokemon. So we're taking a lot of recoil here, but it just happens to be like what's the fastest, and you're always going to heal before Opal, so it doesn't matter. This Morgrim here can be really annoying. It has the ability Prankster, which allows it to use any status move with an increased priority. Oh wait, I don't need to X item there. I'll just Flare Blitz.
See if we get it.
Nope, we didn't get it. Perfect.
Yeah, you get trolled pretty hard here because it can just confuse you off the bat, and there's just nothing you can do about it. And if you heal it and then you try to attack again and you get flattered again, then you're just in the same situation. It's very sad.
Yeah, and so this is a case where I'm not going to take any damage here from Gardevoir. My Flare Blitz is guaranteed KO on it, so I can just say whatever. It'll lower my special defense, and then I KO it in return.
Yeah, in the Salvo route, we actually pay attention to like our HP and how much damage we take here, because sometimes it's more favorable to get into Torrent by getting a damage or a stat drop here. Sometimes it's more favorable to take the stat increase. Just depends.
All right, so this is the Opal fight. Opal is one of the only fights where there's a chance that we're going to Dynamax. You'll notice we've had an opportunity to Dynamax on every gym leader fight, but we haven't done it yet. Dynamaxing is fairly slow. It takes about 30 seconds of animation time. So unless you're saving 3 moves, it's really not worth it. However, there's a chance, depending on how the first turn of this battle goes, that we will have to Dynamax. So maybe we'll see it. Who knows?
Yeah, it's funny. It's the exact same with Salvo too. Is if you end up getting that 30% poison turn 1, it ends up being faster to just Dynamax at that point. The extra HP makes it a lot safer to take that poison damage over the entire fight, and you save questions from Opal.
Yeah, so The ideal way this fight is going to go is I'm going to use an X attack, and then I'm going to Flare Blitz both the Wheezing lead and the Togekiss that comes out second. That'll put me at like 10 health remaining because of all the recoil damage. So I'll heal on the Mawile, set up another X attack, use Flamethrower to get rid of the Mawile because Mawile is just so weak. It just goes down to a unboosted Flamethrower. And then Flare Blitz the G-Max Alchemy. If I get poisoned on turn 1 and I have enough health, I can Dynamax on Togekiss and not have to do any of that complicated setup at the end, but it is a slower fight, so it really all depends on what happens here.
I really want to see the big dog, so I want to see Clifford.
Nope, not today.
No Clifford.
And that question there is very important to get right. This gives us a speed boost, and without the speed boost, we do not outspeed the Togekiss. So, I haven't had a non-poisoned Opal in since my PB.
Do you even remember what to do then?
That's why I recited it before the fight. But yeah, so if we had to Dynamax, the really nice thing is it sets up Sunlight. So even though we're only at +1 attack for the Alchemy because the Mawile has Intimidate as its ability, Max Flare sets up the Sun, so we would actually get a boost anyways. Yeah, so there's Intimidate. Go ahead and heal.
I'm really excited for this next Pokemon.
I honestly really like Alchemy.
It's really cool. There's so many variants of it too. It's pretty unique.
I hate how much of a trick question that is, though. There's nothing but pink on the screen with little purple accents.
You're right.
And it's like, what's my favorite color? Oh, it's obviously pink, and then you do that, and it's like, wrong!
Alright, so there's the Flamethrower. And then, like I said, Flare Blitz from Alchemy. You can absolutely tell from this Flare Blitz alone that these Dynamax Pokemon have more HP than normal, because we're going to be taking a lot of recoil, an obscene amount of recoil here. So,
oh, Keys, I got a present for you.
Oh,
I got you a birthday cake. It's right here. Happy birthday!
Thanks, friend.
It might be a little burned when I'm done with it.
Thanks.
Well done, cake.
He gave you clear-cut instructions on how to make the cake. My birthday's ruined. You know what would make my birthday not ruined, though?
What's that?
Hitting 2 million.
Absolutely.
So help me make up for this ruined cake that Eddaket ruined, and also boo him in the process. Can we get a $5 boo train?
What is this?
I
He
agree.
ruined my cake.
He just made it explode too. Not even just light it on fire. It literally exploded.
There's nothing to salvage. It's just gone.
I never realized how aggressive that Dynamax kill animation is. That entire cake just exploded
it's
all the way up.
It's literally like watching the old school Power Rangers TV show. Every time an enemy just falls down, they just explode.
Right.
All right. So this is the scariest part of the run, and it's not even a trainer battle.
Yeah.
So,
this is. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give for donations. It's not closed yet, but Excadrill name is going to be coming up soon. Unfortunately, can't give a great estimate for a couple of different reasons. So when we were saying earlier that Pokemon that are a higher level than we are hard to catch, we absolutely meant it. So we don't have any actual code understanding of what happened to the catch rate, but based on a bunch of tests that were done by Sinstar, one of the main routers of this category, it seems to be the catch rates were dropped by about 12% of what they normally. Yeah, literally maybe 10% of what they're supposed to be. So even though we're going to try to catch this Drillbur, it's going to be burned, probably in red health. We're using Dusk Balls. It's nighttime. Doesn't matter. It's going to break out of every single one of them, and I'm going to be really sad. But there is one right here on my screen, so I'm going to go ahead and try to catch it. I'm going to change the date here. We didn't talk about it. The date influences what your weather is. And so we need Sandstorm in order to spawn the Drillbur, but then we need normal weather when we're in the actual Drillbur fight because we don't want to be taking damage from Sandstorm every turn. So I'm going to try to catch.
If it's first ball, I'm dropping $50.
I'll drop 100.
Oh, it avoided my Will-O-Wisp.
This is not a good sign.
Oh, and then I got...
Oh, okay, maybe not then.
Well,
All right. No. Guys, we have the Rookity.
Oh, this is level 42.
yeah.
This is level 42. Okay, so the reason we have Rookity is because if you have a level 44 or 45 Drillbur here, it only knows moves that are ground type. And so it can't actually hit Rookity. The only move it has that can hit Rookity is Rock Slide, and of course it rolled that 1 in 4 chance on the first thing. So take number 2.
How many freaking profiles do you have? What did I just see?
Don't worry about it.
That
We're
was
on
like
the speed
87
profile.
profiles on screen.
You can only have 8. I have all 8.
Right.
I only
yeah.
have save files for like 2 of them.
Ugh.
I set them up all ambitious for practice, but I never actually created save files.
All right, this time for sure.
So this time, for sure. So we have to hit the Will-O-Wisp. I think it's 85%. It used Dig.
Right.
It's faster than I am.
It's pretty speedy. That's not the worst sign in the world, I guess.
I don't have any X defense anymore. Go Rookity.
Oh my god.
You can't get hit by Dig. All right, so you guys wanted more time to get to 2 million, right?
Yeah. That's what this is.
I just quickballed it on turn 3. Oh wow! Surprise! It broke out.
Quick ball's not really worth it on this fight, even on turn 1, just because Dusk Balls are really, really good. And
Didn't you want that if
kind
you
of a
waste
waste
2
of
million?
All right.
Were there any other Drillbur on the screen?
I don't know.
Because this one might be cursed. It might be worth looking at the other ones at this point in time. This one doesn't want you.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
It used Rock Slide. Okay.
oh my god,
Back to the good
Rookity, no!
Pokemon.
So I can go back to Arcanine now and actually hit the Will-O-Wisp.
It's gonna dig again.
I know if it digs again, I'm just resetting. It used Dig.
oh my gosh.
All right. Take number 3, I think.
Oh, we
Yes.
hit a number, by the way.
Yeah, Keizaron needs to cry. We're at 1.9 million.
Okay, here's the funny thing about this, right? Because the last time that I was in a marathon and I was told to do this, because it was like Discord audio, I mean, I know that you're catching my stream audio, but because it was Discord audio that was being picked up, they heard essentially me squealing like a car. But, did it use Dick again?
Did.
I don't want
Alright.
to talk about it.
Hold on, 1.9. Let me just take a sip of my drink real quick. My throat's a little dry. I apologize to anyone that's in this call right now who has me at a higher volume. There, are you happy?
Wait, that was it? What?
We didn't hear any of it.
Good.
So it was actually perfect.
Good. They'll hear it.
Do we have time for a quick, really awesome donation?
Yes.
While you're throwing quick balls over there, we have $40,000. That's $40,000 from Twitch.
Wow.
And Twitch says, hey guys, longtime viewer, first-time donor. SGDQ was the first live speedrunning event streamed on Twitch in 2011, cramming several talented runners in a house to bring smiles to our faces and raise money for a good cause. As the event expanded, it filled huge conference spaces and had enough equipment on its stage to make any esports event jealous. Now in its 10th year, only the internet is big enough to contain its power. Congrats and thanks for continuing to make a big difference in the world.
Drillbur nickname, please.
You thought the Drillbur nickname was going to be Taupe, but it is in fact Dio.
Yes.
Is it Dio exclamation point? Right?
Yes.
Okay.
The tradition continues.
This is perfect. And
All right.
huge thanks to Switch, because clearly that's what allowed us to finally
that's what
catch this
did it.
stupid Drillbur.
That's
No, it
yeah,
was
that's
my
amazing.
cry. I'll meet.
Oh my god, this Drillbur is actually nuts. All right, cool. It's plus speed. That's all I saw, but that's enough.
Sweet. And I think you also owe something for 1.9 million, Eddaket. And I also owe something, but you can go first.
All right, so this is. Oh my god, I have to do what is it? Gigantamax Pikachu?
That's so
yes.
easy. Come on.
Exactly. That's why I chose
It's not
it.
fair.
Cheating.
It's all right.
Yeah, that's pretty good, I guess.
That was all right.
Nothing to write home about, I guess.
You
but,
can't
know,
critique mine because Discord blocked me.
I guess so, yeah.
We don't even know that you actually did it.
That's true. I did. I promise.
What was it? Cricketune? Yeah, it's not Cricketune, Cricketune. It's going to be really bad, but I'm going to try it here. If anyone has heard this before, then you know I'm not going to be able to physically do it, but I can try.
That was so quick.
That was.
Boo.
Let me slow it down one. That was really bad.
I like it.
That was better than
for effort.
Eddaket's P, so I'll take it.
Yeah, you know what?
All right, this is the exact thing I was talking about. Kaboom! What was that? Oh no! Hey, yeah. You guys just continue with your gym challenge. Let the adults handle it. There's literally a line that says that. If I can find it, I'm gonna stop and let you guys read it. So they're like, oh no, and then I'm really looking forward to seeing you in the finals. So you should leave the investigation of the quaking to the adults. Head to Sir Chester for the next.
She's not
gym.
even an adult. Wait, back up. She's like 17.
I'm just saying, that's what the game
It's
says.
literally Galarian Misty. What's she on?
Galarian Mist.
I have not heard that before.
That is like when you're a teenager and you think you know everything about the world. That's her right now. Leave it to the adults.
All right, so I'm gonna make my way up here, grab another rare candy. So one of the main reasons why we get our Drillbur at the level that we do is because it is within 2 levels of having Earthquake as a move, and Earthquake is an extremely powerful move. It's honestly one of the best moves in the game. So I'll get rid of that. I'm Sand Force. That is important to know.
And this Earthquake thing is also why the level 33 Excadrill is not great. It just gets Earthquake way later than we do here.
Yeah, it's Drillbur specifically learns Earthquake at 44. Excadrill doesn't learn it until level 51 or 52. So we have it now before the 6th gym leader, but the 7th gym leader is where we would learn it. No, we would learn it in like the Marnie 3 fight.
Yeah.
It's stupid. But and then because we are not, because we're not level 44 or above, we don't have to relearn Rock Slide. If you're level 40, so you can catch Drillbur between 42 and 44 there, or 45. If it's 42 or 43, you have to candy up to get Earthquake. If it's level 44 or 45, you have to go to the move relearner because you already have Earthquake and teach Rock Slide. Yeah, so now we have our Dio, of course.
And this is the last
Good.
part of Hop's mid-game crisis. So he's using a Trevenant here, which is a pretty scary Pokemon, especially for Sobble. It can do a ton of damage, but not as scary for our friend Dio here.
Yeah, we do get confused there. One of the main reasons why Excadrill is just so good is it has the move Swords Dance, and Swords Dance is basically an X attack. So we don't have to worry about spending money to get those X attacks. We can, we can just use as many swords dances as we want, and it's very powerful.
There's a couple of niche cases here and there where we're still going to have to use an X attack, but for the most part, you're just going to see sword stance.
Yeah, I actually just had one of those.
Ah, perfect.
And
I got confused, so.
Oh, right. That's true. This is also one area where this route does better than Sword or Sobble. The latest patch for this game added a bunch of random lag whenever you go into the bag, or even some loads have a little bit more lag. So the fact that like he can just do a sword stance instead of using like an X attack, for example, which has the same effect, that saves him a little bit of time over like going into the bag and having to deal with that lag. So he gets a bit of an edge over other routes that have to use more X items.
All right. So I didn't get a good glimpse at all of my stats, but I was able to check my nature when we were in the box earlier. I am a naive nature, which is honestly one of the best natures that you can get for Excadrill, the best being Jolly. Jolly is plus speed minus special attack. We don't use any special moves, so special attack literally doesn't matter. But being naive, we are plus speed minus special defense, so that's pretty good. Speed is one of the most important stats, and next time I level up, which will be on the next fight, I'll be able to check my speed, and based on that, we might be able to do some pretty cool stuff using some vitamins later on. I'm not going to go into too much detail about that right now.
I'm guessing plus speed plus the Sand Force play nicely with each other as a result?
Yeah. So that's the other thing is Excadrill has two different abilities. In this case, unlike the Arcanine, we don't care which one we have. But we do need to know what it is because some fights are going to be different. Excadrill can either be Sand Rush, which is the ability where in Sandstorm, it's going to have double speed. So we would never have to X speed when we're in Sandstorm. Sandstorm comes into play on like 3 different fights. 4 technically. Sand Force, on the other hand, is the ability where I believe it's a 30% boost to ground, rock, and steel moves in Sandstorm. Again, doesn't come into play a ton. Wow, this is actually insane. Doesn't come into play a ton, but it does. It potentially, you know, can mean the difference between KOing something and not KOing something. My speed is plus speed 24 or higher IV, so
that's crazy.
That is actually going. With Carbos, I will be able to outspeed everything in the game.
That is really unlucky to have a Timber there. Or Girder.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that makes this route so much worse on Sword. On Sword, with Sobble specifically, I mentioned earlier, you have to catch your doubles partner here. You use a quick ball. If best case scenario, you get a Togedemaru, it's a guaranteed catch and it saves you some headache later. But otherwise, you have to go for like an 80% catch and it's pretty scary. But the bigger issue really is those girders that you saw Eddaket just pass. They're extremely rare in Shield, and they have like the biggest hitboxes in the entire world. So if you try to pass them, they almost always hit you. And in Sword, they're a common encounter here, so you usually have to pass like 5 or 6 of them, and it makes everything just a complete 9-burner. So that's one nice little advantage that Shield has here, except he still ran into one. Oh, Boulder also has a ridiculous hitbox.
Yeah. Every boulder that you see would be a girder in the other game, so just keep that in mind. There's 2 more that are like above me on this next part of the route, but I think that's 6 encounters I have now.
Oh, I forgot to add that, yeah.
Do you mind if I pop in real quick?
Absolutely.
We are only $96,000 away from hitting $2 million. Come on. You all have been so amazing with donating, and we are so close. Let's hit that 2 million.
For my birthday.
Yeah.
For his birthday.
Also for charity. That's the most important part. Oh,
of course.
And now the dog's whining. See, the dog wants you to donate.
Do it for the dog. Actually, speaking of dog, we still have Arcanine in our party, and we're gonna leave it there. One of the nice things about having Arcanine specifically in our party is we're gonna have some double fights later on that we need a second Pokemon for. Otherwise, the game like literally just won't let us in to the area. And Arcanine is a good one to fulfill that role because it's already a fairly high level, which means it's not going to be gaining a lot of experience. And it's also, because it's a stone evolution, it doesn't have any level up moves. It learned all of its moves at level 1, which is why we were able to use the move relearner. So we don't have to worry about like, oh no, it hit level 46. Now I have to learn or not teach Fire Blast. Like that doesn't happen. So it's very nice. On that last route, the Sobble route would actually have caught one of those Pawniards that was in the grass, or a Togedemaru if I saw one. I don't think I did, but and that would be the Pokemon of choice. Specifically, like the Steel type is nice because it doesn't take damage from Sandstorm, which comes into play later, and you know, some other things. But yeah, we don't have to worry about that extra catch because we already have a second Pokemon.
Yeah, super convenient. And then we're coming up on hopefully a more successful trainer skip than the Anita Clefairy trainer skip we tried earlier. This is one of the cooler tricks in the run, and it actually got found pretty late, honestly. Basically, we're going to take advantage of this gym puzzles mechanics, which is basically like if you fall anywhere on these invisible tiles, that Eddaket knows where they are exactly because he's done this puzzle before. If you fall on those tiles, you always end up on the platform you last touched. So he's going to try to lightly touch this platform like that, and hopefully if it works.
I did. Cool.
There you go. He just ends up right past that trainer. There's no other way around that trainer, so that's the only way to skip it. The trainer itself is not that bad. It's only got one Pokemon, and I think it's a Snom in this game.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's
it is.
chump change, but it's still a substantial time save to get it. And fun fact too, it's slightly, like, it's not harder on Shield, but you have to have a different setup than Sword. For some reason, in Shield, the trainer is slightly closer to the edge, so if you try to do the same skip in Sword, it might not work if you have a different setup.
Yeah, a lot of runners will like tiptoe over to the side, and I honestly can't do it that way. Like I tried it the other day, and it's like I didn't trigger it, and then I tried it again and hit the trainer. I just have to go balls to the wall and like just run up to it, and then turn around and hope I hit it.
Yeah, in Sword it's really easy. You can just kind of like nudge into like the corner between the trainer and the edge of the platform, and it's really easy, but you can't really do that in here. Got the trainer cycle skip there. Again, Eddaket knows exactly where everything is, so it looks like he's just walking around randomly, but he's getting like controller vibrations too if he's in front of a little platform.
Yep.
See,
I'm actually using a third party.
Nice.
I'm actually using a third-party controller, so I don't have those vibrations.
No.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, since I have a third-party controller for this, I don't get the vibrations, and I tried it with vibrations. It was so much nicer.
It is, yeah. But now we're on to Melanie. So Melanie's actually a pretty interesting fight. I'm going to be doing a version of the fight that I personally like better. They're roughly the same amount of time. The other fight, honestly, is a little bit cooler. No pun intended, because this is the ice gym. Oh, worth mentioning, this is an ice gym here, rock gym in Sword. But
yeah, so Sobble just kind of steamrolls in Sword because it's just spam Water Pledge pretty much, do one turn to set up. In Shield, it's actually pretty similar to the Milo fight, except you just need one less benefit. So instead of like +6 in Torrent and Rain and Dynamax, you just need like +4 in Torrent or +6 in no Torrent, and it's actually a pretty cool fight because of the Darmanitan. But I'll let Eddaket explain this fight.
Yeah, so the way I'm going to be doing this fight, I am actually, so I'm faster than Darmanitan, which is nice. There's two things here that can outspeed you. The first is Darmanitan, the second is Ice Cube, but Ice Cube is an interesting Pokemon. I don't want to bag here, I want to just KO this. Ice Cube is like Mimikyu in that it has an ability that prevents it from taking damage on turn 1, or when it's, it's called Ice Face. You'll see why it's called Ice Face in a second. But it actually doesn't trigger for special moves. So if we were a special Pokemon, we would be able to take it out in one hit just fine. When it loses its Ice Face, its speed dramatically increases. So because I'm in the awkward situation where I'm faster than Darmanitan but slower than no Ice Face Ice Cube, I have to play this kind of interestingly. We're going to use a Guard Spec here. Guard Spec is an item that will prevent me from taking any stat drops. Icy Wind is a move that will lower your speed, so that's why that's necessary. And then I'm going to start setting up my Swords Dances. I'm not trying to run away, Melanie. Don't worry. I need to get to +4 here. Now, what I kind of want to see is Hail. And the reason for that is once the ice face is broken, the way that it can be restored is by hail coming into play. So for example, if she decides to use hail on this turn, its ice face is immediately going to come back. And that's pretty bad. So now Ice Cube is faster than I am. It did not hail, so I'm good. And we're all set. If it did decide to hail, the ice face would come back, and I'd have to set up an X speed because my guard spec would have worn off, and the next Icy Wind would have made me slower than this Pokemon here, Lapras. And like Etchy mentioned, you do not want to give Lapras a turn if it uses G-Max Resonance, which is its special move. It sets up an Aurora Veil, which is just awful. So, really glad I got through that. The other way of doing that fight is actually to switch mid-fight into Arcanine. And the way that you do that is you bait the Darmanitan into using Fire Fang, and then swap in the Arcanine, and Fire Fang will proc Arcanine's Flash Fire, which makes all of its fire moves do more damage. You can KO the Ice Cube in one hit with Flamethrower, and then you actually kill yourself in recoil on the Lapras using Flare Blitz. It's a pretty cool fight, but I've had trouble the last couple times I've done it that way, actually getting the Darmanitan to hit me with Fire Fang. So I just don't do that anymore. This version of the fight, like I said, isn't much slower, if at all. And it actually gives Excadrill some more experience because instead of being in the back for the last two Pokemon, it's the one doing all the work, so it gains more experience. All right. So coming up here, this is the 6th Hop fight. So Hop is done with his mid-game or mid-life crisis and is now back to like his final form of his team. He's got his Dubwool back. He has his Rookity back. It's now a Corviknight. So all is good in the world. This fight kind of sucks for us. It's honestly not a hard fight. The main reason it's bad is there's hail, and the hail just takes a lot of time. One of the really cool things about the sword route with Sobble is you have Rain Dance from way back on Route 6, and you can use Rain Dance to remove the hail and boost your water moves, so it actually takes a lot less time to do this fight with Inteleon.
Yeah, it works out pretty nicely too because the bulkiest Pokemon that you really need that rain boost for is the Snorlax that Hawk has, and he sends it out before the rain runs away. The rain like wears off right on the last Pokemon normally with the Sobble strats.
All right. So more plot stuff. This is us finally telling Sonia we actually saw this Sword and Shield person, and she's like, "No, you didn't." And so the plot in this game is so weird.
I just love how you get a free heal leaving the gym, and we're just gonna get a free heal in like 10 seconds anyway.
Oh my, yeah.
Just
free heals
our
galore.
stamina.
It's great.
I mean, the heals are free, and you know what else is free? Prime Gaming, which you could totally use on this channel, because the sub revenue goes towards Doctors Without Borders this month.
That's a segue.
Very expertly done.
Yeah, and I guess this is probably a good time for some donations too. This fight isn't anything special. We just set up and try to sweep.
Absolutely. Well, first off, I want to say that we are at $1.91 million raised, so we are so close to that $2 million. And we have a $150 donation from The Aussies Are Coming that says, since poems have been the running gag this year, we thought we'd do a limerick. Been watching from the land down under, from Baba to Metroid for Wonder, the speedrunning streak been going all week. Now Pikachu hit them with thunder. Absolutely loved all the runs here, and we're already looking forward to AGQ. Big shout out to the people behind the scenes making this whole thing possible. Let's hit 2 million. That was wonderful. We also have a $125 donation from Benny Burrito that I am going to do my absolute best with, chat. I promise. I hope I don't let you down. And it says, Electabuzz, go!
Like one of my favorite Pokemon clips on YouTube.
That was amazing.
We have time for some more?
Yeah. Go for it.
I've got a $50 donation from Slowbro that says, hey guys, stop picking on Keizaron. I think he's pretty fast. I can't wait to see him run Animorphs.
Please say that's the same account from last event where they were like, did the run start yet? Please be the same person.
You know, I was just gonna say, if we hit 2 million, you guys will actually see a Slowpoke. But you won't see it if we don't hit 2 million, so
No,
just saying.
I thought you were gonna say
that's
we're gonna see an
incentive.
Animorph, and I was gonna say, what? How?
You know, Eddaket does have an Animorphs card.
Ooh.
No, I don't.
Because he's a dingus. Have you beaten
A
it
couple
yet?
more donations, probably.
Absolutely. We have $50 from Ashley. Well, since the dog asked for it, here's $50 to get us to that 2 million. Dog donation train hype.
Let's go, doggo.
Doggo, I have a $25 donation from Seaverage. Loving the run so far, Eddaket. Keep up the good work. Also, happy birthday, Keys.
Thanks,
So-
Steve.
So I misread my notes. I was supposed to actually Swords Dance there on the Corbinite because it wasn't gonna die, but then it died to hail, so I'm okay with it. I flinched it and it died to hail. So that was just... Pop should be mad at me. Yeah, so up until this point, we've just had the bike, and we haven't had any water. Like, if you've seen a map of Galar, there's not a whole lot of water. There's not like an ocean or islands or anything like that.
Because Hoenn took all of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hoenn took all of the water. But there is this one route that, even though you could technically just go the other way, we have to traverse this route. Only time in the game we have to use the water bike. And here's our doctor friend who is going to give it to us, but only if we help him get rid of these Team Yell people. Hooligans, if you will. So,
Oh, those hooligans.
yeah, no kidding. So we're going to take them out, not too bad, and then we're going to be traversing the water route, which is another one of those routes that shouldn't be difficult to avoid Pokemon, but absolutely is. The other thing that's worth noting in this section is the next gym we're going to go to, not the next fight, but the fight after is inside the next gym. We don't get a free heal on the way in. It's the only gym where that's the case. It's also the only gym where you don't see a Dynamax Pokemon. And we'll talk about how the game makes up for that later on. But because of that, our PP management is actually pretty tight here. We have to worry about which moves we're using. If we use the wrong move at any point, we're going to have a bit of trouble. I picked up an Ether earlier back in the first Galar Mine that isn't normally necessary, but just in case I either miss a range that I wasn't expecting to or use too many moves, something like that, use the wrong move. It's not just like run over. I don't have to go way out of my way to fix it.
And you're going to see a few more encounters pop into... Oh, I thought you were about to get that.
Yeah, absolutely.
See it? This is very scary.
Oh, that second one tried to get me. Oh, God. All right, we're fine.
It's really frustrating too, because sometimes they like dive back underwater, but the hitbox stays there for another like 5 seconds. It's crazy. And kind of going back to the healing issue, it makes this split in this fight, this whole entire gym, just like both cool and really frustrating for Sobble. It's really cool because you can go in with Torrent, and if you have Torrent and you're a really strong Sobble, you can actually save like 40 seconds. It's actually pretty insane if you do get that, and you have the stats to kind of justify it. But whether or not you get Torrent is completely random, basically because of this fight being the last fight going into the gym, and whether or not you take damage here is just random depending on how Marnie feels.
Yeah. This fight is one of the freest ones for us to set up on. The only attacking move that this Liepard has is Sucker Punch. And Sucker Punch is a priority move, which is scary. I don't need to X-Speed, actually, so I can just Swords Dance here. However, it only actually deals damage if we are using an attacking move. So I'm going to go ahead and use a Swords Dance. I'm actually going to heal here as well. Not for this fight, but just for the next fight. Use Sucker Punch, doesn't matter. And then I'm going to go ahead and use Smart Strike. So I did take damage from that Sucker Punch, not a big deal. The other kind of trolly thing that she can do that we have to account for in the route is she has the move Torment. So this Liepard also has that ability Prankster that the Morgrem had earlier, which means any non-damaging move it uses is going to have increased priority. And Torment is a non-damaging move that will force me to not be able to use the same move twice in a row. So if I were to use an Earthquake on that Liepard, I wouldn't have been able to use an Earthquake on that Scrafty. And that means we have to really pay attention to what moves we're using when we're routing. We have to make sure that we always hit Liepard with a move that we don't need to use on the next Pokemon. The order of the Pokemon that come out is fixed depending on... It's not fixed always. It's fixed depending on what Pokemon you have out. Like, the game tries to decide what's the best Pokemon for me to send out. So we always know that Scrafty comes out second, and Earthquake is the only move we have to actually KO that Scrafty. So yeah, it's a pretty important routing thing. We have to worry about that for both Marnie fights here. This is Marnie 2 and then Marnie 3 later on. We have to worry about it as well. That one's a little bit more... this one is pretty set in stone with like how you do the moves, but the other one's a little bit more fluid. If you don't get Torment, then it doesn't matter.
I think it's really funny that Marnie's first Pokemon continuously tries to buff its special attack, but only knows Sucker Punch, which is a physical move. If you were curious if Team Yellow's standing in the right person or not. Very questionable decision.
All right. This gym here doesn't have much of a gym challenge. It's sort of themed. I actually like how it's themed. The challenge is just fight all these trainers. But it's sort of themed like one of those old school beat 'em ups, like the side scrollers. I think it's kind of cool the way it's done. You like progress through each area. There's like invisible walls that you can't go through until you fight every trainer in the area. So
I thought it was just Detroit.
But yeah, this is one of those areas that having good stats, like you never die here having bad stats, but having good stats can save a lot of turns. If you're faster than, there's like 6 things that can outspeed you here. There's a couple things that don't die always, so having good stats is a real time saver here. Yeah, as we're making our way through this gym, probably time for another 4 or 5 donations.
Absolutely. And a quick update, we are about $85,000 away from the $2 million mark. And I noticed we're coming up on the 3-hour mark for the run. So now is the time. If you want to get any donation trains going, any Dex donations, any poetry, anything else you need to say, now is the time to do it. We're $85,000 away from the Isle of Armor DLC. And with that, we have $107 from Draco Knight 22 saying, my wife and I love GDQ. We've really enjoyed this week. Here's another donation to get us to that Shield DLC. Also an extra $7 for the best starter ever, Squirtle Squad for life. We have $50 from Sung Woo saying, hello from Korea. This is my 5th SGDQ and first donation. I hope this will be any help for this lovely event. It's really meaningful to end this SGDQ with my favorite game series. Huge applause for every runner, staff, viewers, and gamers, and happy 10th anniversary. There's also a $500 anonymous donation saying thanks to everyone behind the scenes for putting on this event in such trying times. You all are awesome. And Little Faith donates $25, saying $25 for my favorite Pokemon Pikachu. We'll donate another $25 if Eddaket does his best Pikachu impression.
Pikachu. I didn't go quite high enough.
You know what? It was right. It was an attempt.
But yeah, definitely keep the donations coming in. Pokedex numbers, haikus, all that stuff. Something I probably shouldn't tell people because it's gonna start tilting me, but I really don't like Pokemon puns. So if you guys want to donate some puns to get on my bad side, go for it.
You know, chat, I'm feeling something here, right? How about as soon as the timer hits the 3-hour mark of the run, we do a huge $5 train? Huh? Filled with Pokemon
be awesome.
puns to bug the hell out of etiquette. I think it's perfect.
Yes.
It's really good.
I like the idea.
Great idea.
I mean, maybe not the puns. Maybe everyone just
the
likes
puns are the best part, to be
Charmeleon.
honest. Like, so.
I want to grow in every 5 seconds. That's my dream right now.
All right, so this gym here is what I was talking about earlier. We are actually required to have 2 Pokemon in our party for this gym, and it's because of this fight here. This is a forced double fight. One really cool thing about double fights is you can actually do stuff from one Pokemon, like one Pokemon's turn into the other Pokemon. So I'm actually healing Excadrill using Arcanine's turn, and then in return, Excadrill just KOs the Shadow because, sorry. But we can use Earthquake, which is an extremely powerful move, but is also a spread move. And that's really crucial, and that's one of the reasons why Excadrill is so good. There's quite a few double fights coming up, and having such a powerful spread move is really crucial. Spread moves do have a power reduction. I think it's 75% if it targets more than one Pokemon. However, for the most part, that's not an issue. Like, it's just powerful enough for us. And then this here is the Piers fight. This was honestly a very hard fight early on. Piers is the gym leader, and I mentioned there's no Dynamax in this gym, but that doesn't stop Piers from bulking up his ace Pokemon anyways. When a Pokemon's Dynamax, it has higher HP, and to sort of make up for that fact, the game devs added a bunch of EVs to the Obstagoon here, which is Piers' ace. So EVs are effort values. Not going to go into too much detail about them, but basically you can have a bunch of them up to 252 in each stat, and that'll increase the stat. Every 4 EVs will increase the stat by 1 at level 50, I think it is.
Oh,
And
etiquette. You were so busy nerding out over numbers, I didn't get to hear his song.
he doesn't say anything anyways.
What? No.
Yeah.
You gotta listen. Really, I couldn't hear. You were too loud. You talked too much.
Definitely.
It's
We
like
would've heard it.
It's like Keiza's cry. You just have to listen really carefully to hear it.
But yeah, so they threw a bunch of EVs in HP and defense, which means any special attacker actually has a much easier time on this fight than a physical attacker, but still not too bad. The 2 main hurdles are Obstagoon has a move called Obstruct. It's basically like Protect, meaning it doesn't take any damage. And this Scrafty has Sand Attack. So we have to worry about that. Ideally, it uses Fake Out. It decided to use Payback. Weird. All right. Get rid of that as fast as possible. Scrafty is also a fighting type Pokemon, which is super effective against Steel. So if that hit us with Brick Break, it would hurt. Okay, and then I need to use a couple of Swords Dances here. Throat Chop hurts me. Lots of stuff I need to worry about in this fight.
Obstagoon is so cool, though.
All right, use Counter. Awesome.
For those who don't know, this is one of the new evolutions for Zigzagoon in this gen, and also Gen 7. There's regional forms. So Zigzagoon and Lanoon from Gen 3 have a regional form called Galar form, where they just look like Piers pretty much. And it adds an extra evolution, which is that Obstagoon. It's really cool, and kind of brings life to some of the older Pokemon.
Seeing Malamar on screen makes me smile because it reminds me of Pulse Effects. He struggles to evolve into Malamar anytime he does a Wonder Trade race of any sort. He doesn't understand the concept of Upside Down 3DS.
Yeah. I honestly think Malamar is honestly a really cool Pokemon. It, like he's mentioned, in order to evolve into it, you have to like turn your 3DS or Switch or whatever upside down. But it also has the ability Contrary, which is an ability that will, when its stats get lowered, they go up instead, and when the stats go up, they get lowered instead. So a move like, and that works for both enemy inflicted and self-inflicted stat changes. So if you like got leered, your defense would go up instead. Or if you used a move like close combat or superpower, your stats would go up instead of going down. So really cool ability. Doesn't come into play here. I just thought I'd mention it. We want to get rid of the Malamar as fast as possible because it has a move called Foul Play, which is also kind of a dirty move where, I mean, hence the name, but it uses your attack stat, or it uses the defender's attack stat in the damage calculation. So because we were at +5 attack there, Foul Play would have destroyed us. But yeah, overall not too bad of a fight. Getting counter turn 1 from Obstagoon was weird.
Quick update.
Yep.
We only need $79,000 to hit 2 million.
Nice.
Think about the puppy.
The puppy. All right, chat. Speaking of puppies, you guys can't see Keiza's puppy, obviously, because Keiza's puppy is across the country from the current only camera on stream. However, I can potentially play fetch with a puppy in game. If you guys get to like 1.95 million by, when do you think we should do it by, Keys?
Let's put some pressure on them. They gotta do it by the 320 mark.
Okay.
Ooh.
So that'll coincide roughly with beating Marnie. So yeah, right around when we get to Winden, you guys can do it. We might be able to play fetch with a really good boy.
What kind of heartless person wouldn't aim for that goal?
Disgusting.
Awful.
All right, so after Gym 7 is quintessentially when Pokemon will be like, hey, plot dump, here's the legendary, have fun. That's not the case in this game. We talked to the professor here. They start talking about their adult stuff that we're not supposed to pay attention to. And then we get shoved basically right into the 8th gym.
And this 8th gym is pretty similar to both. It's interesting. The first few gyms have like pretty unique puzzles, but 3 of the gyms, including this one, are just kind of fight a bunch of trainers, fight the gym leader, and that's it. That's the puzzle. So this gym is basically the gimmick is double battles. So he's just going to be doing 3 double fights, and then you're just going to go fight the gym leader, which is also a double battle, which is pretty unique for a Pokemon game in a Pokemon run.
All right. Yeah, and this is also, yeah, it's supposed to be the Dragon Gym.
You just passed by my uncle. Why did you say hi?
I'm sorry.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
I'll say hi on the way
Etchy,
out.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, this is... I really like this gym. Instead of the Dragon Gym, it's more of like a weather gym. It also has a nice 15-second load to get into it.
Oh,
It's great.
know.
Probably
it's
longer now with
ridiculous.
the patch.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. What, like all the other gyms, they have so many more assets in them. This is literally just a room with a few paintings and 4 people standing in it, and it takes the longest to load.
It's also a room we've been in before. It didn't take this long.
Yeah.
But yeah, so every fight here is a double fight. It also specializes in a different weather. It also, each fight does technically have a dragon, but I mean, again, not really a dragon gym. It's more of a weather gym. So, first fight here, we're gonna use our handy dandy Rock Slide. Rock Slide is only 90% accurate. It does hit both targets, but that's gonna have an individual 90% chance to hit each one. So we might hit the Pelipper and not the Sliggoo. We might hit the Sliggoo and not the Pelipper. We hit both, didn't kill the Sliggoo, that's fine. We also do like require having multiple Pokemon in each one of these fights. So we want to keep our Arcanine as healthy as possible. If it had taken damage there, I would have taken time to heal it. If I only have one Pokemon, I'll have to revive the other one before I can take on the next trainer. However, going into the gym leader, because I mentioned earlier that you can't access your Pokemon box, instead of forcing you out of the gym if you only have one Pokemon left and no revives, the game actually gives you a free heal. So on the third one of these fights, we're going to intentionally make sure the Arcanine goes down in order to make sure that we get a free heal going into the gym leader. But yeah, trying to keep Arcanine alive is crucial, specifically on this fight. We want to use Earthquake to take out these two. Turtonator's kind of bulky, so we're actually going to use an X Defend on the Arcanine to make sure it lives this hit. Turtonator's using Shell Trap. Shell Trap is kind of like counter in that if it takes damage but doesn't die on this turn, it will release that damage back and do, I think, double damage to us, which, because it's a Fire-type move against the Steel-type Pokemon, would have done quadruple damage, but luckily it just went down. And then one more double fight here. This one, we're finally going to actually use the Arcanine for something, instead of just being like an X-item feeder. This is against a Hakamo'o and a...
Bless you.
Yeah. And a Abomasnow. Abomasnow has the very unfortunate typing of being Grass Ice, which means it's like 16 times weak to fire. So Arcanine's actually going to take care of the Abomasnow, and Excadrill doesn't even take care of its Pokemon. However, that's fine because it should KO the Arcanine for us.
I really do like the concept of this gym in terms of the fights.
It's really cool, yeah. I honestly, like, it'd be so challenging, especially on a speedrun front, but I would be so interested in like a basically a Pokemon game that's doubles, like Coliseum, but like more of the mainline like feel.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to kind of bring that back for sure.
We could have Pokemon Sword, and Pokemon Shield.
Exactly. Wait. Let me call my uncle, Mr. Pokemon, and I will give him this information.
I think that's more of a Mr. Nintendo type of thing.
Yeah, I'll talk to Mr. Nintendo. No big deal.
All right, perfect. So
he hasn't given me a birthday present yet, so.
Yeah. So this fight here is honestly really cool. This is the first fight that it kind of matters what ability we are. If we're Sand Rush, we're going to do a different fight than if we're Sand Force. We actually have enough speed that we could do either fight. I'm going to do the Sand Force version anyways, just because I find it a little bit safer. But one of the really cool things that we're not even getting to show off because my Excadrill is so darn fast is the fact that Generation 8 changed a very key mechanic in Pokemon. And that change is that, or it's very key for competitive Pokemon. And that is that speed actually updates immediately, not at the end of the turn. So normally, speed is what dictates which Pokemon goes first. I got outsped by the Flygon. What the heck? I'm confused. All right. Either way, good thing I did this version of the fight, I guess. So speed updates real time rather than being at the beginning of the turn. Normally, it dictates what Pokemon goes first in battle, and it gets decided at the very beginning of your turn. But in Generation 8, it actually gets updated immediately. So by using an X speed here, I'm actually updating Excadrill's speed immediately. So now I outspeed the Flygon. Sandaconda used Protect, which is weird. Usually it glares me, but I will take Protect. And that allows me to KO the Flygon without it hitting me a second time. So it's a really cool mechanic change, in my opinion, for both speedrunning and for competitive. It allows for some really cool strategies competitive-wise, but I'm gonna go ahead and use another X attack here. I should be fine at +1, but I apparently wasn't fine with my speed, so I'm honestly confused, but that's fine. I'll live.
Real quick, we've got $59,000 to go to 2 million. Let's go, Twitch chat.
Oh my God, they're
only
actually gonna get
9,000.
that.
Yeah,
They have
10
9 minutes
hit
for
$9,000.
$9,000.
Jesus.
9,000.
10 minutes hit $9,000.
9,000.
Jesus. And this is also, like, Exegol normally outdoes Sobble in, like, every fight for most of the rest of the run. But Sobble actually does this fight way faster just because it has Icy Wind, which hits 2 Pokemon and is super effective against 2 of his Pokemon simultaneously. So this is actually a 3-turn fight for Sobble, which is really cool.
Yeah, it actually is a 3-turn fight for us as well. It's just a little bit longer because we have to do some more like menus and stuff in the middle.
Yeah.
And we KO our own Pokemon, so that's an extra faint animation. Yeah, so that's all 8 gym leaders.
So we're almost done.
Yeah, definitely almost done.
Absolutely. Man, so far
Let's go fight the Elite Four, and then we're good.
You got time for a quick donation?
Sure.
The Yeti donating $10,000 and saying, hey all, Yeti here. We're so close now, 2 million hype, and let's play fetch with that pup. Now, we do have a little more than 8 minutes left on the pup, and we need about $7,000 for that. And by the end of the run, we need about 58K if we want to get there. But the hype train is rolling strong. We've raised almost $25,000 in just the last 15 minutes.
That's
cool.
crazy.
I believe in you, Twitch chat. Something I don't say too often. Don't let me down.
What's up, ball guy? How's it going? What do we got? We got a level ball.
Level ball.
That's useless.
Wow, your uncle's letting us down.
Actually,
Sorry.
that was the strat. I accidentally. I'll explain it later. 1 second. I'm gonna buy some full restores here. Not a ton. I think 6 is good. Yeah, that's fine. So I accidentally used a quick ball on Drillbur, so I don't have anything to catch the Slowpoke with, but the level ball should work.
Oh, perfect.
That's actually awesome. Okay, cool. So yeah, we buy some full restores there. I might want to get more later on, but I'll have a chance to do that. Only if I get to the Isle of Armor, though. I don't need more if I don't go to the Isle of Armor. Just saying. Okay, so to give you guys a little bit more incentive for us to play fetch with the pup, I'm actually going to deposit it here. So pup is no longer with us. You guys won't get him back until you reach 1.95, I'm sorry.
Wow, look at that. Defeat the Heartless Eddaket right now.
Not the pup. We only need $57,000 to go. Come on, let's play fetch.
Nope.
Wow.
Not today.
Heartless.
Oof.
Pup has gone away.
How dare. Come on, chat. Defeat the evil.
I don't like that I'm setting myself up as the evil one.
You're the villain here.
It's
for
about
sure.
damn time it isn't me, so you know. Thanks, man.
Well, I must be the villain because they haven't revealed who the villain in this game is yet. There's no conflict. All right. Anyways.
The villain was Drillbur. I think that was pretty clear earlier.
Yeah,
I think
no
that was
kidding.
very clear, yes.
Whatever. He had good stats, so I'm okay with him trolling a little bit.
Yeah, that's worth it.
All right, so yeah, this is the game's like version of Victory Road. There is no Victory Road, which is kind of weird, but they have this route. It's a snowing route, so there's hail everywhere. There are some Pokemon that we're gonna face, specifically the next one and the one after it, that will set up their own weather to overwrite the hail. So it's actually nice because we don't take hail damage anymore on those fights. Shout out to the Millennial looking at his phone, so we can bike right past him. I'm gonna save for this fight.
Did you just call that guy a millennial?
Yes.
Quite old.
He's like
a gentleman.
57 plus. He's almost as old as me.
Yeah, but he's on his phone.
Okay.
That's all the Millennials do.
Did he type 437 on his phone as well?
He wouldn't know what that means. Yeah, so this fight can be kind of scary, so I went and saved. The Pelipper is a range. Also, you can miss Rock Slide. Also, it can Water Pulse you and confuse you. It can use Tailwind and outspeed you. It's a whole thing. So I just... and we haven't had to worry about it because we haven't... Knock on wood, we haven't died, really. You can actually fly to both towns and routes and stuff, but you can only fly to a route if Nice. I miss Rock Slide and it hits Hypnosis. Cool. You can only fly to a route if you reach the, there's like a little campsite on each route, and the campsite here is a bit out of the way, so we can't fly back to Route 10 if we die. So saving's just a little bit nicer there. All right, so 2 more fights here in quote-unquote Victory Road, and then we make it to Winden, which is where the Pokemon League is.
We only need $52,000 to hit 2 million and to pet the goodest pup.
3.5 minutes for 1.5K. We can do this.
Yep.
We can absolutely do this. Come on, Twitch chat, let's get to that. Let's pet the good pup.
That pup deserves pets after Eddaket immediately sent it to faint as its first fight.
I never realized how cruel that is. Like, I get to be a trainer's Pokemon. Oh boy. Oh.
Yeah, the first 2 times it engages in battle, it's just like, bleh.
Yeah, I don't think it wants you to pet him, honestly.
Might bite you.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like chat has thwarted the evil Eddaket for now. We've gotten to 1.95, but we still need $48,000 if we want to extend SGDQ by another hour with that awesome Isle of Armor DLC. So keep those donations coming in. Who knows what he'll put away next? We got to get to 2 million so he can't hide any more of our favorite Pokemon.
I know. I stand defeated, guys. You guys had 2.5 minutes to spare.
That's impressive.
That is very impressive. So keep it up. I will return the Arcanine to the party, and we will not pet it, because you can't pet it in this game, but I'll play some fetch with it. Are we gonna tell chat that this was a ruse all along and I deposited the Arcanine so I can pass the double battle up here, or should we just keep that?
They can know now. We won. It's over.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, haha. You guys all got fooled. Yeah, we want to skip that double fight, so having Arcanine in our party is bad.
Is it gonna be 2 million to feed some curry to the Arcanine?
Oh god, curry?
Curry.
Can I just say, in the past 5 minutes, we have raised over $7,000 in 5 minutes alone.
Wow.
Give yourselves all a pat on the back. That is absolutely blowing my mind. You all are so amazing.
I don't know why I pat myself on the back. I didn't do anything, but I wanted to be
Pat
included.
yourself on the back, Eddaket.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't need him to get an ego too. There's only room for my head.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring the Arcanine back. I still have that Wooloo from like
You sound
forever
so
ago.
sad about. Why are you so sad?
All right. No, Excadrill, get
Oh
out of the
my
way.
God.
This ball isn't for you. Arcanine, go. Arcanine.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes.
No,
Oh,
what are you
no,
doing?
no.
Give me the ball back.
Oh, wait,
Oh my
Excadrill's
God.
gonna get it. Excadrill's gonna get it.
Wait, can I? Oh, I can return the ball. Hey, buddy, come here.
Dude, it actually hates you from earlier.
I like hit it.
It's so mad
Yeah.
at you.
There it is.
You need to
Alright.
step it up a little bit because we have a $2,000 donation from Totally Gatsby that says pet the dang dog.
Okay, this is the best I can do. Here. That's the
You're
best
making
I
it
can
angry.
do.
Oh.
I just made it angry. Here, you know what I can do, guys?
Oh, yes.
There we go. All right, let's get out of here. We wasted enough time on this. We gained experience on the Arcanine. Heck yeah. All right.
And
So
also,
now, yeah, go ahead.
this is one of the other weird parts of the run where you just don't get a free heal. In every other tournament fight he's going to enter, he's going to get a free heal going into it. This one, he just doesn't. Maybe it's a Marnie thing, because Marnie's also guarding the Pierce Gym.
Yeah, honestly, it could be. Yeah, so there's no like real Elite Four in this game, which is kind of interesting. There's like a Champions Tournament, And so this is sort of the quarterfinals, whatever you want to call it, to basically we're battling Marnie and another opponent in a little bit to see who's going to gain access to the tournament. Opal has retired as a gym leader, so it's the 7 gym leaders remaining, and then whoever wins this sort of like mini tournament beforehand gets that final slot. And then the winner of that overall tournament gets to challenge Leon to become the Pokemon champion, which is obviously our goal at the end. So with my speed here, I outspeed Morpeko, which is really nice. Morpeko is kind of slow to get outsped by because it has an ability. I had to think about what I was doing there. It has an ability called like Hungry Mode or something, and you know, if it hits us, it'll like change forms and stuff. It's just slow, so we're not going to worry about that. I didn't get Torment, which is actually really nice here. I can just go ahead and Earthquake everything rather than having to alternate moves.
We only have $45,000 to go to $2 million.
Probably a good time to sneak a couple donations in since he's literally just Earthquake the fight at this point.
Yeah.
We have so many donations.
Oh, good.
I have $5 from Ultra RoboCats. Hey, Eddaket, can I ask you a question? I was going to write you a haiku, but
Oh, dear.
I'm no Shakespeare. Also, you're executing the speedrun beautifully. Thanks to GDQ for making me happy all week. I'll sobble when it ends.
Shakespeare was good.
Beautiful.
The rest were bad.
Absolutely beautiful. We have $100 from Evanosaurus Rex Tech Crew here again. We are going to keep our meows shut and not do any puns so Eddaket wouldn't get too distracted, but everyone's unexpected generosity with their donations inspired us.
Can I just shout out Evan real quick for giving me, like, I'm pretty sure this isn't an exaggeration, but like 87 different stream keys this week.
We have a $25 donation from Bite Kitty. Hey chat, don't be a slow bro. Let's get in those donations. It would be a shaman if we didn't see Eddaket play Far-Fetched with the puppy and play that DLC this evening. Let's go.
Evening.
Shaman. That's a good one too.
We are only $43,470 away.
Oh, hey, look, it's a
We
Kingdom
have
Hearts on the screen.
absolutely got this. Get those donations. Tell me what your favorite Pokemon is. Write me a Pokemon haiku. We will read it if we can. Just get those in and let's hit $2 million raised for Doctors Without Borders. Come on, Twitch chat.
Yeah, we have a lot of plot coming up that doesn't really matter. So we have plenty of time for any of those donations to get read. Just get those in and let's hit that 2 million. Really close.
I just gotta point out real quick that this game has so many different, like, stolen ideas. Like, we had the Streets of Rage reference, which I don't even think was actually intentional, but that was there. We had the Gigantamax right there that literally just looked like it was from Kingdom Hearts. Like, it's stealing from everything. What's your favorite Kingdom Hearts game, Eddaket?
Never played one.
And don't tell Hobbs that.
Okay.
Here's a-
Hobbs, don't listen.
I've got a super fun donation. I've got $124 from Void Whisper. Getting on that Pokedex donation trade, Jinx isn't actually my favorite Pokemon, but I think you all know why I'm doing this. I will donate another $124. If Keizaron does his impression of the Jinx cry, I will also donate another $124 if Eddaket does an impression of Keizaron doing his impression of the Jinx cry.
Yes.
All right, well, you're not going to hear me in the Discord call, but I'll just let me take a sip of the drink again. Taxing on the throat.
Yeah, I'll get myself ready.
I'll let you know when I finish since you're not going to hear me.
All right.
All right, your turn.
All right, I actually heard that.
Okay,
Yeah, that was very clearly audible compared to your cry.
All right. I hope Jess isn't asleep.
Your wife's gonna be so mad.
You know, Chad, if you want to get in a donation for the hosts doing an impression of Eddaket, doing an impression of Keizaron, doing an impression of the Jinx Cry, I am on board for that.
Wait a minute.
$43,000 to go. Let's hit 2 million, everyone.
When I signed up for team hosting, I did not sign up for this. Now I know how Keizaron feels.
Oh man.
What a good time. What a great time. Also, Eddaket's beating up Hop, so you know that's even better time.
To the best song in the game too. This is probably my favorite song.
I mean, like second best, but okay.
Wow. All right. Are you calling this the Heart Gold Soul Silver of sounds of soundtracks in this game? It's pretty messed up.
No. We haven't heard what I think is the best song, so. Yeah, this fight actually can troll you. Like, you can't really die to this fight unless you have really bad attack. If you have bad attack, this Rillaboom's a range, and it's very scary. But, if you can't really die, but the double was spamming Body Slam. Body Slam has a 30% chance to paralyze you, so you can get into a situation where you get hit by Body Slam, paralyzed, use a full restore to heal your paralysis, get hit by Body Slam, paralyzed, use another full restore to clear your paralysis, and just keep going. I've had it happen a few times on this fight where I'll go like 2 or 3. There's a very similar fight in Alpha Sapphire that I've had like a chain of something like 6 or 7 Body Slam paralysis that I had to heal off. So, luckily we just got through that without getting paralyzed. Very cool.
Kind of abnormally large drum too. The best part.
My favorite part about Rillaboom is the cursor that goes across his back in the.
It ruined the game.
Just unplayable now.
$41,242 to go.
I'm going to spoil this a little bit for you real quick, Eddaket. I may or may not have seen Hobbs say, in quotes, Hobbs don't listen. So I think he might have been listening.
No! Hobbs, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, so real quick, Twitch chat, since I told you to remember this about 3 hours ago, if you saw how Hop threw his Dynamax Pokeball, he trips while throwing it. So all that practice that we saw him do at the beginning amounted to nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so picture this right here.
Don't do it.
was the Pokeball. He's like, ugh! And like just completely messed it up. So it's basically like
my
that.
chest. I'm hurt. My boy.
I had to do it.
Can I read a quick donation?
Absolutely.
We have $100 from Duncan Smith as promised. It says,
That was better than mine.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably the best one I've heard, honestly.
Yeah, so we'll have some time for more donations. This section is honestly like the plot section where the evil team shows up.
What plot?
But, well, yeah, I was gonna say, to explain the plot, and this is not a joke, it's like slightly paraphrased, but basically we were supposed to meet Leon, who's Hop's brother, for lunch, or for dinner, and he didn't show up. So we're like, where's Leon? And then Oleana's here, and she's like, Leon's having a very important meeting with Rose. With Chairman Rose, don't go interrupt him. And we go, but we want to talk to our brother. And she says, no. And so we say, but we want to. And she says, here, guy, hold the only key to the monorail that gets into Rose Tower and don't give it to him. So then we go beat him up 3 times and we get the key. That's basically the story.
It's not even
It makes perfect sense.
That's exactly how it goes.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
It gets even more ridiculous once we do get the key, but we'll wait.
Yeah. But yeah, you should be able to do some more donations here.
Terrific. Well, again, as promised, we have $124 from Valtes124. saying, let's hear an impression of an impression of an impression of the Jinx cry. So this is my impression of Nichole's impression of Eddaket's impression of Keizaron's impression of Jinx.
That's so good.
Was it
I've
good
never
impression
heard
of who? I don't even know.
I've never heard so much Jinx cry in my life until right now. I don't know what to make of it.
Are we sure we're still live and they haven't like just cut us off at this point?
We've been taken down.
We only need $39,021 to hit $2 million. Everyone, come on, let's go.
It's all been in your head.
Oh man.
We do have $250 from the Salty Kerfuffle saying, thank you, GDQ, for hosting a great event that really helps out a lot of people. Now for a haiku for Eddaket's great run. Raichu haiku. Absolutely love this. Have a good evening.
All right, Salty, we're going to have words once I stream again.
All right, so there I just bought some Carbos. Carbos are vitamins that will increase the amount of EVs I have in my speed stat. Vitamins have been a thing in Pokemon since the beginning. But one change that was made in this game is normally you can't use vitamins to increase above, I think it is 100 EVs in a stat. In this game, removed that cap. So we just bought 15 Carbos. That's going to give us 150 speed EVs. That's going to allow us to outspeed literally everything in the game. And there is one fight in particular where that is very important and very nice. And we'll talk about that when we get there. But basically, that second Nessa fight that I said was awful, not so awful anymore.
There's actually a really cool alt route for Candy Floss too, which I could kind of explain later as the Cottony in-game trade route that actually picks up the Amulet coin, which we skipped a long time ago, and equips that for part of the run, just to get even more money to get a ton of vitamins at this point in the run.
But yeah, more donations.
Absolutely. We have $50 from EHS goalie. The good doggo deserves curry. Which we did say would happen at $2 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we only have $38,000 for that to go. We have a $250 donation from Apocalypse Pup Train. Get me a multi-pass and a rucksack. I'm taking all the trains. We have a $50 donation from Dr. Vish. I have a Marie haiku. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Thank you so much for that donation, Dr. Vish.
That was way funnier than it was supposed to be.
That's how you know we're tired. That's how you know it's late.
We have $5 from Kairiki. Hey, Eddaket, I think you might have jinxed yourself with the pun comment.
Thank you.
Did you say that was from Kyrie?
Kairiki.
Okay, I was like,
Kyrie?
wait, who took my dog's name?
Your dog is the one who donated. On the flight over here.
Wait, where's my card? Oh my goodness.
You got your dog stealing your wallet,
She
your cat
stole Dad's credit card.
your cat jumping all over your router. It's a mess in that house.
Oh my goodness.
All right, real question. Do I need a curry ingredient to make curry, or can I just do it with berries?
I
Anyone
have
know?
never made a curry in this game in my life.
I will find out. I don't remember. It's been so
All right.
long since I've made curry. I'll find out.
All right,
Thank
Etchy,
you.
you're on curry duty.
Got you. And honestly, regardless, you should get some ingredient really fast just to make it up to the Arcanine for what you've done to it this speedrun.
That's fair. Yeah, so now that we have... This is where we said things get even weirder with the plot. So now that we have the key, we are going to try to make it to the monorail, but there's a bunch of people that are in the way. And so Piers has this impromptu concert with no voice, and then scares all those Zigzagoons to make the Macrocosmos people run away, and now we gained access to Rose Tower. So now we're going to climb the tower. And this tower is a
70
thing.
billion stories tall.
Yeah. So we're gonna ride the most dangerous elevator in the world, and on like every floor, we're gonna get interrupted by 2 Macrocosmos members who are trying to sell us stuff. In fact, one of them even says something along the lines of, "Hey, what do you have for health insurance?" Because he's trying to sell us more. So it's the plot.
I've been informed that berries will indeed work.
They will. Okay. Very cool. There's also, this isn't the best music in the game, but this is really cool music. Doesn't really fit the moment all that well, but
It doesn't fit at all.
But it's kind of cool. One of the kind of off-putting things about it is it's music that persists through the entire thing, so it doesn't like stop or start in and out of battle. But yeah, it's a bunch of double fights. I say as this is a single fight. After this fight, it's a bunch of double fights and Excadrill with Earthquake, Gober. So more donations.
You got it. We have $25 from Shrugs YOLO saying, "Hey chat, given how much we all love Lamp, how do we feel about Lampin? How many Volcaronas does one Lampin attract?" And $5 from C Flare asking the real questions, saying, "How do you spell Jinx Cry? Is it blah 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 blah, or is it more like blah 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 blah? What about woo 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 woo?"
Clearly, we know what it is, right? It's...
So
The
two
best-
E's, you got it.
The best part about this is Jinx got cut from the game. It's not even in the game.
You just have to follow your heart when it comes to the Jinx Cry.
Exactly.
We have a
Still there for us.
We have a $5 donation from Gramps who says, "I don't want to jinx the runner, but these scrappy strats have really helped me with beating all the obstagoons in the game. Good luck, have fun, 10 out of 10 run." Also, ARP donates $50 with a haiku for Keizaron. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Keys is right, it is the best. Happy birthday, Keys.
I came back just in time to hear that. Perfect.
It's okay to be wrong sometimes.
You know what?
About how much time do we have left until we can hit that DLC for the run?
Maybe like 40 minutes?
So 40
Let's
minutes,
go.
$33,000. Twitch chat, you know what to do.
They can't do it. They're
So
cowards. They're cowards.
I don't think they can do it.
They can't
Do
do
the
it.
curry.
It's too steep.
Not possible.
Literally impossible.
This Arcanine will hate etiquette forever unless we hit $2 million.
I mean, deservedly so, though. To be
Yeah.
fair. Poor Arcanine. I finally have a trainer.
Oh boy, a Diggersby. I'm dead.
Why, Dad?
Oh look, a coughing. I'm dead again.
Dad, why?
But yeah, donations.
Absolutely, we have $25 from Humphrey. This jinxception needs to stop. Too many layers, not enough sleep. Let's go 2 million. I can stay up another hour tonight. We have $5 from Soup Witch. How do you catch an electric Pokemon? You sneak up on it.
Oof. Well, on that note, we have almost raised $200,000 just since the start of the Pokemon Shield run. So when we get
Wow.
that $2 million, which is $32,000 away, you are going to be well over 200K raised for your run.
That's amazing.
Speaking of, we only need $32,000 now to hit $2 million raised. And we have a $66 donation from Thomas, a Pokedex donation, $66 for Machop. Get those Pokedex donations in. These are awesome.
I like hearing like the non-popular Pokemon as people's favorite Pokemon. Like, I mean, a lot of people, you know, they have their favorite Pokemon. Like, oh, my favorite Pokemon is Mewtwo. My favorite Pokemon is Celebi, you know.
Jinx.
Like, you know, popular ones, Charizard. But like, hearing Machop, that's a good one.
I got one for you then.
Okay.
We've got $25 from Trubbish's Best, saying, here's to the most adorable bag of trash, Trubbish. When I saw Pokemon Shield was the final run, it motivated me to get back into Pokemon Sword and finished it earlier this week. Another great event for a great cause.
So I
Trubbish is
have a
another
fun one. If chat wants to indulge me, can we get a $10 donation train for Caterpie? When I first played a Pokemon game, I got Caterpie in a mystery trade. His name came as Knees, and I thought that was the most hilarious thing because he has no knees. So can we get a train for Caterpie, the best boy with no knees, named Knees? Got a plush commissioned of him. It was a whole thing. $10.
$10 knee train. Let's go.
Yes.
$10 knee train.
Poor Caterpie, no knees.
It doesn't even get knees when it evolves. It actually loses its legs. It's kind of sad.
I mean, if it was like a Weedle named Knees, at least it could evolve into a Beedrill. So it's the, you know, bee's knees.
A knee drill?
Yeah. See, this is why Eddaket hates puns. He can't make his own.
I can't. All right. So this is actually a fight that requires a little bit of explanation. If I wasn't as fast as I was, this fight would actually be a lot harder. However, I actually outspeed everything on this fight, including the Salazzle, which without any Carbos is actually impossible for me to outspeed with the current level I'm at. So because of that, I'm able to get rid of the Frostlass, which is my favorite Pokemon actually, on turn 1 without it doing any sort of setup. It control you with Will-O-Wisp and things like that. So we get rid of that on turn 1. We're gonna set up on the Melodic, which might seem like a Death Wish. However, she almost always goes for Aqua Ring, which is a non-damaging move. And then once we're set up to +2, we can just sweep the rest of the team. So really cool fight, especially with the Carbos. And we'll know if we get through it, if she just uses Aqua Ring. If she uses Surf, I should still live, but okay, cool. And then, yeah, now it's a sweep. And back to donations.
Well, I wanted to tell you really quick about Doctors Without Borders, who we are raising money with. And when we hit that $2 million, which, by the way, we're less than 30K away from $2 million now, that's enough to fund half of all Doctors Without Borders projects in Iran. So that's the amazing work that we're doing here, raising money for Doctors Without Borders.
It's also enough to fund half of the projects in Guinea-Bissau, which is absolutely amazing.
And on that note, back to a little bit of silliness, we do have a $50 donation from Sugar Meowth saying, I'm not going to do a Pokemon pun if Eddaket's not a fan. I can keep my big Meowth shut. And we have $50 from Brump saying, have you heard about the new Pokemon game? Pokemon Let's Go $2 million? We should all play it. Let's go Twitch chat.
There's a big thing of garbage on the screen.
Oh, I didn't make the joke. It was supposed to, you know, oh, her ace Pokemon perfectly describes her personality. All right, cool. I made the joke.
Box
I actually, Oleana is one of my favorite characters in the game. She doesn't have like a huge role, but I don't know why. I just really like her. So.
I have a $10 donation from Fast Forward that says, knees.
Love it.
I have another $10 donation from Caterpie. Hey, who needs knees when you're this cute?
Another uncommon Pokemon donation, $27.90 from the Pelipper Man, saying donating $27.90 in honor of my favorite Pokemon, Pelipper. I'm also a huge fan of the Big O and Excadrill, so I'm going to contribute to naming it Big Duo. That was back before we knew it was going to be the Big Dio.
And another $10 donation from Draconic Dawn for knees.
Let's go knees.
Go
knees.
knees.
Yeah, when is the sequel to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? Let's go knees and let's go 2 mil.
We are only $26,393.36 away from hitting $2 million raised.
All right.
The Twitch
so
chat, you're so close, but I don't think you can do it. Nah, I think you're all chicken.
I'm pretty sure they absolutely cannot do it.
They cannot do it. They're cowards, each and every one of them.
We have a $10 from Pumpkin, $10 to help. Sorry, $10 to help buy Caterpie some knees. That's what this trade's for, right? I love it.
Poor Caterpie no knees.
We can give Caterpie
Knee
some
implants?
bionic knees with your donations right now.
That's
Oh
just
my
going to
God.
turn him into Wiggler.
I want to see a lot of people, you know, way more talented people than I am, like to do like fan art and stuff for GDQ runs. I want to see Caterpie with knees, please. That's what I want to see.
Is that something you really want to
Yeah.
see?
Actually, I take that back. I don't want to see this anymore.
Too late.
I thought about it.
You challenged the internet. It's over. It's over. It's all done.
Please let me know if someone does a Caterpie with knees picture
God.
because I need to. I need to see that.
Oh, boy. Knew that was coming. But yeah, so plot stuff. We defeated Oleana. We interrupted Leon and Rose's meeting, where Rose is like, "The world's gonna end in 1,000 years. We have to do something right now." And Leon's like, "Dude, no." So we're going back. Champions Cup returning as normal. Nothing else is gonna go wrong. Don't worry about it. We did secure our spot in the Champions Cup. However, we get ambushed here by Bede, who has actually taken over as Opal's successor, and is now the gym leader for Bon Leia. So we have to take on Bede here. He's now, instead of being like a psychic type kind of trainer, he's now more, or obviously the fairy type leader. So some of the Pokemon are the same. Like he still has the Hatterene and the Rapidash. However, no longer has the other ones that are just psychic. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Goes down without too much of a fight. Gardevoir likes to spam either Calm Mind or Wish. Both of them do nothing, so an absolutely free fight. If we didn't have really high speed, we might get outsped by stuff, but not really an issue for us. However, coming up next is the hardest fight in the run when it comes to RNG. So I mentioned before the first Nessa fight was the hardest fight in terms of like math and like memorization, trying to do the fight optimally. This fight just sucks. It is against Nessa yet again. We're fighting her in the gym leader tournament, and she leads a Golisopod, which is stupidly strong.
I hate it.
It's incredibly tanky too. Like a Rock Slide does half to it. Rock Slide being super effective against it does half. So it's incredibly tanky. She has a Barraskewda, which is stupidly fast. It's the fastest Pokemon we face in the game outside of the final fight. However, with our Carbos, we're able to outspeed that Barraskewda. So the way we're going to do the fight is actually pretty slick. We are going to have to use 2 Rock Slides in the fight. Rock Slide being 90% accurate, can miss, and if we miss, we probably die. So we don't want that to happen, and I will save before. But other than that, like, yeah, because my speed is so high, this fight's going to be relatively easy. If we had worse speed, it would matter if we were Sand Rush versus Sand Force. Sand Rush has an easier time because there's a better backup. If you get hit on turn 1, you can Dynamax and use Max Rockfall. Max Rockfall's side effect is that it sets up a Sandstorm, so the next turn you outspeed the Barraskewda because you're Sand Rush. If you're Sand Force, you kind of have to mess around with the fact that Golisopod has an ability called Emergency Exit, which is an ability where when it drops below half health, it gets kicked out of battle. So we Rock Slide the Golisopod turn 1, knock it to below half, kick it out of battle, do a little bit of setup on the Barraskewda while we try not to die. Then we KO the Barraskewda, Golisopod comes back out, we miss Rock Slide, we die, start the fight over, do it all again, and it's just awful. So
You want a quick
time-
update?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We are $19,000 away from some DLC. The tracker has been going wild, and we got a $584 donation. I want to shout out from Dr. Bob Tastic saying, silly favorite, it's just an ice cream cone. Vanillux is mine.
I like it.
Good choice.
I can't emphasize how much
what?
I hate this fight.
Oh my, it's so
pretty
bad.
I
It
died
has
on
the
this fight
best
every
music in the
time.
game, though. Just
Every
saying.
time- Every time I die in this fight. Back when we were first routing the game and the times weren't nearly as low, and Eddaket and myself would be trading off record. Every time I got record, it included a death on this fight. Every time. Without fail.
Oh, yeah.
Every time.
And one thing to point out too, this entire section is one of the better places to die in the entire game. If you die to any of these fights, you literally just end up on the floor right above, and then you just go back down and redo the normal animation and go back into the fight. The big downside though is you lose your items obviously if you do a bunch of setup and then you die. So that's why you'll probably see saving every once in a while if needed.
Yeah,
there's-
ridiculous.
There's just one thing that can go wrong. I forget the name of the generous donator, but we have to get rid of this Pelipper, which has some fans out there apparently. And it's down easy. So that's literally the only, other than missing the Glisopod, that's the only bad thing that can happen on this fight when you have good speed. So very cool fight.
We are only $16,948 away.
Oh, fun little fact about this Dreadnought, and just in general, any gym leader that you rematch. I can't remember off the top of my head outside of their aces, but their aces aren't the same aces. Like in the sense of the Dreadnought is not the same Dreadnought from before. The Machamp,
Right.
the Gengar, they're both not the same Machamp and Gengar from before. It's actually kind of weird.
And it's immediately noticeable here too because especially before the DLC came out, in the first fight with Nessa, the Dreadnought only Dynamaxes, whereas in this fight it Gigantamaxes, which means it's a different Pokemon for sure. Because if a Pokemon can Gigantamax, it can't Dynamax.
I've got a quick update because we are only $9,000 away from $2 million.
Wow.
And that comes courtesy of a $771 donation from Alta Biscuit saying, I'm sure whoever wins the Mareep plush will have a good home for it. $771 for Pyukumuku.
That's not Goomy. Alta, what are you doing?
Yeah. Also, I would just like to point out, I just golded that Nessa split.
Oh,
Nice. That seemed like a really clean fight. So.
That's how rare it is to actually have a good fight.
We are now only $7,500 away. Oh my gosh, Twitch chat, come on.
The evil Eddaket is now getting gold splits to try and end the run faster than Twitch chat can handle it.
Yeah. Well, I gold split it here too.
defeat him! Defeat the evil!
This fight's free. It's the only bad thing that can happen is you can get hit by a Rock Tomb, which lowers your speed, so you just X speed to negate that, and that's it. Yay, fight. So,
Sounds like donations.
We have
sounds
a
like more donations.
Absolutely, we have got so many. We've got a $50 donation from Challenge Accepted. Did someone challenge Twitch chat? I thought I heard someone challenge Twitch chat. We did challenge Twitch chat.
It does look like Twitch chat's going to be dropping an awesome dono train at 355.55, so we're waiting on that. We're about a minute away, and we've got 835 from Infinite Brian's that says Yamper is the best Pokemon. Have you seen Yamper? Come on, man. It's Yamper, y'all.
And we are only $5,878 away. We have a $50 donation from Adam S. donating during the last run because better late than never. Loved watching some games done quick. Props to all the runners and hosts. Thank you. And the runners have been amazing. Everyone has been amazing. We are so close, everybody.
Right, everyone's been amazing, except Eddaket. We need to defeat the evil.
No. You don't,
Stop
actually.
this man.
Oh man. Hey, we get to see the thing from Aladdin again. Right in time for 3:55. 3:55:55. Go Twitch chat, go.
Which can show me the world.
It's going up very fast. Holy
We
moly.
only need $3,000 more.
Oh, spooky
Wait.
boy.
Twitch can show me the world.
2,500 away.
All right. I just saw in Discord somebody has the Catternese.
Oh,
No.
Yay!
dear.
Oh, it makes me so happy.
I kind of love it.
I love me so
Yes,
much.
yes.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
Wait for it.
Made it?
Hold on. $2 million.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
Curry.
Thank you all so much.
And part of that final stretch is courtesy of an $8,000 donation from
Wow.
Fangamer, who said, "Hey
Wow.
everybody, Fangamer here. Look how close we are to $2 million. Wow, this is the time to get in your donations. Go, go, go!" And they went.
All right, so I may have jumped the gun a little bit when I called Twitch chat cowards. Maybe just a little bit.
They're all right.
Twitch chat showed you.
I
was
sure was shown.
Darn. Thwarted again.
The 2.1
yeah.
million etiquette will delete his save.
we'll just stop right now. Yeah, so I guess we'll be doing the Isle of Armor thing. So kind of an interesting thing, and it's actually really cool that we met it now because we actually have a choice. So the way that the Isle of Armor is set up, there's actually like a little bit of level scaling, except it's not level scaling in the way that you would expect it to be. It's basically if you've beaten the game, everything is high level, and if you haven't beaten the game, everything is really low level. And the trigger for that is actually catching, spoiler, catching a Pokemon coming up real soon.
Wow.
But so I can either do it before we do that or after we do that. So if we want the higher level version, I can wait until after, or we can just do it right before. I guess I'll leave it up to you guys in the call. What do you think?
You know what? Okay, so what are the two options? I want chat participation for this one.
All right, so either the Pokemon are going to be between levels 12 and 30, or between levels 60 and 70.
I think we all know what the chat wants to do to the evil etiquette.
Okay, here we go. We vote like this. If you want to see the lower level stuff, spam GDQ lamp. If you want to see the higher level stuff, I want to see those GDQ wings.
You can't use the amazing GDQ lamp like that.
Yeah, but GDQ wings.
That's true. But what if Q-lamp and wing?
But hear me out.
Hear me
What
out
about
here.
both?
A winged lamp.
A winged lamp. Let's see it, guys.
I'm seeing a lot of love for higher. Evil
Wait,
high
oh,
level,
here it
someone
comes.
says.
Look at all those wings. Holy moly.
So
All right.
many ways.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll do the higher one, guys. Don't worry. That one's cooler.
No disrespect to the lamp, by the
Yeah.
way. It's really like that wings emote. Oh, there's some
I really
lamps
like-
here and there.
I really like this Pokemon, Duraludon. But why is its Gigantamax a building?
It's the Eiffel Tower, dude.
Also, I love this because we're using the move Earthquake. Earthquake obviously break the land, you know, like that. Ryan is standing in front of the Pokemon. How are we earthquaking and not killing Ryan?
He's really good at jumping in time.
Apparently, he's good at selfieing in time.
I love lamp.
All right, so now that we've beaten Ryan, we are officially the representative from the tournament that is going to take on Leon to see who should become champion. So, gonna go ahead and...
You better save, because this is gonna be a hard fight.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this is pretty much record pace.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, record is 4:07, and you're 4 hours in going into this fight. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully we can... The gold split on Nessa really helped me, so... Alright, Hop, go away. I don't need your moral support, please. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and save real quick. And then jump right into the fight. Wait, we were supposed to do the Isle of Armor. But I'm going into the fight.
It's fine.
I'm going into the champ... Well, okay, I can't leave, so I may as well...
you're gonna have to personally refund everyone now.
Yeah, I'll don't worry, GDQ staff, I got it. I will personally refund everybody. We're gonna do this. After I beat the game, we can go do the Isle of Armor. It's fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
This fight's really, really hard. There's a lot of setup. Like, it's essentially like roughly 3% to finish, which is why it's really important to save and just hope for the best. It's probably like the hardest fight in Pokemon ever.
Oh.
What happened?
Oh yeah, we don't get to see movies, but yeah, the battle's not happening.
Oh.
Oh no, more plot stuff.
Oh no! Oh no! No!
Dang it. You didn't get the 3%. Feels bad.
Dang.
Feels so bad.
All right.
Yeah, so if we had movies on, that would have made a lot more sense. But basically, Rose is like, Leon, you should have listened to me. I'm stopping the world from ending in 1,000 years by making it end now. So, we got to go deal with that. Again, not going to pretend it makes sense. Just,
none of this game makes sense, man.
This is my favorite part right now.
This is the hardest part of the game. So I think what do I have for encounters? 6 right now? 7 maybe?
6 right now.
6? Okay. If I get out of here without 10, that's gonna be awesome. And I'm not gonna be a weenie. I'm gonna go for just boosting through the whole thing.
I'm really curious. How come Mom and Galarian Misty weren't at the arena to watch you?
Yeah, Mom.
Yeah, especially Mom. What the hell?
She might have been in the audience. You don't know.
Well, we did take all of her money at the beginning. She gave us $30,000, so maybe she couldn't afford it.
Small.
All right, ready, guys? Go. Immediately an encounter.
All right.
Cool. That wasn't even the Pokemon I hit. I thought I hit a Squavit.
Oh my god, you're gonna get 2. Like you're gonna.
I'm gonna get 2
as soon as you dip out of here.
Oh my god, this is awful.
Just instantly.
A little bit. Right.
Oh, the dodge.
Up tier.
And all right, easy.
Nice. Favorable spawns. Now, what he really doesn't want to see here is a Corviknight, because he cannot pass that pretty much if it's in the right spot. But it's pretty rare.
Where's the
Mooners
Weezing?
are pretty good.
Yes, Weezing. Oh, I love the
Dude, Weezing is so good. All
Wow,
right, very cool.
one
Only
encounter.
one encounter.
That's actually really impressive.
Well, all right. If you're playing smart, you don't boost through everything, and you probably get no encounters.
No, that's the point I'm making, though. Like, you were so reckless the fact that there's only one. Clap.
Woo-hoo. Oh yeah, these are the dogs that don't exist that we were told.
They're real.
No, they're not. They're not there anymore. See?
Oh, dang. All an illusion.
And then Sonia shows up right after they leave, and we're like, "We found the Sword and Shield Pokemon." And she's like, "You guys have lost it. You're just seeing illusions." She's like, "We're like, what? Adults, please, listen to us."
Do we have a second for an announcement?
Absolutely.
Well, I wanted to turn it over to the one and only Sumichu for some amazing information that she's going to share with you all.
Hi, Sumi.
Hey everybody! I hope everyone's enjoying Pokemon. So I'm gonna make this real quick so that we can get back to the speedrun. We have a somewhat special donation. It is from both us at Games Done Quick as well as our SGDQ 2020 online sponsors Cash App, Devolver Digital, NIS America, and Square Enix. It is a donation of $273,511.04. And it's a combination of GDQs, subs, and bits revenue. So thanks again, Twitch chat, for all of your support. After tax for the month of August 2020 so far. And yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for all of your support. And let's keep it going for the rest of Pokemon. Thank you.
Sumi, before you go, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Pikachu and Mimikyu.
I like the Mimikyu choice. Good choice.
I do too.
I love Mimikyu.
Mimikyu's
It's
so
very
adorable.
cute. Love it. All right,
But I
I'm gonna
gotta
hop
knock
out
it
now.
Bye, Susan.
Bye.
Bye. What,
He's the
what
evil.
did I do?
Defeat the evil.
Oh man.
This was
How did I
all my
turn
ploy.
heel?
Yeah,
I'm
this
in
is
a
all
call
my
with-
ploy the entire time. You're the heel and I'm the face now.
I was
Go
gonna say
Keys.
I'm in a call with Keys and somehow I turned heel. All right.
All right, speaking of evil,
Yeah. Speaking of evil,
yeah.
Rose has now unleashed his plan to stop the world from ending by making the world end now, and has released the Pokemon Eternatus from its slumber or something, and can't
Hibernation?
control it. Yeah, no kidding.
Stasis?
Can't control it, so stasis, that's a good word. So we're gonna go ahead and try and defeat Rose, because that's what you do when somebody's doing something bad. You fight them, and then they have to stop what they're doing.
And that's what I learned after beating Team Rocket so many times as a kid.
Yeah, and then you beat Archie or Maxie in Mount Chimney, and they're like, nah, we're gonna keep going.
Yeah.
yeah. And then here you beat him, and it's just like, yeah, whatever. I mean, I already did the thing. It doesn't matter. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
But yeah, so this fight is actually kind of a nightmare for some other Pokemon. Specifically, Sobble has a bit of trouble with this. It's gotten a little bit better with some alternate routing. However, for our fight, because we are ground type and all of his Pokemon are steel, we can just Swords Dance once, and then we can just sweep with Earthquake. So really easy fight for us. Pretty difficult fight for Sobble, if you want to explain that, Etchy.
Yeah, it's probably one of the fights that has the most like things you have to be aware of going into it, because it can kind of branch out in a lot of different ways depending on how the Escavalier kind of reacts. The standard strat with normal routing is you basically need to get into Torrent, you need to do an X special attack, and you want to Dynamax after that. And you can get trolled a bit if you get like Swords Dance, or any crit obviously just kills you. Sometimes Megahorn can miss, which is a good thing, because if you get the Megahorn miss, you have a chance of just skipping the Dynamax, and that saves, 20 seconds because Dynamax is slow. With some alternate routing that I did a while ago, if you actually pick up some choice specs, which are really slow to pick up normally, it's like 45 to 50 seconds to pick them up, you can actually skip quite a couple different things that make up that time, including skipping the Dynamax for this fight. You basically just jack up your special attack to absurd degrees with the choice specs, which give you like a 50% damage boost to your special attack. And also getting a ton of calcium, which increases your special attack EVs, as Eddaket did with the Carboses earlier. And it basically just makes it so you can skip the Dynamax completely and makes the fight a little bit more bearable. But yeah, not having any fire type move or ground type move makes it a little bit shakier.
You know what I like about this song?
What's that?
It has more words than any time that Piers sings.
Everyone just gets so mad about the fact that there's no voice acting there.
Well, it's because they like shove it in your face that there's no
Yeah.
voice acting with the singing sings.
But yeah, so that's Rose. We do have a couple more things left before we have to go take on the Eternatus. Like I said, Rose unleashed it but can't control it, so we have to control it. Or specifically, Leon has to control it. Actually, we're just gonna go watch. It's a pretty anticlimactic ending. It's like doesn't even make any sense why.
He
we
is
have
the
to go up
unbeatable
there.
champion after all.
Yeah, he is the champion after all. So I'm gonna go ahead and heal because after Leon takes care of this thing, we're gonna do some of the Isle of Armor stuff. So healing is important. Use my first full restore I've actually used. Interesting.
That's surprising, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, if you're not buying vitamins, you can just sort of spend the rest of your money on healing items. And sometimes you can end up with like an egregious amount of full restores. Like you end up with like 43 full restores, but yeah, with all the carbo stuff, we need to buy a lot less, and it just turns out like you can buy 5 or 6, and you're pretty much all set. The only other place I would really want to use it is on that Hop 8 fight where he can paralyze you over and over again. So yeah, like I said, we're just gonna watch Leon take care of this. He's the champion, so he should be able to handle this pretty well. It's not like a normal Pokeball. I don't know if that's gonna work.
Should have tried Quick Ball like you were using earlier.
Yeah. Wait.
On turn 3.
Oh, it shook once.
Yeah.
That's good. Nope. Didn't work.
Ah, darn.
Shoot, almost had it.
I guess we're gonna have to deal with it ourselves.
Look, he's so
Darn.
exhausted from throwing that 3-ounce Pokeball. Oh no.
He's not as well practiced as Hop is at throwing the Pokeball.
Ah!
All right,
This
so
fight's also pretty bad for Sobble, but yeah, Eddaket can show how much easier it is with this guy.
Did you know that Eternatus is a fish?
I outsped the Eternatus. What?
I've never seen that before.
I realized I used so many carbos, but what? I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't realize that was possible, to be honest.
The
Wow.
the Eternatus stats are random too, so it might have been like a minus speed Eternatus as well.
I forget, does that Eternatus, like that you fight, is that going to be the one that you catch stat-wise, or is that also random?
I think that one's different.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's that one's different. This one's different, which yeah, this thing here, that's what the Eternatus is. So we have to deal with this. You guys can't. There it is. He's like, rah! Some kids on the other end with a joystick using a claw machine. But yeah, we're gonna find out real quick that we can't actually do damage, so we're gonna call our doggo friends. And while that's happening, we probably have some time for a few more donations before we get into the actual Eternamax fight.
Absolutely. I have $5 from Ty Blackleaf. I thought knees deserved a limerick. There once was a bug with no knees who wanted to go where he pleased. He soon found a solution through his evolution. Now knees flies with the Butterfrees. That was beautiful. Thank
All right.
you.
I like
Yeah,
that.
and
so much.
you don't want to look on Twitter right now for Caterpie with knees.
Oh, you sure do.
The people who follow me are probably so confused because all I've been doing is retweeting every single Caterpie with knees picture, and I am living for it. It is amazing. We have $141 from Special K at 54, donating for the Pokédex number of my favorite Pokemon, Kabutops.
Yeah.
Kabutops.
Yeah, Kabutops. We have
Oh.
$25 from Nate and Kate here. $25. 25 more if we get the obligatory Keizaron Jinx cry.
Worked overtime. It's ridiculous. Want to raise? Well, I gotta grab my drink again.
Oh God.
Listen, it's a lot of effort, okay?
While you're doing that, shout outs to Fossy Posse getting some love
I
in the
miss
chat.
Kabutops. All right, once again, no idea if it's gonna go through the Discord, but it'll go through stream.
All right, now you know the drill. We need a donation for Eddaket to do an impression of Keizaron's impression.
Yes.
It all
And then you
started.
to do a donation or an impression of Eddaket doing an impression, and then YoBGS to do an impression of me doing an impression of Eddaket doing an impression of Keizaron doing an impression of Jinx.
How did Etchy avoid that chain? I just want to.
I don't know, but I'm all for it.
Can we get Sumi back to do an impression of no?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so this fight's actually really cool. This is what a max raid battle is. So it's a 4-on-1 battle against a stupidly overpowered opponent. In this case, Eternamax is like a special form, so it actually has different stats than a normal Eternatus. It's actually like egregiously high stats. It has a base stat total of 1125, which is stupid. We could go on for a while about like the history of the routing of this fight, but this fight's actually really cool. What we're gonna do is we're gonna use a guard spec on turn 1. We used one of these on Melanie earlier, and this prevents all your stats from getting lowered. You'll notice the very first turn here is pretty scripted. Zacian always uses Howl. Zamazenta always uses Light Screen. So the Light Screen allows us to take less damage from Eternatus's special moves. Howl is going to boost all of our attacks. We use the guard spec because the max move for dragon type moves lowers our attack. So if we get hit by one of those, then we have to, then all of our stats would get lowered. And these guys hit hard. Like, look how much Zacian and Zamazenta just did. They just did like 40%. So what we don't want to see is what's exactly happening right now on screen. He just nullified all of our stat changes. Really unfortunate. It basically wastes a turn, and it's also a little bit more likely for us to die. We got hit by Max Flare turn 1, which hurt, but wasn't too bad. Yeah, so once we defeat the Eternamax, we can catch it ourselves. That catch is required. The game will actually give you a Pokeball if you don't have one. And if you don't have enough box space in the PC, the game will give you another box. So it's a very required Pokemon to catch. But yeah, after we're done with the Eternatus, there's a little bit of a cutscene. It'll take a couple minutes, so we can do some donations, but we'll be able to jump right into the Isle of Armor after that.
Sounds good. We have $750 from the one and only Mike Uyama. His donation says, for us to raise $2 million during the decade that is 2020 is no small feat. I'm grateful to all the staff, volunteers, donors, and Twitch chat for making SGDQ the great event it always is. Even though we're apart and socially distanced from each other, SGDQ brings us all together to raise money for a good cause, cope with 2020, and even have fun. That was really hard to say.
Oh my God, he said the F word. What?
Whoa.
Mike, what the heck? The event's canceled. It's over. We did it. We had a good run.
We also had $625 from Stephanie saying, any love for B-Sharp?
Okay. I like it.
Monica donates $50 saying, thanks to everybody at Games Done Quick for making this weird time in history easier to go through and for helping us to heal the world. I like this. Electrolith donates $50 to Doctors Without Borders, saying, for my 10th and final donation of the marathon, I'd like to wish a warm thank you to everyone involved in SGDQ 2020. It's no secret to anyone that every aspect of 2020 has been exceptionally difficult, yet y'all have powered through, and we've still managed to raise a staggering amount of money for MSF. Keep powering through, everyone, and I'll see you at a brighter, stronger AGDQ 2021.
All right, so the game wants us to go. Oh yeah, so we saved the world! Yay! Rejoice! Game's not over. We do have to go fight Leon, which is what everyone's talking about right now. We're not going to do that because we hit $2 million. This is your Isle of Armor incentive. We're going to go through that. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you guys all for meeting that donation incentive. And before we go there, I'm actually going to take a quick little detour to grab an item called the Choice Band. Choice Band is, like Etchy mentioned with the choice specs, this is an item that will boost our attack, or boost the power of attacking moves, physical attacking moves. However, it locks us into the first move we choose. So we don't normally use this in the main speedrun because we have, what's the move called? We have Swords Dance, so we like to be able to change our moves. So if we were locked into Swords Dance with a choice band, that would just be a little counterproductive. However, for the Isle of Armor section, it's actually really nice to have the choice band, both for Excadrill and another Pokemon that we'll be receiving. However, first, we get to have this awesome little cutscene here. So here we get introduced to Avery. Avery is going to be our rival, basically, for the Isle of Armor section. And he's trying to make his way into the Isle of Armor. The train station employee says we can't. There are Slowpokes everywhere. So it's our job to catch a Slowpoke. I was supposed to have a Quick Ball for this. I stupidly threw a Pokeball at, or the Quick Ball at Drillbur on turn 3. And so I'm going to save real quick. I think the level ball should be guaranteed for the Slowpoke to get in, but I'm just gonna play it safe and save.
And don't forget Yo Curry.
I do owe curry. I will do curry as soon as I get to the Isle of Armor.
Perfect.
Level ball. That's a cool ball. I like that one. There you go. So yeah, this Slowpoke is required to catch in order to make it into the Isle of Armor. You can't just defeat it, you have to actually catch it. So, yeah. It's... go ahead.
One thing to point out too is we're entering the Isle of Armor here, and there's actually an entirely separate speedrun category for the Isle of Armor DLC that's actually pretty popular, and it's a really cool run. It's a little bit different from what we're doing here because this is like finishing most of the game and then going to do it and then finishing the actual 90% run. The normal speedrun is called like Get or Shifu, which is the legendary Pokemon, which we'll see in a little bit. And it's literally just starting from the very beginning of the game to getting to that point in the DLC, which you'll see in a bit. And it's a really short category if you wanted to get into Pokemon speedrunning, and it's very accessible. And it's a really cool route that involves basically grinding a weaker Pokemon up to like level 20-ish, basically just off of Blissey's that you can find in the area. And that's like the big RNG heavy cool part of the run. And there's some interesting fights as well because you get some unique items from the DLC. Now it's curry time.
It's curry time.
I've never seen this before, like literally ever.
So can I just put these 2 berries in and we're good?
Yeah, you're good.
I've never seen. Eterna is just chilling in the background.
This is exhilarating gameplay.
See how much you love your Arcanine here?
I don't know how fast I'm supposed to do this.
I've literally never seen this in my life.
Give it a good stirring, guys.
Cooking Mama 2 all over again.
Weird.
Most of these are like idiot proof. Like especially the next one, you actually don't even have to do anything and it'll just continue on normally.
All right. Put some heart into it. Oh yeah. Easy. If this isn't like Charizard class, I don't even know. I put Arcanine in front because I believe the Pokemon that like shows you eating it with is the Pokemon that's in the front. Yeah. So ready?
Yes.
Spicy curry. Ah, we love it. Look at
Yay.
us. Having a good time.
Happy doggo.
Wobbuffet class. Is that good? I don't know.
2-star.
Poor Excadrill was like, I want some too, and he just left.
No.
Wow.
I don't know why Dio just did the Naruto
etiquette.
run, but it's pretty good.
All right. I'm going to deposit these guys as well, just for this, so they don't gain dumb amount of experience. I didn't actually go to the Isle of Armor yet. Oh my god. I have to talk to the guy to go to the Isle of Armor.
Good incentive.
I swear I run this game.
Good incentive.
All right.
Can I pop in with a donation?
Absolutely.
I have $100 from Keizaron, donating from the virtual couch. I want to shout out everybody in Twitch chat for such a milestone from an online event, and I always want to give a huge shout out to Eddaket. I've known you for several years, seen you learn and grow both as a person and as a speedrunner, and I'm so proud of you for closing out SGDQ, and I'm honored that you were foolish enough to let me join you. Love you, buddy. Let's finish this marathon strong.
Thanks, Keys.
That's me.
Aw.
That's you.
That's you.
All right.
I figured that was your encounters rounded up, so.
Yeah, no, yeah, Keys has been like such a big part of my enjoyment of Pokemon speedrunning. Like stupid races, GDQs and stuff. Like you've been on every one of my couches. Even I did a non-Pokemon game once and you were...
I didn't know anything about Mario.
Yeah, I did a Mario run and you were on my couch, so I can't donate right now, but I would give you a loving message as well.
Aww.
But yeah, so the Isle of Armor has its own story, and it's kind of it's a little bit more laid back, a little bit more lighthearted, a lot more humor in it. we're gonna be mashing through a lot of text, but if you guys ever have a chance, like, if you have Pokemon Sword and Shield, maybe haven't played in a while, don't have the DLC or something, if you're willing to shill out the $30 for the DLC, I definitely recommend playing it, or at least watching somebody else like play it, because there is some really funny moments. But yeah, so Avery here is our rival. One of the big reasons I'm grabbing the Choice Band was like a 25-second detour, and it almost makes it all back on this fight. He's like Hop in that when you critical hit him or hit him with a super effective move, or he does something special, he will let you know. And we are able to avoid some text where he's like, oh, I dealt the first damage that you got on the Isle of Armor, by being able to one-shot both of these Pokemon. And we wouldn't be able to do that without the Choice Band. So like that saves like 5 to 10 seconds right there. And then the Choice Band's gonna come in handy on some other fights as well. But yeah, so the main story here is basically there's a Master Dojo, and Avery is scared off the original person who's supposed to be joining the Master Dojo, and we just sort of happen to walk into the area, and the like one of the main people who runs the dojo is like, you must be the person who's supposed to be here. And so Avery's like, yes, absolutely, I wasn't a jerk. So yeah, we basically gain access to this dojo by pretending we're somebody else, which is kind of weird, but
look at the Wailord. Look at the Wailord.
Oh, what's up, Wailord? All right, chat. 2.3 million, we get the Wailord.
Oh my gosh.
And by get, I mean we run it into, because it's level 80, which means we're not gonna be able to catch it.
Yeah, I was gonna bring it up. I was gonna say that would have been amazing to go for that catch.
Well, so you know, we're only 15,000 away.
All right, I meant 2.4.
I heard 2.3.
Also, so you know, we have a $500 donation from Anonymous that says, never challenge Twitch chat, always challenge Twitch chat.
Yeah, I've only seen bits and pieces of this because C Average actually did a DLC run for one of the GDQ hotfix shows that you commentated for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was done on Sword, and it's actually worth noting that this section is also different between Sword and Shield. So the rival you have is different. Here we have Avery. Avery is going to be a Psychic type master, basically like a Psychic type gym leader in training. One of the things that is kind of alluded to in the games, but not really, doesn't really come into play, is there's a concept of like Major League and Minor League for gym leaders. So he's sort of like training up to be a minor league gym leader. And then the rival that you have in Sword is Clara, and Clara is the poison type master. And they both use Galarian Slowpoke as their sort of ace Pokemon. Galarian Slowbro, once it evolves, is a psychic poison type Pokemon. So it sort of fits on both of their teams.
Oh, look, it's Brawly's gym. We did it. This is now an Orath run.
Yeah. This, I mean, actually, if you want to compare it to Orath, this, in the normal speedrun for the Isle of Armor, so, okay. The way the level scaling works here is everything here is going to be like level 60s and above for me. If we were to go here before we caught the Eternatus, everything would be like level 12, which is perfect if you're just starting the game. You can actually get to the Isle of Armor as soon as you make it to the wild area. So, yeah, so we basically take Sobble, get up to like level 12, and then go to the Isle of Armor, and do everything from like level 12 to 25. And this fight here is actually very hard. The way that it would work is the Mindfu almost always goes for Fake Out on turn 1, so you use an X special. Then you hope you're outsped by the Mindfu, so it knocks you into Torrent with Force Palm, which has a chance to paralyze you. And then once you're in Torrent, you can OHKO both the Mindfu and the Shinx. We have a Choice Band, and so we just go Earthquake. Yeah.
Yeah, these fights are very much scarier with the normal DLC route, and you almost certainly need X items to get through a lot of them, and including a free item you get later called the Max Mushroom, which is like an X item for all your stats, except it just has +1, and it's pretty overpowered.
Yeah, that's going to be the Max Mushroom. We're going to use twice in this. Actually, yeah, twice in this run. And one of those times it is actually crucial to the point where like it boosts all of your stats by 1 stage. Attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. 3 out of those 5 stat increases are necessary for that fight. So it's a really cool fight, but it's at the very end, so we're not going to worry about it too much right now. We get given this really cool outfit. If you guys had met the 2 million earlier, we could have been in this outfit for more of the run, just saying. That's
Come
okay.
on, Twitch chat. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean,
Unreal.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing to point out too is we had an item when we entered this gym called the EXP Charm. The game doesn't explain what it does at all, but it's basically a 50% boost to the EXP you get. So it's actually pretty sweet, and unfortunately, like you'd think that sounds like really good, and you'd want it for like a normal any % run, like you would just run here, get the XP Charm, go back. But unfortunately, it takes like 10 minutes just to get to that point in this DLC to get that EXP Charm, and any kind of level advantage you get from that isn't really worth it. But you get a little bit of extra EXP here as a result, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's really going to come into play with the legendary Pokemon we're going to get later on. But yeah, one of the reasons we didn't actually explain this at all during the run, and it's usually something I mention, is the experience curve or experience formula in this game is pretty much the same as Gen 5 and 7, but not the other games. And what that means is it's a scaled experience curve. You gain more experience if you're a lower level. So even though we'd be gaining more experience because of the EXP charm, we actually would end up not being like that over leveled, just because you know, what am I trying to say? Because we're gonna end up being a higher level, which gives us less experience, so we end up like not evening out. You'll still be a higher level, but it's not as egregious as it could be. Yeah, so it just got explained to us in there. The Master Dojo has 3 trials that we have to do. I'm also going to customize my bike because why not? Oh, I don't want the white bike. Who am I?
What?
So nice,
the white bike is so sick.
It's
All
the
right,
better one.
I like the black one, personally.
I mean, the black one's also really good.
Yeah, they're really good.
But yeah, so the first trial here is Avery got his dojo uniform. That's an extra encounter. Nice done sparse on screen.
Nice.
Avery got his dojo uniform stolen, so the person who completes the first trial will be the person who retrieves all of the stolen items. And these 3 Slowpoke have taken them. These Slowpokes are gimmicked to have insanely high speed, so they're going to outspeed us, as you can see. And part of having the choice band on means I have a chance of one-shotting these Slowpokes. Looks like I didn't one-shot that one, but hopefully I can get the other ones.
And one cool thing that the DLC does here that you don't see at all in the main game is, I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of really powerful moves that are locked behind watts called TRs, or technical records, I believe. And you can't get those anywhere besides watt traders in the main game, but in the Isle of Armor, they're just lying around on the floor. I don't think Eddaket's going to worry about any of those in this run, but in the normal DLC speedrun, you actually take advantage of it to teach Sobble like Muddy Water really early on, which is way more powerful than the Water Gun or Water Pulse he has.
Yeah, I actually will be picking one up. Yeah, I don't want to spoil what it is yet, though.
Okay, yeah. I have not seen anything that Eddaket's doing right now outside of the context of like a normal DLC speedrun, because no one really does what he's doing right now.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see where it goes.
It's explosion, isn't it?
Yes. I
Yes.
get explosion. Oh, I always forget I have a bike because you don't. Yeah, so during the normal DLC speedrun, you get here without a bike and without the ability to fly. So there's actually a lot of death warps. Like if you guys got sick of us, like debating you guys with death warps and stuff, like you would have like killed us because of this one. Like every time you have to go back to the dojo, you just death warp instead, and it's kind of ridiculous actually. But yeah, so that's all 3 slowpokes down. So we're going to move on to the second trial. Second trial is going to be to obtain those max mushrooms that we talked about a little bit earlier. Because the Isle of Armor gave us the ability to transform a Pokemon from a Dynamax form into a Gigantamax form. Normally, you would have to catch a specific Gigantamax form of a Pokemon. But now we have the ability to actually use max mushrooms, make them into max soup, and change them around. So this is basically introducing us to that concept. When we get to the max mushrooms, we're going to get ambushed by Avery, who's going to try to steal them. We're going to fight him. But until then... Oh, actually, we get to choose. All right, Bulbasaur or Squirtle. Guys, hurry up.
Squirtle.
I didn't think of this. Squirtle? Hosts? Any opinions?
I was gonna say Bulbasaur.
Yeah, donation-wise, a lot of people were on the side of Bulbasaur.
Therefore, you take Squirtle because you're the bad guy now.
I feel like I need to redeem myself. Let's go,
What
Bulbasaur.
are you doing?
Such a good boy. Look at him.
Can I get a refund on my donation?
He's like, Bulbasaur.
Which we are 12K away from the Wailord and thwarting the evil etiquette one final time, Twitch chat.
Speaking of, we have a $25 donation from Chexor. Wailord is made for GDQ Twitch chat. Let's get an emote next time.
Can't believe you picked the bloomin' onion.
Dude, as a Gen 1 glitched runner, I feel like picking Bulbasaur, I just like lost my Gen 1 glitched card.
Don't you use Bulbasaur in like the normal speedrun? Or there's like some strat Bulbasaur?
Yeah, so if I was doing this in Sword and I was playing like the main, like just the DLC speedrun, picking Bulbasaur would be non-negotiable. Just because its typing helps us a lot. Basically, there's a fight where toxic spikes get spread, so we can throw out the Bulbasaur to absorb the toxic spikes, then it gets dead, and then we come out and aren't poisoned, so yay, go Bulbasaur. But yeah, while I'm making my way through here and getting the max mushrooms, we have time for probably like 3 or 4 donations.
Absolutely. We have a $58 donation from Kella saying a Dex donation. $58 for the puppy Pokemon Growlithe. How can you not love a loyal, fire-breathing pup? Congrats to GDQ for hitting 2 million. And also $5 from Sheepja saying, hey, Etiquette, how much money to make the DLC run and all Diglets run?
God.
Diglett dig, Diglett dig.
Trio.
Where did this thing come from?
I was not expecting you to get encounters here, to be honest.
Am I at like 8 now?
You're at 8, yeah.
I almost just ran into another one. I saw it out of the corner of my eye at the last second. Oh my god, that was unfair. That one wasn't fair.
That's good EXP though if you kill it.
I don't need the experience. Not yet. But yeah, big shout outs to Sheep, the donator just now. He's one of my moderators. Very important in my community, so thank you. Oh, I almost ran into that Stoutland on my own. So the Isle of Armor is basically a giant wild area, and because of that, there are no towns, so there's no fly points, really. The only fly point is the Master Dojo, and actually this guy here. So I talked to him real quick. I don't need to worry about him, outside of the fact that he gives me the ability to fly there, and then I'm going to re-equip my Soft Sand. I'm going to get Bulbasaur out of my party, because if I don't, he's going to gain an egregious amount of experience, because he's level 5. and then do this fight. And this fight here is one of the reasons why there's a difference between Sword and Shield in terms of the DLC. So one of Avery's Pokemon is going to be Woobat. Woobat has the ability Unaware. I think it's Unaware. And basically what Unaware does is it makes it so any damage calculations done on the Woobat ignore my stat boosts. So even if I set up to like +6 attack, it doesn't matter. It's gonna do it as if I'm at +0. So it's fine for this fight, but the next fight I do against Avery, he's gonna have a Swoobat instead, which is the evolution. And that fight, I will actually have a harder time against. So I also unequipped the choice band because I do want to change moves. I don't want to be using Rock Slide the entire time. And that's required to hit the Woobat. So yeah, probably some more donations.
Absolutely. We have a $2,000 donation from Dave60 with no comment. But Dave, thank you so much for your generosity. Also a $10 donation from Thomas Patrick WX that said, I want to see chat gold split to 2 million. Thanks to Eddaket, Keys, and Etchy for being incredible friends too. P.S. Keizaron and Etchy next week.
Maybe T-Pat. Fun fact about T-Pat. So he stops by a lot of different Pokemon communities, but he actually started partaking in different Pokemon streamers communities because of my Crystal run at last SGDQ. He's actually my local weatherman. It's pretty wild.
Super nice guy.
Awesome, dude.
All right, so I'm gonna pick up a couple items here. Don't worry about them, guys. They'll be used later. Very important stuff. Don't anyone remembers like 3 hours ago what this move does. Shoutouts to them. Okay, so I can fly back to Master Dojo. So now we're done with the second trial. Second trial was getting those max mushrooms. We beat down on Avery, so we got them. And now it's just on to the third trial. I feel like this Master Dojo is a little bit rigged, however, because we are the only person who retrieved all of the dojo uniform and the max mushrooms, but somehow the third trial is a battle between us and Avery to determine who should be the Master Dojo person, I think. So it seems a little bit unfair to me. I don't know about you guys, but we're gonna enjoy some nice soup first, using our max mushrooms.
This is my favorite cutscene in the entire everything.
Yeah, there's one line here that's amazing. I'm gonna see if I can not mash through it. Also, I didn't mention this. The dojo master's name is Mustard, and the lady there, the head mistress, whatever, her name is Honey. So yes, it's Honey and Mustard. Just gonna throw that out there for what it's worth. All right, so you enjoy your max soup. He's like, you feel Dynamax energy welling up from inside you. No, you don't. He's literally just like, no, you don't. Only Pokemon do. But it's like, why did you feel the Dynamax energy? It's such a weird... Like, the humor in this is just so weird. All right. Yeah, so this is the final... Well, all right, final Avery fight that's coming up here. We still have a lot more to do. However, this fight has a chance of going kind of horribly wrong. I'm just gonna throw that out there right now. So I will say before it, the Slowbro, the Slowpoke has now evolved into a Slowbro, and it now has the ability Quick Draw. Quick Draw is kind of like a Quick Claw item, if you know what that does. But basically, it's an ability that gives Slowbro a 30% chance of ignoring speed and moving first in its priority bracket. So if Quick Draw is activated, then I will take a hit, and there's a less than or greater than 0 chance that I would die, just because, you know, he'll probably hit me with like a max geyser or something. So I'm gonna try and do this fight in such a way that I give myself some special defense boosts, so that way I can probably live the max geyser, but just gonna mention that now. Also, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna mention this is if you didn't realize earlier, this is the Galarian Slowpoke. So Galarian Slowbro is not just the normal typing of Psychic Water; it's actually Psychic Poison, which is why both Avery and Claire, the sword person, both have the Slowbro, because one's quite Psychic, one's Poison, and that Poison's gonna be a little bit nicer for Eddaket here.
Yeah, Ground is super effective against Poison, so he's going to be able to Dynamax the Slowbro, giving it a lot more health, but with the ground moves, we should be able to take it out. This fight here is honestly a feature I really wish was in more Pokemon games. Avery outright cheats in this battle. He puts up a Psychic Terrain before the battle even starts, and it's like, ha, I am in Psychic Terrain. I mean, Psychic Terrain kind of sucks, like, oh my god, no, priority moves don't work. That's about it. Clara, on the other hand, sets up Toxic Spikes before the fight starts. So the Pokemon you send out immediately gets poisoned and you start taking damage, passive damage. So that's why we would send out the Bulbasaur first to prevent that. I'm going to go ahead and use a Max Mushroom here. This is that new item that Etchy was talking about. It's an Omni Boost. All of my stats go up by 1 stage. I need that for speed, specifically. I also got confused by Psybeam, nice. And then I hit myself, 1 in 3, 10 out of 10. I should just use an X attack, but I'm stubborn. There we go.
At least you admit it.
Yeah, and then set myself up to +3 attack total. I'm gonna use a full restore here to snap myself out of confusion, also heal up a little bit. That way, if I do get quick drawed, I don't have to worry about it. And then go ahead and Earthquake. And then I'm gonna Dynamax on the next Pokemon. You might be like, you just set up to +3. Why are you Dynamaxing? It's slow. The main reason is the Woobat has now evolved into a Swoobat, and Swoobat doesn't die to a +0 Rock Slide, which it's, remember, because of Unaware, makes it so it doesn't actually reference our stat changes. And yeah, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna Dynamax on this Pokemon. Kadabra doesn't need a Dynamax. Like, Kadabra's a frail Pokemon as is. We're Dynamaxing here because the side effect of Max Quake is it boosts our special defense. So having that special defense boost is nice because it'll help us live a hit against that Slowbro if it does decide to use Max, or if it does Quick Draw. So. Go ahead and Max Rockfall here.
That poor bat.
And a fun fact too is if you actually did have Choice Band equipped here, he would still be able to switch between moves freely in Dynamax, because Dynamax completely cancels out any of those choice type held items. So you don't get the bonus anymore, but you can choose moves freely.
So here's that Slowbro. Get that Max Quake in. Didn't get Quick Draw. That's really cool. So yeah, that's it for this fight. And then after this fight, we are now graduated from the Master Dojo, so we are going to be gifted a Cubfu. And the Cubfu, this is where things get interesting for the Isle of Armor, and really why I wanted to show it off. So what you're supposed to do with Cubfu is you're supposed to train it up, befriend the Cubfu. There are different ways you can befriend it, and take on one of the 2 towers, the Tower of 2 Fists, as it is called. There is a Water Tower and a Dark Tower. There are 2 forms of Urshifu, so by climbing up the Water Tower, you get Water Urshifu. Climbing up the Dark Tower, you get Dark Urshifu. So what we're going to be doing is trying to level up as fast as possible. The top of the tower has a Cubfu that we have to face that is level 70. The Cubfu we are about to receive is level 10. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So we need to do a little bit of grinding. And big shout outs to Garfield the Lightning for the strat that we're about to do. We're going to be able to grind very quickly. But first I need to get a Cubfu that has at least okay stats. The Cubfu is, like every other legendary, guaranteed to have 3 stats at 31 IV. However, 4 strats specifically on that final fight, I need to have like 4 stats that are pretty good. Or at least I care about 4 of my 6 stats. So I'm going to save before and, you know, hope I get a good one. I could take a lesser one and then grind up higher in level, but I think the showing off the cooler strats, in my opinion, is worth the couple of resets we might have to take. So,
And it's really interesting too, because if eddaket didn't want to grind here, he could just straight up release the Cubfu, and the game is prepared for that. Like, it just has completely different dialogue, completely different like circumstances that happen if you just don't have a Cubfu anymore. It's actually kind of like Twilight Zone-ish, where Mustard is just like, well, I guess you don't have it anymore, so just go to the tower and use your normal Pokemon and just go up there, and then when you get there, just nothing happens and it's just over. It's that way you can still progress the plot and finish the DLC even if you don't have the Cubfu for some reason.
yeah, he says something like, you don't have Cubfu anymore, so it's not worth learning friendship. All right, so we're gonna check our stats. Like I said, 4 of my stats matter. HP defense combination matters, my attack matters, and my speed matters. So I'm gonna quickly take a look, and while I'm doing that, we can probably get a few donations in.
Absolutely. We have $250 from Support Class. Chris and Jasmine here from Support Class here. It's hard to believe, but this is now the 5th year of GDQ events we've been a part of. We're so privileged and proud to be one small part of such a fantastic community that achieves new heights every year. Shout out to the rest of GDQ staff for making the impossible happen time and time again. Let's go! I have a $50 donation from Bulbasaur that says, "How could you leave me like this? I was so happy when you picked me. I thought we'd be friends forever. Sad face."
All right. So my Cubfu is in fact good enough. So we can immediately jump in here. I am going to quickly change my date to a very specific one. So one thing you actually may have noticed when I was going through the foresty area is there was a Chansey, and everyone knows Chansey is really good at giving us experience, right? Highest experience yield in the game, all that jazz. Not quite the highest experience yield in the game. There is one other Pokemon that has a higher experience yield, and that is Blissey. And in foggy weather, Blissey has a 2% chance of spawning. But as you can see, I spawned 2 of them because I am such a good god gamer. But yeah, so you'll notice my Cubfu right here, right? Level 10. Blissey, level 60. Obviously, I'm not going to KO it using the Blissey. Using the Cubfu. So...
But you have reversal. You could get down to 1 HP.
Not yet. Not yet. So we take out the Blissey, and look at the level difference that Cubfu just gained. Oh, look at that. 21 levels. So, needless to say, we're going to be doing this a couple of times. Not as many times as you might think. We're actually going to only go up to level 46. Actually 45, technically. We'll be 46 at the end. But yeah, that is, that's insane. That right there is the power of a scaling experience curve. Because I was such a low level, I gained so much experience.
And with the EXP Tron on top of that, just adding even more.
Imagine if I had the Lucky Egg.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm just switching into the Excadrill here to take out these Blissies. Blissey has like no defense at all, but it's still such a high level compared to the Cubfu that Cubfu can't really deal with it on its own. And Excadrill just one-shots them, so it's not that big of a deal to do some more switch training. So that's two Blissies. You need 3 more. And while we're doing this searching, it'd be a great time for some donations.
You've got it. We have $50 from JT Scout 107 saying last donation of GDQ for me. Cannot wait for the next event. These runs make me want to get into speedrunning. They also make me want to go out and buy these games.
Oh.
Ooh, wrong pink circular.
That's a
Pokemon.
very tiny Blissey.
Yeah. All right.
10
So
encounters.
the reason I was like panicking there is the Blissey, when it starts to run away, will despawn, and I think it was about to, and then I hit the Jigglypuff, and then when you come out of an encounter, the game like resets the AI of all of the overworld Pokemon. So I think hitting the encounter actually made the Blissey not despawn. So it was planned all along, guys. That's not 10 or 11 encounters. Don't worry about it.
You dynamic punch.
All right, that was very blind movement that I'm glad I didn't hit another encounter.
We are only 9K away from $2.3 million.
Oh boy.
Whaler.
I bet Wailord gives us a lot of experience. No, I don't want to fight it.
What does a whaler cry sound like?
I'm a whale.
I'm gonna Google it right now.
I think I was pretty spot on.
I think you stole my joke. That's what I was gonna do. Oh, I'm a Wailord.
So I Googled it, and it's kind of like.
Oh,
Very
so my
welcome.
dog when
I'm
she
very
wakes up from
sorry.
a nap. Got it.
All right, so this actually should be our last Blissey that we need to do. So, almost done with the Isle of Armor already. If you guys want me to fight the Wailord, you don't have a whole lot of time.
We wore Twitch chat out. They can't step to the plate anymore. They're too tired.
They're past their prime.
It's over.
They're out of puns.
Surprised
It's all
Keys didn't
done.
capitalize on past the prime with Prime Gaming.
I was giving you the opportunity, but now that you brought it up, don't forget everyone that all subs for the month of August go to Doctors Without Borders. So if you have a Prime Gaming, formerly known as Twitch Prime sub laying around, you can drop that on the GDQ channel and support charity for the low cost of free.
Wow.
Wow.
Speaking of WoW, we're enjoying some scenery here.
Wow.
Part of our challenge here is we actually have to befriend our Cubfu. So this is the fastest way to do it. In addition, I'm actually going to go ahead and fly to Winden real quick. I have specific stats, and I could use some vitamins. So I'm going to go ahead and, even though I did level up, I didn't really level up to where the game is expecting me to be leveled up to. So I would like to buy... I'm at the wrong shop. Darn it. Go to the wrong Winden. Alright. So, I need to fly to this Winden. I'm going to buy a couple of Carbos, a couple of... Actually, I'm going to buy a couple of these first. Full resource, because I didn't buy enough earlier. And then I need 6 Carbos. And then the rest in proteins. Not a whole lot. And so one of the main reasons I'm doing this, in addition to boosting my stats, is these vitamins actually boost our friendship as well. So you would normally have to do at least 3 of those scenic locations. However, because I'm using some vitamins, there's a decent chance that I'll actually only have to do 2. Those little exclamation points are the 4 scenic locations. 3 now because I've already done 1. And ideally we'll be done after this one, but there's always the chance that we're not. So I just need to look at the text box after talking to her, see if she says Mustard would be happy with our progress.
Just gazing into the fog. It's
Yeah.
pretty good sight.
All right, so I did
Time for a
not.
quick-
Oh
so
yeah, go
sorry.
ahead. I was just gonna say I didn't get the friendship, so I knew you have to do another one. So this is actually a perfect time for donations.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I have a $5 donation from Caterpie that says, "Come on, Bulbous, cheer up. At least you have knees." I have a $200 donation from Me Gots This. Hi, Eddaket, Keizaron and Etchy. Me Gots This here from PSR. Rather than having a jinx expression from Keizaron, I would like everyone to make a voice impression of their favorite Pokemon.
Oh boy.
Eddaket?
Well, all right. My favorite Pokemon's Frostlass, so it'd be like. How do I sound like a ghost? Frostlass. Ooh, spooky Frostlass. All right, Keys, go.
But Jinx is my favorite.
No, it's not. You'd be all like wiggly wiggly woo.
I don't know how to. What does Wiggly Woo sound like anyway? I gotta Google this. Actually, you're up.
Okay. I switch favorite Pokemon pretty often, but right now I'm a big Minun fan. So I'm gonna sound like a cute little rabbit. Hold on. Minun.
That's
that
what
was adorable.
Tangola sounds
That was
like?
amazing.
That
That's
was very
awful.
good, actually. Yeah.
YoBGS,
Thank
what's your
you.
favorite Pokemon?
Let's see here. I'll have to go with Scrafty.
Okay.
I really
good
like
choice.
Mew, which I know is boring because she's just Mew. But for Caterpie, I think he's something like
He's cold because he doesn't have knees. can't move around to warm up.
Aww.
You know what? I'm gonna totally cheat and just say that Mewtwo is my favorite because Mewtwo can talk because he has telekinetic power. So listen to my Mewtwo impression. Oh, ho, ho. I did it.
Keys, I feel like we were just outclassed by 3 different people.
I know.
No, I
Jeez.
got nothing. I'm just here.
All right.
I'm the
All right,
eye
so this-
candy that can't be seen.
Yeah. This is now the point where the game says, okay, you have befriended your Kubfu. Why don't you go take on one of the towers? So, like we mentioned, there are 2 towers. There is the Tower of Waters and the Tower of Darkness. We're going to go to the Tower of Darkness because, as Hop would be proud of us, fighting is super effective against Dark. So, we're going to have an easier time here. However, if we look at this lady's text boxes, she says you can only go in with Kubfu, so we're going to have to deposit our Excadrill from our party. You literally can only enter with a Kubfu. And she's going to say that if we want to have success here in the tower, we should be level 70. Do you guys remember what level we are?
Like 12.
All right, 45, close.
That was almost.
So yeah, we're just gonna completely ignore those recommendations and go for some very underleveled battles. So we're gonna be taking some damage between each fight, which is why I got the full restores. Each fight can be kind of dangerous. Luckily, the dark type moves we're not only super effective against dark, but dark is not very effective against us. So you can see Sucker Punch did barely anything. Brick Break demolished the Zorua.
Wow.
So, and we didn't even give it that many proteins, which boosts attack. We gave it some, just to make some of these fights a little bit nicer, but not a whole lot. So we're gonna go ahead and continue climbing up the tower.
And you normally fight the water tower in the standard speedrun, right?
No, you still fight the dark one. There's actually some really cool strats you can do that rely on you actually outspeeding stuff, which I don't. So, not quite Scrafty, but here's some Scraggy for you. So we equip the Choice Band. This is going to give our moves a lot more power. It does mean we're locked into using Brick Break, but I mean, look at our moveset. That's like our only move, so it's fine. I am going to heal for this next fight. This next fight is against an Inkay. Inkay is Malamar's first stage, and it is part Psychic, so it actually is neutral to fighting moves. Luckily, it doesn't have a Psychic move on it, though, so we don't have to worry about that. So let me go ahead and heal. And I'm going to save for this fight. If you die here in the tower, you can retry it, but you do have to do all of the fights again, so rather than doing those 2 fights over again, I'm just gonna go into this one.
Again, Eddaket's almost done here with Isle of Armor, so still need a little bit more donations to get that Wailord.
Looks like Wailord gets to live another day.
Yeah,
We only need $7,860 for Wailord.
Yeah, there's.
Wailord also doesn't have knees, so think about that.
It's true, actually. Yeah, including this fight, there are 3 fights left, so let's get it, guys.
We do have a $50 donation from Kepitin that said, "Hey, Eddaket, been really enjoying the run and love to see somebody else appreciating the parts of Pokemon Shield that have a lot of charm and heart put into them. Come on, guys, we gotta go visit that Wailord. He's lonely out there."
Poor Wailord.
So this fight here is probably the scariest of the pre-mustard fights. Oh yeah, spoiler, mustard's at the top.
Huh.
I'm gonna go ahead and teach Reversal. If you guys remember from way back at the second gym leader, we had the move Reversal. This is a move that does more damage if we're at lower health. So, the Krokorok here that we're gonna be facing is faster than us. So, using Reversal is one of the best ways that we can deal a lot of damage, because it's going to hit us and we're going to hit it back harder. So something I didn't actually test, but I think would be worth it, is we learned Counter at level 44, and I bet using Counter on this fight would have been better, but I honestly forgot to teach it. So
Wow.
He does have Protect, which can like kind of troll us like that. I'm going to go ahead and heal here, because if he Sand Tombs again, or if she Sand Tombs again, I am kind of in a bad place. So I'm going to predict the Protect here. I'm going to full restore again. Haha!
Oh,
Predictable.
very impressive.
That is why I am the Dojo Master and you are not. All right. So now we're at the top of the tower, guys, and this is, I realize I'm going to explain this fight and no one's going to be excited because it's such a nerdy fight, but I'm very proud of this fight. So we are level 46. We are going up against a level 70 Cubfu. Okay, level 70. It is 24 levels higher than us. In addition, the Cubfu that we are facing is an adamant nature, meaning it is plus attack minus special attack, has maximum stats for its level. It has a focus sash item, which means it cannot be knocked out in one hit. If it's at full health and is going to be knocked out, it will live on 1 instead. So we have to have some way of breaking the focus sash. And it has a move called Aerial Ace, which is a flying type move, which is super effective against our Cubfu. So all of the odds in the world are stacked against us. But we have some cheese up our sleeve.
Power of friendship and love.
Power of friendship and love. No. So we're going to start this fight by using a Max Mushroom. That Max Mushroom is that Omni Boost we were talking about before, where it's going to boost all of our stats by 1 stage. This is going to give us enough defense to live in Aerial Ace, okay? When it hits us with Aerial Ace, it's going to proc our held item, which is a Rocky Helmet. And the Rocky Helmet forces him to take damage whenever he hits us with a contact move. So aerial ace is a contact move. He's going to take damage. In addition, the Omni Boost gives us +1 speed. That is enough speed to outspeed this Kubfu. However, that's not important on this turn. On this turn, we're going to use Endure. Endure is a move that is going to allow us to live on 1 HP if we were about to be knocked out, which we were. Now we're at 1 HP. Reversal has maximum power, and at +1 attack, we can do exactly 2/3 health to this Kubfu, and he takes 1/6 health each turn in recoil from the Rocky Helmet. So 24 levels doesn't matter. We just obliterate him.
Slap.
Like I said, it's such a nerdy fight, but I love it. It's so good.
It's fights like that make Pokemon speedrunning so special. Just like the amount of like routing effort you can put into it, just like buried in damage calcs, just to get cool stuff like that. It's really awesome, and it's one of the big reasons why I love watching and participating in Pokemon speedruns.
Yeah, like we needed a way to break the Focus Sash, so the Rocky Helmet does it for us. We can't KO, like even with a 200 power reversal, we can't KO the Kubfu from full health at +1, but we can at 2/3 health, which is what he ends up at after he hits us twice. So like everything works out perfectly. The game gives us the reversal TM next to the Rocky Helmet. It's like almost like it was made for it, but yeah, so here we're finally gonna get our Urshifu. This is the dark type Urshifu, which I believe is the single strike form. Rapid Strike is the water type. So yeah, that is the Isle of Armor. So like I mentioned way earlier in the run, there is more to the Isle of Armor, but it does require doing the entire post game, and that would add like quite literally 2 more hours to this run. So we're just not doing that.
Ah, so 2.5 mil, you say?
Oh God, no. I want to be allowed back keys. But yeah, so that is the Isle of Armor. Did we happen to hit the 2.3 that we needed for the Wailord?
We are at 2.95. So I don't know that anybody's going to be dropping any mega donos in the next 30 seconds.
I mean, there's a chance. I mean, it's a small chance. As you guys can tell, I'm pretty good at this game. But there is a chance that I get lost on the way back to the train station. So we might have like a little bit more time.
Oh, it'd be so weird if you got lost for $4,500 worth of time.
Oh
Look at
my
how
God.
foggy it
It's
is,
such a
though.
shame.
I don't blame him for getting lost. It's so foggy.
It's so foggy. Where am I going? Is this? That's a sweet apple. I don't think there's a
Oh,
little
you should
tongue
make
on my
curry
screen.
with that. That's like a good quality ingredient.
Oh my
I do have a
goodness.
donation in from $100 from Eddabean. While Eddaket is probably towards the end of this amazing Pokemon run, I wanted to give a few words if that's okay. I want to give a shout out to all the staff, interviewers, volunteers, runners, commentators, mods, donators, and viewers, yes, even you, for making SGDQ 2020 possible. Doing an event at a place versus doing an event online is completely different. There were many challenges and hiccups along the way, but you guys pulled it through. This year hit us hard, but against all odds, we managed to join together as a community to speedrun games for a great cause, because that's what this is all about. Coming together from all around the world to help one another. I'm so proud of each and every one of you. Thank you, Eddabean. You said it absolutely perfectly.
I got so lost I ran into my own Urshifu and actually scared me.
We're in the water.
I don't know where this train station is. This is crazy, guys.
We own $3,319 now.
All right, I found land. I'll wait it out here for the rescue chopper. Oh, there's a Diglett.
You can just get all 151 Digletts.
Trio.
Why are there Diglett here?
I know, right?
That's what I get for not doing the DLC. This is all confusing as hell. Like, I don't know what's happening.
Oh yeah, there's like a mini game where you can find all the Oh my God.
Dude, you have to catch the Wailord. You just have to make it happen. You have to make it follow you.
Twitch chat has to make it happen. I can only do so much.
Twitch chat's giving it all they've got. We're less than $3,000 away from the Wailord.
Twitch chat's making it happen. We are less than $2,000 away from the Whale Lord.
It's so big.
It's so gonna happen. Come on, Twitch chat. We are so close.
Guys, who doesn't want this?
We hit it, 2.3 million.
We did it? Okay.
Yes!
Awesome. All right. I think I was going the wrong way the whole time to the train station. Also, I have fly. Why did I was going to the train station? Anyways, here's the Wailord.
I was like, he can't keep getting away with this. This evil man keeps lying to the good people.
It's so much smaller now. Go, Pokeball.
So we have 21 Pokeballs. We can do this. Oh.
It shook once. What does it have? Amnesia. Okay.
Do we have a second to shout out some of the generosity that put us over the top?
Absolutely.
We have a $1,000 anonymous donation that says, we're still lost, right? And then a $3,000 donation from Roasted Donut 26 that said, oops, where did this 3,000 come from?
All right. It's still nighttime. Dusk balls actually should be better. Never mind. Oh, I forgot this thing is over leveled. I don't know if I'll actually be able to catch this.
If you weaken it.
If I weaken it, it might help, yeah.
Oh.
Unless.
Maybe.
Unless.
Oh!
No way.
My God.
No way.
We got it.
So
We got it.
Likely.
Why did that go better than your Drillbur catch? Are you serious?
What?
All right, well, that's following you. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, we could probably unpause the stall timer so we can actually finish the run for reals.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize they stalled the timer. Wait, the Wailord doesn't even
Get on
swim.
land.
Oh my God, it's so slow. All right.
Horrible.
It's
There's
way better on land.
All right. I would just fly to the to like Winden or whatever, but the following Pokemon only happen in the Isle of Armor, so I have to get to land naturally.
Oh, when they unpaused the timer, it was keeping track the entire time. That's funny.
That's awesome.
You know,
Am I going the right way? I'm actually lost now. It's so foggy. All right, I'm gonna
fly.
still fly.
Just fly back, yeah.
How did I end up over there? All right.
I'm
So what is
surprised
the
you found
Wailord?
the Wailord in the first place, honestly.
Look at him.
Talk to it. Yes.
He's so big.
He's so big.
He's such a big.
All right, we probably have to finish this, otherwise.
Yeah.
Just go. All right, so. Oh wait, I flew to where Winden is, but in the Isle of Armor.
That's not Winden at all.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and fly to Winden. We're gonna take on the champion. What is this Wailord's moveset? Can I beat Leon with the Wailord?
If it's level 80, I mean, it probably can.
It's probably.
Do you have any
slower
max
than everything.
mushrooms still?
I do.
Dude.
It has water spout and a hydro pump.
Let's not. Let's
not do that.
Yeah, let's not.
Dang it.
It's,
I think you should bring it out for Charizard.
That is a fair assessment, actually.
yeah, you could change your options to shift for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch this cost the fight.
It'll be fine.
Much like literally every single run the Eddaket has ever done for GDQ, he hot dogs it for half the run and it's still going to be underestimate.
This one's actually might be a little close.
I
don't know. I think you got this.
As long as Wailord does its job, everything will be fine.
Oh, you know what the strat is? Oh, I have. How many max mushrooms do I have? I think I have one.
You have
I
I was gonna say
one.
I can double max mushroom. So this fight actually can be like slightly scary as Eternatus. So no memes aside, you actually use the Eternatus for this fight. All routes switch to Eternatus. It just handles the fight the best. However, there's a chance that your Eternatus can be weak enough on the defensive side to die while setting up. And there's also a chance that your special attack isn't quite good enough to actually get rid of some ranges. So I'm actually going to use a Max Mushroom, which is going to boost my defenses as well as my speed. And that'll allow me to outspeed everything, and then I can just use an next special attack after that.
Yeah, without any kind of speed boost, a good Eternatus will still outspeed everything, but if you have a really slow Eternatus, then you're going to get outsped by very scary things. And the +1 speed boost is going to be enough here.
Alright. And then this is just a case of using super effective moves. Of course, I got Aegislash's King Shield, naturally.
It was going well until that happened.
Yeah. Once you get set up, that's basically the bad thing that can happen. There are a couple of ranges. Aegislash in shield form is a range, and I think the Charizard is a range if you have bad special. But
and now we see where Hop gets it from. We're at the final fight of the main storyline. We're fighting the champion, where at this point in time, it can only be safely assumed that we have learned how to Pocket Monster a little bit. And he still mentions super effective moves.
Yep. He still mentions critical hits too, and that's amazing.
You can even see at like the start of the fight, Leon starts by like slapping his face, and Hop does the exact same thing. He literally copied everything from Leon.
I keep saying I'm gonna switch my Pokemon out because I'm not used to having shift on. I have to imagine a max HP water spout KOs the Charizard, right?
Yes.
It's got to.
It is Gigantamax.
So.
Level 80.
I would hope so. It is a Wailord, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, the Charizard's going to outspeed.
Name one of the
has a
minus Wailord's ever done.
Does this Charizard have, like, Solar Beam? Am I dead?
It does have Solar Beam.
It does?
Yeah.
You'll live.
You see it in Sobble sometimes if you...
We'll be fine.
You just gotta go. You gotta go big. You gotta go even bigger than the Charizard. You gotta go even larger.
I can Dynamax.
Exactly. Do it. Oh my god.
Dynamax Wailord. Kill the whole stadium.
Wombo Wailord.
Oh my god, I didn't even think of the fact that I can
Zero
Dynamax.
chance that this goes wrong.
It's gonna be so large.
The biggest Wailord of all time.
It's got so much HP already. It's got
It's gonna have
379.
17,000 HP.
Oh my god, here it is. Wait, yeah, so that means the Charizard's faster than I am. That's scary.
You'll be fine. You're Wombo Wailord.
Dude,
I think you're
ready?
also like plus special defense. Honestly, I remember seeing one of the bottom stats being plus.
Go Wailord.
Fine.
Be the biggest boy.
Yeah, Dynamax Solar Beam's pretty busted because you just get a super powerful move with no charging whatsoever.
That's literally half of the arena. You're fine. What's he gonna do?
Oh my
What's
god.
he gonna do?
You can't even see the Charizard.
Max
He's
Rockfall, what a
Max
weenie.
Rockfall
All
like
right.
a dingus.
Oh my gosh.
It's over.
Have this, nerd. It lived. Oh no.
All right, one more chance here.
Full restore. It's raining. It's raining.
Yeah,
We're fine.
it's over. It's over.
GG.
All right. Time will be on the fade out. My timer says 5:24:14, which means we are underestimate. I am okay with this. Time's gonna be on the fade out after Leon throws his hat in disgust or something. I don't know.
He throws it in celebration. He's like, I can't believe I lost. Hooray! Like he points to the crowd for his last shining moment.
And time.
Awesome.
Wombo Wailord, the hero that we don't deserve.
Oh my god.
Man,
That
what
was
a run.
That was yeah. I don't want to hold things up too much. I know we have a finale to get to and everything, but I just want to quick shout outs and thanks. Big thanks to GDQ again for accepting this. Sword and Shield has been a big project for myself and for the community for the last, almost year now. So it's awesome to be able to show it off. It's still like in the early days of its routing, but I think it's come together really nice. Thanks to Keizaron and Etchy for commentating, and YoBGS and Nichole Goodnight for the hosting. Like, we had a ton of fun here. Huge thanks to Twitch chat and everybody donating. Hitting 2 million for the Isle of Armor incentive, and then every bogus incentive we threw out there was awesome. You guys really killed it. And yeah, if anyone is interested in either Sword and Shield or Pokemon speedrunning in general, be sure to join the Pokemon speedrunning Discord. We have a great community, absolutely willing to help anybody of any skill level. You could never have played a Pokemon game before, or you could be a competitive battler just looking for a different way to play the game, and you'd be more than welcome. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say. I don't know about Keizaron and Etchy, anything else?
I think we'd be remiss not to give a quick shout out to, on Etchy's end for sure, since Etchy's a sword player. Big shout out to Wartab for being hugely responsible for a lot of the sword routing. And on the shield end, for myself and Eddaket, absolutely massive shout outs to Sinstar, who didn't even have the game and was watching me and Eddaket stream and was routing for us without the game.
Yeah. The first couple days and the first couple weeks when a new Pokemon game comes out is honestly my favorite time of the year. And Keys isn't lying. Sinstar was in both of our chats. We had slightly offset schedules. He was in our chats probably 16 hours a day, just coming up with different routing ideas. The whole Arcanine into Excadrill. We were tunnel visioned on Excadrill, but Arcanine into Excadrill was all Sinstar. So this route wouldn't exist without him, basically. So yeah, definitely big shout outs to him.
Oh, I guess one more quick shout out. A small one. If Twitch chat wants to participate, bunch of hearts and GDQ love, because Eddaket actually just recently got married. So I think that deserves a huge shout out.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that's a worthy shout out. She's probably upstairs asleep right now, but big shout outs to my wife Jess, who puts up with all my crap and allows me to do stuff like this. She came with me to the last GDQ. She's super supportive, so I'm very thankful for that. Best part about this is when the credits end, we're gonna get to see there's not a traditional Hall of Fame in this game, but there's a little, when you load up the game after you beat it, you have your party from when you beat the game. So Wailord's just gonna be in there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I didn't even think about that. Let's go, Wailord. Wumbo Wailord, the hero.
The hero.
Oh, we're almost there.
Oh, a quick announcement. I just changed the rules of timing to include credits, so you actually overestimate. Congratulations.
I knew having you on the couch was a mistake.
What a mistake you've made.
And one more quick plug, if I may be so selfish here. We mentioned it earlier, but I did a sword run of this for CRDQ. If you want to see kind of how different that route is, I definitely recommend checking it out on the GDQ YouTube channel.
How
Here it is.
selfish of you.
Show it. Hurry.
Come on, Wailord.
It's so dramatic.
The build-up for it.
Oh my God.
There it is.
Wumbo Wailord.
It's so small, but it was big in our hearts.
Yeah, exactly.
Catternese the Wailord. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for for the Pokemon guys. If you want to send it over to the finale.
Thanks for having us.
Well, that is going to do it for Summer Games Done Quick 2020 online. Again, round of applause for Eddaket, for Etchy, for Keizaron, for the Whale Lord Catternese. I think if you told Eddaket when he started the run that he was going to be finishing it with a Whale Lord named Catternese, I don't think he would have believed you. And in some ways, I think that's kind of been the tale of SGDQ 2020 online. We've been, no one expected SGDQ 2020 to happen like this, and we all came together, made the best of the situation to raise more than $2.3 million for Doctors Without Borders. I cannot thank you all enough for your unbelievable generosity. With that, I'm YoBGS. I've been one of your hosts tonight for this unbelievably wild time. Nichole, what do you have to say before we send it over to Sumi for the finale?
Of course, everyone, I just want to thank you so much for everything you all have done. The staff, volunteers, runners, commentators, viewers, just everyone. You all made this happen. We've raised over $2.3 million for Doctors Without Borders. I'm just going to say that again, $2.3 million. That is incredible. I'm just overwhelmed by the love and support that you all have shown, and it means so much to me to see everyone coming together and showing so much love in these strange times. And in addition to the donations, thank you everyone watching for the puns, haikus, fun new memes, for all the Caterpies with knees drawings. Oh my gosh, there's just so many. And for all of your kind words. This has been an amazing week, and I just am so overwhelmed with how amazing and generous everyone is. So thank you so much, and it's just been so good. I super appreciate it, and I know everyone else does too. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. And with that, we now have Sumi to say some words herself. So here is Sumi.
Thank you very much, YoBGS, and also thank you very much, Nichole, for fantastic hosting. Thank you, Eddaket, as well, for a wonderful run of Pokemon Shield. So unfortunately, as we're an online event, we aren't able to gather all of the people who worked on the event into a group shot with the audience. It's just me from the GDQ side, and I really miss my fellow staff members a lot, so please bear with me. There are a lot of people whose hard work went into SGDQ 2020. I'm not talking only about SGDQ 2020 online, but all the people who put their hearts into bringing you SGDQ 2020 on site before we made the decision to move the event online. But before we jump into all of that, I would like to invite Layla and Greta from Doctors Without Borders to say their piece. Take it away.
Thank you, Sumi, and hello, everyone. Wow, what a fantastic week this has been, and what an ending. Thank you so much for making this all possible. $2.3 million is truly amazing. The funds you've raised here this week have a huge impact on Doctors Without Borders operations. To give you an example of the impact you've made here this week, $2 million is enough to fund all of MSF USA's contributions to projects in Turkey and Nicaragua. It's enough to fund half of MSF USA's contributions to run programs in Iran. You are all incredible. This has been a very challenging year for everyone, and we were so moved and impressed to see this event come together despite all the many extra hurdles and work to make it happen. The Games Done Quick team and the speedrunning community have such huge heart, and that was echoed so strongly watching the stream with you all this week.
We're so sad that SGDQ 2020 has reached its end, but what a fantastic week it has been. We want to thank the entire GDQ team, all the mods, the tech crew, volunteers, and the amazing runners for the hard work and dedication that you all brought throughout this week. And thank you everyone who tuned in and watched and donated throughout the week as well. In the spirit of poetry done quick, we do have one last haiku for you all. Here we go. Thank you all so much.
Games done quick is the greatest.
Your support
Saves lives. We hope to see you next year in person, but until then, please stay safe, everyone, and thank you so much for an amazing week at SGDQ 2020.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Layla and Greta, for the wonderful speech and also for the haiku. That makes over, that probably makes about 409 haikus throughout this one event. I would also like to thank everyone at Doctors Without Borders for not only supporting Summer Games Done Quick, but also for everything they do in the world. They deliver healthcare and resources to communities in need, and especially in light of recent events with COVID-19, their efforts and hard work are truly appreciated. I would also like to thank our sponsors, Devolver Digital, Disc Room, Fall Guys, Serious Sam, and Olija, Final Fantasy XIV Online, Cash App, The Yeti, Fangamer, and NIS America, who have supported MSF throughout this week, as well as our sponsors Red Bull, Support Class, DigitalOcean, and RetroTink for supporting GDQ in putting on the event itself. Of course, we couldn't have an event without all of the GDQ staff, the runners, the commentators, the interviewers, the volunteers, Sense, Mom's Lamp, and all of the viewers who watched and supported the event from home and from the studio. Thanks to the community, we have managed to raise, hitting the refresh button right now, $2,308,922.84 for Doctors Without Borders. So thank you everyone so much for all of your generosity. Despite all of the hardships this year so far, including a global pandemic, you have all shown us awe-inspiring amounts of generosity and support, and we are incredibly grateful for the ability to come together to raise money for a good cause through it all. 2020 has been quite a year thus far. Many of us in the world have been confronted with situations where we've said, this has never happened before. And as GDQ staff, we have also experienced this. We have been listening and learning from situations that have arisen within the gaming industry and within our own community. And we're always doing our best to provide a safe and welcoming space for everyone who loves speedrunning, but we cannot truly do that without acknowledging and reiterating very important statements. Black lives matter. Trans rights are human rights. As we continue to listen, we'll do our best to learn how to better serve these sentiments in ways that a group of speedrunning fans putting on charity events can. And we're super grateful to the community who has always helped us as we find our way there. We'll continue to do that, and we thank you so much for everything you've done for GDQ. As we look forward to the rest of 2020 and onward to 2021, we hope that we will be able to see you all at an on-site event soon. Until then, we have the amazing women at Frame Fatales putting on a speedrun event for you from November 15th through 21st, 2020 called Fleet Fatales. If you would like to join this lovely community of women in speedrunning, game submissions open on August 30th and close on September 12th. And for those of you who aren't quite ready for SGDQ 2020 Online to end yet, we have the GDQ Hotfix Community Spotlight Bonus Stream Edition. Yes, that is a GDQ bonus stream, which hasn't been seen in a very long time. That will be this Monday at 7 p.m., which will show our never-before-seen SGDQ 2020 pre-show featuring our interview team, which unfortunately didn't make it into the event, as well as some runs that we had planned for backup for SGDQ 2020 Online. So we're continuing the party there Monday at 7 p.m. Once again, thank you, everyone, and we hope to see you all again soon. Until next time, we'll be raiding a speedrunners channel after this. The raid message will be GDQ Lamp. Bye, everyone.
What are you all still doing here? The marathon's over. Go home.